It's a beautiful Saturday here in New York in South Ozone Park at Aqueduct Racetrack, the final Saturday of the spring meet. And we have the Woodhaven coming up today, where Carson's Run, a Grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old, will make his awaited 3-year-old debut on the turf. But some interesting runners who will take him on, including Good Lord Laurie, who will also make his 3-year-old debut. He's only run once, and that was sprinting, winning impressively last summer in Saratoga. What does he have to offer today? Live racing for you as well from Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. The Bachelor on the card as Valentine Candy looks for his 4th stakes win this meet. He's back sprinting on the dirt, which he has shown he loves to do at Oaklawn Park. And for the girls, in today's Dig a Diamond, Hoosier Philly is the morning line favorite. She has plenty of class with who she has been running against, and she will try to get back on track today. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Clear sky over the Verrazano Bridge as we get ready for our Saturday of racing. Thanks for joining us. Starting a little bit late, we know, but if you're watching the UConn-Georgetown women lacrosse game, we appreciate you staying on with us to follow some live racing. Acacia Clement alongside Paul Verderosa. And Paul, as mentioned, the Woodhaven coming up a little bit later on today. Some good stakes action both here and at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, looking forward to all the stakes action today that's going on, both here and at Oaklawn Park. Got Carson's Run coming back here. Got Hoosier Philly, I think's a little vulnerable out at Oaklawn. And then you also got the Bachelor Stakes, too. So you can't beat the action on a Saturday.
Can't beat the action. That's a good way to put it. We'll take a look at what is coming up. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. All of those stakes that we mentioned. Also a nice allowance race in the 4th race today at Aqueduct. Races 3 through 9 still to come. Races 3 through 10 still to come over at Oaklawn Park, Fast and Firm in New York, and a good main track in Arkansas. We'll take a look at the America's Best Racing race of the week, and it is the Woodhaven for 3-year-olds going a mile on the inner turf. Today's 6th race at the Big A. And here's a look at the field. Should be noted as well, there is that jockey change on the 7 Elysian Meadows. Fortunately, in an incident yesterday, Jose Lascano did suffer a mild concussion and is off his mount today. That's for his agent Jason Bides, and Javier Castellano will pick up that mount. We wish Jose Lascano well and hope to see him back soon. Carson's Run 9 to 5 on the morning line today in the Woodhaven, making his 3-year-old debut. Had a good year as a 2-year-old, Paul. Disappointed in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, and will make his first start since then, where he was beaten just under 4 lengths.
See, I don't think it was such a big disappointment, though, in the Breeders' Cup Turf. I mean, think of the post that the horse had, and I mean, you really didn't get that good of a trip with that horse in that race. Had to be wide, and then was even wider on the second turn. This was more like the Carson's Run that we saw in the first 2 starts, the race we're looking at when he captured the summer up at Woodbine. You know, for me, this was a horse that was getting better with every start from a buyer's standpoint. It was improving with every start. I think that this is a pretty realistic spot to get started in, and this horse won't have to launch from as far back, I don't think, today with an inside post as well, and should sit a good trip in here today.
Thumbs up from Dylan Davis, who's been aboard every one of the starts for Carson's Run so far. Dylan got a chance to work this horse last week in preparation for his return race. He knows him very well, and he'll be back aboard again today. Dylan, who's having another strong meet, and always love when there is that familiarity between a jockey and horse.
Yeah, especially when you're able to get on them. You're especially able to know their ins and outs, their quirks, let's say, and how they can actually run and where they want you to go with them in a race, and just know their little nuances and stuff like that. It really does make a big difference.
As far as the stakes action over at Oaklawn Park, the Bachelor for the boys will be one of the spotlight races today. Will go as race number 8, sprinting, going 6 furlongs. And Valentine Candy, a horse who has really just found his form at Oaklawn Park. He's always had plenty of good form throughout his career, including winning a very fast maiden special weight on debut, but looking for his 4th stakes win at Oaklawn this winter as we welcome in Paul LaDuca, stakes winner at Oaklawn in our mind. Paul, and Valentine Candy has certainly been thriving in those dirt sprints down there this winter.
Yeah, the horse is 3 for 3 over the racetrack, Acacia, and happy Saturday to you and Paul as well. Yeah, and he's going to be the favorite in this race. And, you know, Steve has been the talk of the town. He's been on a couple radio shows. He's been on, I actually ran into him a little bit earlier, and he says, listen, Valentine Candy is going to come back to where he was. And, you know, the other two part of this is, this is his race where he won here over a muddy racetrack in the Ozark. Now, after this race, you know, Steve is one of those type of trainers. He strikes when the iron is hot. So he went down to Turfway Park and ran the Animal Kingdom for $235,000. I thought the horse didn't get the ride that he kind of likes. He was kind of rushed towards the front end. He's the kind of horse that likes to sit a little bit off the pace, let his natural speed take over and finish like this in the Ozark. I think the other two part about this here in the Bachelor, Acacia, is that we had a lot of rain last night. Now, the racetrack right now is labeled as good. I would say it's closer to muddy. Now, we're not supposed to get any more rain till about 2:30 or 3, and then we're supposed to get more rain after that, 3 to 4. I would think that would help Valentine Candy out more, considering his best race was over a muddy racetrack. I will say this, the horse on the inside, Bergen, makes a ton of sense for Brad Cox, who ran a monster race, and you guys know him well up in New York. So I think this is maybe the best field Valentine Candy has faced, but if it rains, it's going to have to give him the slight advantage.
Higher Speed Figure 2 starts back when winning that Ozark over a wet track. Paul, thank you. Look forward to hearing your thoughts on the runners throughout the card today. You can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. It's just 1 week away. Join now and get a $25 free bet and a $200 deposit bonus just in time for the Derby. Use promo code Derby25 and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at nairabets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. In just 7 days, we'll know. Race 3 coming up as our first order of business on the card today at Aqueduct. And we're going 1 1/8 in the starter allowance. And right now, Memphis is 5-2 from the rail, a horse who has not yet won at the distance, but has run some good races at it. We'll see what he does, building off those back-to-back 9-furlong tries.
I mean, this has got to be the Erod Ortiz factor, right?
Absolutely.
With Memphis. I mean, being fine. Good to see Erod back, but come on, 5-2 on Memphis. Memphis? Really? Yep. All right, we'll find out, I guess.
This is what happens when Erod Ortiz comes to town for the day. The 2 Night Effect is next.
Should have a say in the pace at the very least in here. It hasn't stuck around lately, but maybe the lone speed in here. We'll find out how it plays out.
Lightly Race stretching out, all the rage.
Yeah, it's weird you see Linda Rice at 15-1, but this horse just broke made in 20. This is a big step up here.
Here is Proven Hope.
Run some good races. I mean, has been steady from a buyer standpoint. We'll see if he can get the job done, though, today against this class where he struggled.
Reserve Currency, a bit intriguing, stretching back out.
You know, last time that track was kind of tilted towards speed, ran against the bias. He's in a realistic spot where he could win today.
And Seeking Unity just missed at this level in distance last out.
One of those horses that kind of ran the best race and lost last time out. He has a good quality about him that he can stalk and he can track very well. He's got an outside post in here. He shouldn't be too far off the leaders, probably get first run.
That's the field for race 3 at Aqueduct. We welcome in another member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliori, here with us. Richie, want to get your thoughts on this race, but first, I'd rather tease in for the day. I know he worked Breeders' Cup winner White Barrio this morning. It's a lot of travel this time of year for these jockeys getting ready for the big races in the Triple Crown.
It's really incredible. You know, riders are going on less calories than the average person, probably less sleep. Getting on horses is a very physical endeavor, as you know, Acacia. And then, you know, bouncing back and forth to different tracks, getting there on time with all the pressure involved. You know, for years, Walter Johnson was my travel guy, and he would get me in and out of spots even when I got stuck places. One night I was stuck in Cairo, Egypt, coming back from Saudi Arabia, and somehow he got me here in time for the races. So when you got somebody like that on your side, it's a big deal. I don't know that he does IRAD stuff, but he does a lot of the riders travel. And listen, IRAD loves what he's doing, so it's always easier to do something when you have an absolute love for it like IRAD does. Now let's talk about horses. The 2 Night Effect making a really nice impression. I do think he plays out to be the speed here under Kedrick Carmouche. I don't know how much pressure he's going to get potentially from the horse just outside of him, All the Rage, you know, particularly with an apprentice aboard, an apprentice that I'm not as familiar with. The 5 Reserve Currency made a real nice physical impression first time off the Ray Handel claim. And He's never won at the distance. In fact, only one horse has won at the distance here at the mile and an eighth. But Reserve Currency was beaten in those going mile and 3/16. So I don't think that there's any reason to believe that a mile and an eighth won't be fine. Dylan Davis has been riding in good form. And then the 6, Seeking Unity. He checks all the boxes for me. From a physical perspective, he looks outstanding. I think he's got the right stalk and pounce style. He's the only horse to win at the mile and an eighth distance. And you get Romero Mirage, who is just quietly starting to turn heads with his consistently good, strong riding. So I'm all about the 6, Seeking Unity for Rudy Rodriguez.
All right, Richie, thank you. 3-1 on Seeking Unity. You mentioned Romero, and it's absolutely a right observation is we'll take a look at this horse last time out. Paul just missed on March 29th, as you said, ran arguably the best race that day. Romero's going to climb aboard for the first time. He's a rider who has really done well in putting his horses in the right spot.
Yeah, he's grown up this winter,
Yes.
like right before our very eyes. He's not afraid to be aggressive when he needs to be aggressive, and we've seen aggression be rewarded here, you know, especially at times when you've seen horses that needed to stalk or needed that forward little bit of push. And this is a horse like this that does like to be in that stalking position, and Romero fits this horse well. Not that Rafael Hernandez did anything wrong here. The horse ran a good race, but Romero Mirage has been aggressive. He's been riding well lately again, and he's really coming of age right before our own very eyes. And I mean, we kind of have to joke around a little bit that maybe he'll be better than Rajiv at the end of the day.
Of course, his cousin, Rajiv Mirage, very accomplished jockey, and been doing the shows with us at Oaklawn. They have a little running joke going on between them. Romero pulled me aside in the paddock one day. He goes, "Hey, Keisha, if you get Raj on air, make sure you tell him I'm the better-looking cousin."
Yeah.
And then, of course, Rajiv puts up a poll on Twitter. You know, it's really fun to see them playing off one another. But he obviously is a very good mentor in Raj.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, winters have been where guys like this, and girls too, for that matter, have cut their teeth and have become better riders. We've seen it this winter. Riders like Maddie Olver, riders like Romero Mirage, Alicia Ruiz. I could name everybody in the room, and I'm probably going to forget. So that's why I'm not going to name everybody. But we've seen it before where they have just taken their time to hone their craft and get better each and every day.
Romero Mirage aboard Seeking Unity, top pick for Paul and Richie. The 5 Reserve Currency, going back over to him, and as you mentioned, just up last time out when maybe things didn't exactly go his way in the flow of the race. He has shown speed in the past before, last year, just missing a nose when trying a mile and 3/16.
Yeah, this was a good race for this horse, but he was in a spot where he should have won anyway this day. So he did beat the bias, but he was against a field he should have beat anyway. Now he gets claimed away from Chad Brown, which is always a tough thing. But it's not like Ray Handel doesn't do this and doesn't do well off of claims. It's just hard to kind of take a horse like this against this group in here. But he can win if he runs back to his last race. My only question is now coming off of that claim from Chad's barn, and I mean, I guess they're not losing any sleep over losing a horse like Reserve Currency, putting him down for the 40, putting him in a spot where he could win. Now we'll see what he can do now coming off the claim and moving back up against starter horses.
I do think it is worth mentioning because he'd been around the first level allowance condition for a while without getting the job done. So the previous connection saying put him in for the $40,000 claiming tag. That's a non-winners of 2 condition. So you win that. The next level is to come to a race like this. So he's facing other horses. For instance, you know, to his inside, Proven Hope is a 3-time winner. He's raced 23 times already. He's facing horses that have a bit more foundation than just those restricted allowance types he was running against, albeit maybe a good quality race.
Yeah, and it makes it a little bit tougher sometimes to step up against those horses. And as Richie pointed out, there's only one horse in here that is one going the mile and an eighth. However, in Reserve Currency's case, he's done okay at a mile and 3/16, so this really shouldn't be a problem.
We'll see who handles the distance, who finds himself in the right spot. Richie touched on the 2, Night Effect arguably being the controlling speed in here. You can imagine Kendrick Carmouche is going to try to take them all the way.
Yeah, I would think as far as this horse is going to go, that's how long this horse is going to be in front in this spot.
Loading in for race 3 at Aqueduct, we send it up to the voice of the Big A, Chris Griffin, standing by with the call.
Seeking Unity goes in. All set. And they're off. Memphis breaks well from the inside. There's Night Effect in the early mix, and from the outside, there's Seeking Unity trying to join them. those three across the racetrack, but Night Effect has now got ahead in front, and holding that rail position will be Memphis, taken back to third, as moving forward with this leader is going to be Seeking Unity. That's the leading trio. In the two-path now, Reserve Currency and Dylan Davis, a snug hold there. Orange Cap, that's Proven Hope, and Javier Castellano tightly bunched on the front end now. All the Rage is the trailer. They're chasing Night Effect. Night Effect and Kendrick Carmouche takes him to the backstretch. Went 24.53 for that opening quarter mile, is in front by 3/4 of a length. Right to the outside, it's Romero Mirage and Seeking Unity trying to move in closer within a half length of the leader. At the rail, there's Memphis. Out wider comes Reserve Currency, is now that challenging third. Proven Hope is still 3 wide as they work up the backstretch, and the lone trailer, that's All the Rage, who gets the hurry up from the back of the field, is 8 lengths the trailer. 48-3, the half-mile time. They're still chasing Night Effect. Night Effect has got the lead, is only ahead in front now, as here comes the challenge from Seeking Unity in between horses. 3 wide, there is Reserve Currency. Proven Hope starts to rally 4 wide, and Memphis is all in, not cutting the margin yet. No move yet from All the Rage is the trailer. They battle it out, still up front. It's still Seeking Unity to the outside and Night Effect to the inside. Reserve Currency has dropped back. Trying to make up the ground is Proven Hope. They reach the top of the stretch, and the front two still duke it out. It's Seeking Unity to the outside, and Night Effect, who's not done, will not relent, comes right back to the inside. They approach the final furlong, Seeking Unity and Night Effect. Night Effect is now challenging back on the inside, shoulder to shoulder here inside the final 16th. Seeking Unity, Night Effect, Seeking Unity, Night Effect. It's a photo finish. Stretch long battle between Night Effect and Seeking Unity. Memphis finished third in 1 minute 50 and 4.
When you want to talk about a race that did not deserve a loser, duking it out down to the wire, the 2 Night Effect inside, the 6 Seeking Unity. For the length of the stretch, Paul, they were dueling. I think the inside might have gotten the ball, but what an effort from these top 2 horses.
Yeah, both of these ran too well to lose this race. At the end of the day, I'm hoping the 6 got the ball. We're going to find out as we get to the line right here. The 2 is in front there.
Oh,
the
he
6.
got the right
I think
bob.
that's the 6. I think I got a dirty bob, and I think the 6th one we'll find out. But listen, you know, just as we talked about before the race, Kendrick Carmouche was aggressive with Night Effect, found himself on the lead. Romero Mirage, perfect ride on Seeking Unity, regardless of how this turned out. He sat right off of that leader and sat a good trip. And they dueled, and the 6 got it done.
He did, just in the shadow of the wire, Seeking Unity. This is what they mean, a perfect description of losing by a dirty nose, because really Night Effect ran so well in this effort, and you love to see that down to the wire, the 2 riders, like Richie always likes to say, like a lizard on a log, asking everything out of their mounts. Huge effort, 6-2-1-4. Exciting race.
Yeah, exciting race. Glad to see Romero get the job done. Kendrick rode that race perfectly, too. Got the 2 to relax. And at the end of the day, poor Memphis. Even a rod couldn't get Memphis home.
Memphis will have to settle for a distant third as he took that early money, but it was the number 6 Seeking Unity over Night Effect. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back.
Hey race fans, I'm Fox Weather's Ian Oliver, and this is your risk of weather impact report for America's Day at the Races. Let's check out the forecast for some of the races happening this weekend. We'll get things started at Oaklawn, Hot Springs, Arkansas. This is one of the areas of concern with a big sprawling storm system working its way across the country. We've got a significant severe weather threat developing. Some of those thunderstorms roll on through as we move on through the afternoon. So something to be mindful of out at the track. Those temperatures, by the way, in the upper 70s and low 80s, that does help to fuel some of these stronger thunderstorms. Back in Queens, though, this is at Aqueduct. A much better forecast, albeit cooler. We're a little bit below average for this time of the year, courtesy of a couple cold fronts that have moved on through. Temperatures in the upper 50s, perhaps short of 60 degrees for Saturday afternoon. So just maybe an extra layer. Otherwise, you got partly cloudy skies and pleasant conditions. Anytime that you need a forecast before you head out to the track, check us out at foxweather.tv. Always on, always free.
Thank you very much, Ian, and our friends at Fox Weather. The sun is shining, even if it is a bit chilly out there in New York today, but it's always warm in the winner's circle, where Ramiro Mirage and Seeking Unity head after getting that bob in an absolute battle down to the wire in race 3 at Aqueduct.
Yeah, it was a good throwdown here between two horses, really giving it their all. And, you know, take nothing away from Night Effect on the inside, because he actually relaxed this time under Kendrick. It wasn't a little bit amped and settled down and ran a good race. But at the end of the day, Seeking Unity, still the only horse in the field to win at 1 1/8. So something to know going forward.
He keeps his record intact. Gets the win. Yeah. Oh, look at that photo.
Yeah, that's tough if you had the two. That's a tough.
Very tough. Ran a huge race, as did the runner-up at Night Effect, and it was the number 6 Seeking Unity, $6.20 winner in race number 3 with Ramiro Mirage. We'll turn our attention over to Oaklawn Park after this and talk a bit about rider Christian Torres and how he has had the absolute meat of his career down at Oaklawn, only riding for a short time, and he's making all the headlines.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. We turn our attention over to Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. As you heard from Paul LaDuca earlier, we're hoping no more rain throughout the rest of the day. Race 3 coming up. Paul, I hope you're staying dry.
Well, I'm staying dry because we're inside. Yeah, the weather reports are that there's going to be some rain coming on a little bit later in the card. So if you're looking maybe at those stakes races, just watch the weather report, because right now it is a muddy racetrack. There's moisture on the racetrack, and you need to handicap accordingly. So when it comes to this race, you know, the horses in this race besides the 6. The 6 is 22-1, has 1 win on a wet track. The other horses are 0 for 24 over wet surfaces. Now, we'll say this now, Royal Megan, the 8, by far has the best number over the track, but I'm going to focus on the 1 here. There's a silver lining. Lost to Wings from Above, who's the 7 in here, who is the speed of the speed. They're going to have to run her down. But there's a silver lining. Her 1 race over a muddy racetrack, she kind of got left. Now, that's her 1 Achilles heel. Every once in a while, you know, she gets left in the gate and kind of, you know, leaves herself too much work to do in here. Now, the 1A is scratched, so she's by herself in here. But this really by Stanford, I think if she breaks out of the gate, she's going to be tough in here. Now, the 3 in here, Kyle Beauty. You know, this is a horse that won at 30 cents on the dollar. Steve Asmussen claimed this, Louisiana bred. Another horse that sometimes has gate issues. I'm not a really big fan of the 3. See, now the 3 and in the 1, the 3 draws the rail here with the 2 and the 1A being scratched, and the 2B does draw in. So the horses that haven't tried a wet surface, the 7 Wings from Above is very interesting, because she's the type of filly that every once in a while, she just runs her same race. She's right in that 67, 68, 69 buyer, but if you let her go on the front end, she gets courageous. You know, last time she went maybe a little too fast over that racetrack, and you know, the track comment is right. She folded a little bit. So I'm going to land on the outside horse in here. I know she's 7, but Royal Megan has never missed the board here. She is 0 for 8 over wet surfaces, but I do like the 5 placings compared to the other horses in here at 4-1. New jockey, new trainer. Jordan Blair's having a monster meet. I just think this race was 1 or 8, and if the 3 wins this race, this 3 beats me, Acacia.
All right, Polly, thank you. Royal Megan on the outside. This is a horse, Paul V. I'm surrounded by Pauls here. I love it. She just seems to run no matter who has her. She's been remarkably consistent.
Yeah, she's been consistent for quite a few barns, and as Paulie mentioned, she's had good enough figures over a wet track to be competitive in here. The half of the entry that stays in, though, the 2B Birdie's Cause, does interest me here on the drop for Carl Broberg. Mm-hmm. She can lay close enough to the pace that's in here, and she's run figures 64, 68 last time out against claimers, when she's been against claimers, where they figure in here. So maybe she'll get some pace to run at, and she may be able to run them down at a price.
Christian Torres going to be aboard that one, Birdie's Cause, as they load in for race 3 at Oaklawn. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Leroff Lofthouse was off a step slowly. Birdie's Cause had an alert break, but does not go to the front. Wings from Above, where she likes to be, strides clear in front. And Wings from Above gets to the rail, shows the way 1.5 lengths. From there's a silver lining on a hold second. Royal Megan to the outside of her. Kyle Beauty down on the inside, eases off that pair. She's 2 off the pace. A gap of 3 to Lofthouse has made up ground to take the 5th position away from Birdie's Cause and Run Fearless there together. Bugaboo well behind, detached from the rest as they sail into the far turn. Wings from Above a 1/2 length in front. There's a silver lining, lets it out a notch, tips outside into the 2 path to come and challenge that pace setter. And those 2 are locked in battle now, coming to the top of the lane. 1.5 lengths to Royal Megan, 3 deep sent along. Lofthouse is going to take the overland route. She's 4 wide off the turn. Kyle Beauty needs to do more as 5th and plotting in place. They're down the lane. There's a silver line and just ran right by Wings from Above and goes for home, and she's just too classy for this group. It's all over. There's a silver lining. Rafael Bejarano shakes her up to keep her focused, and she accelerates, opens up 6-7. There's a silver line, and all Bejarano has to do now is pose for the picture. There's a silver lining, a romp. Lofthouse 2nd. 3rd was Royal Megan. Photo for 4th. Wings from Above and Birdie's Cause.
There's a silver line, and the one on that big drop in class gets the victory for Dan Ward. Much the best in this spot.
Yeah, against this group. And I mean, last out, too, was a solid effort, but was just out of conditions when it came to claiming. So this was a right spot for this horse. And Well, did a solid job in here against this group for sure. I made it look easy, and he just has to pose for the picture. But don't say that until he crosses the finish line first. You have to cross the finish line first. That's right.
Anything can happen.
I was thinking about that.
Don't tempt the racing gods.
Yeah. They'll get you all the time.
Yes, they will. Rafael Bejarano will get his picture taken, though, with there's the silver lining. 2 for 2 since being in the Dan Ward barn. We'll continue our Kentucky Derby discussion when we come back. Can Team Japan take home the roses? Maybe the best chance they've ever had, with UAE Derby winner Forever Young undefeated, puts that record on the line next week.
Japanese connections have made a splash on the world stage in recent years, but have yet to conquer the Kentucky Derby. Forever Young could give them their best chance yet. The son of Real Steel was undefeated in 3 starts as a juvenile and made a big run to start this year, getting up just in time in the Saudi Derby. His final tune-up was an impressive win in the UAE Derby on Dubai World Cup night. Will Forever Young become the first foreign-trained horse to capture the run for the roses?
Forever Young, UAE Derby winner in preparation for the Kentucky Derby, and he's undefeated, Paul. He's not the biggest, most imposing horse, but as you can just see, he has an incredible temperament, and that mask that he wears. There was a lot of conversation about this on social media beforehand. It's no blinkers. It's not a hood. His ears are not covered. It's a mask. And so basically what that does, it's a calming measure for the horse in the race.
Yeah, he's just trying to be incognito. He wants to chill. He wants to stay forever young. I want to sing Forever Young too right now. But I'm a fan. And I know that things have not gone well for horses like this. And we've heard the hype about horses before him coming here and everything. But I feel like he's a horse that's just gotten so much more professional and so much more better each time we've seen him run. And the last time you and I were on together, you mentioned you had the opportunity to see him train and just see the difference in him and the way he was chill and just calm as compared to everybody else
like
being
this
wired
every
up.
day.
Yeah, and that's an awesome thing to see. And I know people are going to make a big deal about the slow work and the way things are done differently with international horses and everything. I hope, I really do, that he breaks he breaks the curse and he rewrites the story of what we're seeing on the screen here, because he's a cool horse and I like him a lot.
Here's how UAE Derby winners have fared in the Kentucky Derby. Some very good horses in this group, by the way. Even if they haven't necessarily excelled into the Kentucky Derby, last year's Dermisota Gake was the highest place so far, finishing 6th in the Derby. Talented horse. You look at the likes of Rebels Romance, who's become a very, very successful horse on turf. Mendelssohn, Thundersnow. I mean, the horses that have run have been good ones. It's just such a niche type of race to be effective in your 3-year-old season.
It's super hard to come from Dubai, to come to Kentucky, to do the whole 5-week turnaround and have 20,000 people screaming and people in the infield and fans and the training and the media and everything leading up to it. He seems to handle things like a pro. Now, we'll see what happens as we get closer, as the week progresses, and we'll see where he draws when the draw is held today. But I don't know. Like I said, I'm a fan of his. I don't know what his price is going to be. I'd like a better price. But, I mean, he's undefeated coming in. So what do you do? You know, he's talented. But sometimes the most talented horses, they don't win these races.
Already a couple of wins at the mile and an eighth distance. We'll see how he handles the mile and a quarter of the Kentucky Derby. You can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. It's the perfect time. Join now and get a $25 free bet and a $200 deposit bonus just in time for the Derby. Use promo code Derby25 and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up now at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Back to today, race 4 coming up next at Aqueduct. We'll be sprinting on the turf in this allowance race, and Lady Mia 4-5 right now. Very short price as she makes her 4-year-old debut. We last saw her in October when she won at this distance. Irad Ortiz aboard that one, but he's not the only big jockey in town. Flavian Pratt will be aboard the 6. Catskill Humor coming up. A little trip to New York before he's off to the Kentucky Derby.
Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Zandon's poetry in motion. Big horse, but light on his feet. And he's always showed up and been consistent and been right there with some of the top horses in training. In the Bluegrass Stakes, he showed his determination and his raw ability.
It's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
I feel breeders will be really blown away by what a striking, outstanding looking horse he is.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYbreds for more info.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. 4th race coming up, sprinting on the turf, and talented group of fillies here. Lots of layoffs, as is typical as turf season kicks back up, and that does include this filly, Lady Mia.
4-5 with a rod. It's going to be going from the inside. We'll see if there's any other pace pressure for her.
Here is Carrie, also making her 4-year-old debut.
Sprinting, I think, is more what she wants to do for sure today.
Cutting back in distance after trying a mile last time out. Back to the turf for the first time in a while for Ruvies in Time.
A couple of good efforts against claimers down at Monmouth on the turf. This is a little bit different story, though.
tougher competition today, and she's a big price on the board. Next will be Master of the Tunes cutting back.
Yeah, can pop up with some good races from time to time, but just doesn't win that much, though.
I know a couple of our colleagues that have definitely lost some bets on her. Here is Risk Free. Back to the grass.
You know, not so bad with the turf efforts for Risk Free, but it's still Risk Free, and she's still 1 for 25.
Yeah, she just broke her maiden in January. Here is the 6 Catskill Humor Flavian Pratt Award.
Well, won the race and broke its maiden here. We'll see if this horse can repeat on this grass.
Flavian, of course, a date with Catching Freedom next week in the Derby, and solo shot, first time on the turf.
So this is the horse that we'll see if they're aggressive with and can keep Lady Mia some company on the front end from the outside post.
Not much turf pedigree in the bottom side. We'll see how she likes it. Do note she was a main track only in that first start in Saratoga. That's the field for the 4th. For more, let's check in trackside with Richie.
Yeah, we'll start with the favorite, Lady Mia, who was really, acting well in the paddock. But when she got on the track, her demeanor changed. She got laser focused, really kind of puffed up, if you will, galloped off, really got into the bit, bowed her head. Listen, she's 4 to 5. I do think she's going to be tough. It doesn't look like a tremendous amount of speed in here. The rail draw kind of simplifies things for Irad, and it is good to see Irad and Flavian and, a lot of the riders that are, so accomplished on the circuit during most of the year, starting to kind of migrate back here, even though obviously the full migration won't really begin until after the Kentucky Derby. Listen, she looks terrific, Lady Mia. 4 to 5 is a little short for me. I like Kerry. I like Kerry getting back to sprinting after trying to stretch out ineffectively, I should say. Back in December, she looks fit. She's dappled out. Joe Sharp's horses tend to look really good, comes in off of sharp work. And I just thought there wasn't a lot to separate her and Lady Mia. And Kerry does have tactical speed. It's not like she's slow. She shouldn't be far away from Lady Mia. And they both have good inside draws on the turf. I'm going to tell you guys, I almost picked the 5 Risk Free. I'm so impressed that a little filly like this who has run so hard, she doesn't win often, right? 1 win, 10 seconds, but she holds her weight so good and her coat is so good. And I just think she's going to run really well getting back to the turf. I almost picked her. I just couldn't get past those 10 seconds with the 1 win. She's just a little bit more herd bound than a horse that I'm going to stick my neck out for. So I went with the 2 Kerry, but those are the 3 that really stood out from a physical perspective that also made some sense on paper, the 1, 2, and 5.
Richie, thank you. Believe me, I've been there. Every time I see Risk Free, I'm tempted. I'm like, maybe today's the day, because she is. She always looks good and makes a good account of herself.
The crazy thing with Risk Free is I did bet her in the maiden win finally then. So I made up a little bit of money from that effort. But
you lost a lot in the process.
Oh, hell yeah. Are you kidding me? Come on, what do we do here? I mean, let's be honest. I mean, but I will say this, though, and maybe I'm wrong, but I do remember the turf race 7 furlongs.
Yeah.
Empathy, there was buzz about that horse, that horse run a little bit and stuff like that. And it's not like they didn't try to get Risk Free back on the grass either a few times after that. So I don't know. The races were not bad as a whole. It's just hard to take her with the 10 seconds in the 25 starts. But at the price that she's at, I don't blame anybody for taking a swing.
The 2 Kerry, Richie had some good things to say about her cutting back in distance, and she's definitely been more of a sprinter throughout her career. This is the race back in September. Master of the Tunes finished his 2nd to her by a neck as well, and that's kind of a typical type of performance from Master of the Tunes.
Yeah, and I know people are going to say Master of the Tunes got the ran the better race and everything in there as well. Because,
yes, but that always seems to happen.
Yeah, so that's taking it with a grain of salt. And this is what Kerry wants to do all along is just sprint. Dylan's going to have to be aggressive in here. I mean, he's going to have to stay within range, especially if Solo Shot doesn't go from the outside post in here. The last 2 starts, they're kind of tosses for me. They were open stakes races. The sprint at the fairgrounds, this horse just never really got into the race at all. And then going the mile, at least the horse showed a little bit of pace before backing out of there. This is the right spot now to come back in. Hopefully this horse is fit enough. Joe Sharp has done well so far here as we've opened things up, and he sent a few horses here. So I'm looking for Kerry as the 2nd choice in here to get the job done. 4 to 5 is a little tough for me to take on the 1.
As far as the 1 Lady Mia does go, I thought it was interesting what Richie said, which she got so much more focused. Actually, when she One, last time out in October, she actually dropped Manny Franco after the race. She was really just fired up, and she was caught pretty quickly after that. I think she just kind of caught Manny off guard because it was after the race. It was after she finished running. So she comes back here, another year older, and looking much more focused and settled.
Yeah, to me, she found her Frenchy sensibility. Like, she found her form from France again in that race, and she just had enough of Manny. She's like, I'm done. She's like, we won, I'm done. But no, in the reality, thank God he was okay, too. But, you know, I think some of the money here is partly speed and partly picking up Erod and having the inside post in here. But make no mistake about it, it's not like this horse didn't have bad form overseas in France. This horse ran well and was competitive in races there. You know, so showed speed last time, put it all together. Then, obviously, season's over, back off a little bit, comes back here today with an inside post and should be in front here.
On her toes, stepping onto the turf, Lady Mia, as you mentioned, second in a Group 3 at Chantilly before coming here stateside. And she'd had a long layoff, too, when she came back. Headstrong, beaten by her stablemate in that first U.S. start. She broke so sharp last time out. Will be interesting to see what happens, Paul, because it did seem that the turf races yesterday, being forward was a benefit.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny. It does happen here sometimes early on in the season until we have some rain, which I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we have none, by the way, because we've had enough. So
don't tempt the racing gods.
Again, we talked about this earlier, but you know, usually when they start and the rails are down too, they were anyway last week. I think they're at 9 feet now. I got to look over my shoulder. I think they're out. Yeah, I think they're out a little bit. So, you know, you do see speed tend to hold up a little bit better as well. We'll find out what happens here. She's a good filly. It's just 4 to 5 is a little short to take.
The 4 Master of the Tunes quickly. She has run some good races, obviously, and won before the layoff last time out. And as you said, kind of looking back with the race with Carey, she often has just enough trouble to keep you coming back for more.
Yeah, and missing by the deck there, then coming back subsequently, stretching back out again to a mile and then a mile and a 16th. I mean, she runs well at every distance. It's just she doesn't win many of those races. Just keeps you hooked in just that little bit.
On the turf for race number 4, sprinting. We'll see how it plays out. Chris Griffin standing by for the call.
Is in. All set. And they're off. Looking at even line, and Lady Mia's got the speed. It's Lady Mia right out to the front, and Solo Shot is trying to keep up here and in between horses to join them. That's Carey, 3 across the course, and here comes Solo Shot to now put a nose in front of Lady Mia. Is going to take back to second. Just behind them is Carey, who moves towards the outside from third. Another 2. Back to Ruby's in time, and the red cap, that's going to be Catskill Humor, the 2 at the back. That's Risk Free with Master of the Tunes. They're chasing Solo Shot. The big long shot into the far turn, 21-4 for that opening quarter mile. Right there in second comes Carey, and now taken back to third was Lady Mia. Is coming back for more here, the gray down towards the inside. Catskill Humor is on the move, is going to make a rally here from fourth. Ruby's in time, nowhere to go. Master of the Tunes is going to be 5 wide as they reach the top of the lane, and Risk Free is still in it as well. They've caught up to the long shot. Solo Shot with a nose in front. Here's to the outside, Carey and Lady Mia with the wide gap down towards the inside. And now Lady Mia is unleashed, and Lady Mia is opening up. It's Lady Mia who's now up by a full length. Solo Shot is very game, is coming right back here, the big number. But Lady Mia gets the victory. Big long shot there, Solo Shot second. Then came Carey and Risk Free in 1 minute 7 and 4.
The favorite, Lady Mia, gets the job done. She did not get to set the pace, Paul. That went to a long shot, Solo Shot, who actually hung on pretty gamely for second.
Yeah, I think we could say that the speed is doing okay on the turf course, and the inside's doing well, too. Although Carey, in all fairness, did kind of, you know, stalk or press that pace a little bit, but just had some hang in her today a little bit.
She was in a spot where you expected her to kick on a bit.
Just didn't do any running. But and we were talking about Lady Mia saying she's not too happy being down where she was in there. But you know what? Erod Ortiz was patient, waited, got her through on the inside. And kudos to Samuel Camacho Jr., too, for that aggressive ride on Solo Shot, because that really got the horse up for second. Now the inquiry hung.
Yes, and I'm not sure what the inquiry is about. There was a lot of hurting at the beginning of the race. I'm not 100% certain. If we could take a look at the head-on of the start, I'm not sure if that's where it was. But there is an inquiry on the 7 in Solo Shot, the long shot at 49-1 who held on for second. It looks like stewards are not taking a look at anything affecting the winner, Lady Mia, who is heading back under Irad Ortiz Jr. So 1-7-2-5, unofficial. There is an inquiry on the second place finisher, Solo Shot, who was aggressively handled early by Sammy Camacho. And yes, she did get squeezed back quite a bit at the start, Solo Shot, and then hustle out. We'll take a look at the head-on of the start, see if we can see anything. So the inquiry is on the 7, Solo Shot. She's on the outside and aggressively handled, as mentioned. She's going to come over and kind of cause some hurting, take the path. I don't know. From this angle, it looks like she might be clear, but she definitely came over aggressively at the start.
I almost feel like the 6 and Flavien Prat reacted to Solo Shot coming over, and then just Flavien moved in because it seemed like the 7 was clear.
It seemed
when
that
Samuel
way.
Camacho made that move.
Richie, let's get your thoughts on this. What did you see at the start?
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. I think the 7 Solo Shot was angling over, but was clearing at the same time. And the 6-horse Catskill Yuma with Flavien Prat, she kind of was looking at her and then started drifting to the left. And Flavien didn't do a whole lot to correct her at that point. To me, he was clearing, and at the same time, there was always space. You never saw all of that space disappear in between 2 horses. I put more of the onus on the 6 Catskill Yuma, guys.
Richie, thank you. Again, not affecting the winner. There's Lady Mia and Irad Ortiz. They'll get their picture taken here in race number 4, the inquiry on the number 7 Solo Shot. But at this point, Paul, we see that inquiry posted, and it is transparency on the part of the stewards to say, hey, we're taking a look at this. We're just looking to make sure everything was clear of what took place at the beginning of the race.
100%, and that's what everybody wants and everybody expects and everybody should have, is that transparency there. So, but to me, it looked like that Samuel Camacho was clear of Solo Shot when that happened.
Lady Mia in the winner's circle, Matticat Stable, Stephen Rocco, and West Point Thoroughbreds. West Point, of course, has Carson's Run coming up a little bit later on in the Woodhaven. Back to Oaklawn Park, we'll get a chance to meet the field coming up for race number 4, a maiden special weight. Right now, the number 7, Will Take It, is the favorite as he tried the Arkansas Derby last time out. To a little bit of class relief. Here's the 1, though, Elko Country.
Yeah, kind of like a plotter, and the lack of early speed definitely hurts this guy in here. He's kind of just one pace, too, when you watch him run.
Here's Major Mac stretching out in distance.
Should be faster.
Stretched out last time, excuse me.
Should be faster than the other speeds in here, so should be on the front end.
Tell him I'm coming.
Yeah, well, he better come a little bit faster with the blinkers on because he hasn't been anywhere in any of his starts to date so far.
He's been pretty far back, so he's trying to live up to his name. Here's Stroncino.
Kind of ran into Militant last time, who then flopped in the Bathhouse Road, but this is a better spot and draws much better today.
Greer's Ferries stepping up in class.
The last 3 have been in the right direction, but it's been against lesser. So we'll see today against tougher company.
Riyadh Moon for Steve Asmussen.
So it comes out of the same race as the 4 in here, cut the pace that day, but he's done it before the last 2 times and just hasn't been around at the end of those races.
Keith Asmussen aboard for his dad. Here's Will Take It. Again, tried the Arkansas Derby last out.
Yeah, just didn't factor in there. It was way over his head. 2 back was much better for that horse.
Some class relief today. And Secret Saturday off the layoff.
Yeah, a few good works coming in here. Probably needs 1 off the bench and is moving way up in class in here.
20-1 on the board right now. 9-5 on Will Take It. For more, let's check in trackside with Paul Aduca.
Yeah, and let's start with your favorite here. We'll take it in. This horse is a really tough read for Eddie Milligan Jr., a horse that's was entered into the Arkansas Derby. So you look at the class drop down. Is this a class drop down to maiden special weight? Of course it is. But then you got to look at, okay, what has he done lately, or what do his numbers actually lead? Because sometimes when a horse runs in a grade 1 and a grade 2, their numbers kind of get inflated a little bit. And now this is a horse that's had 4 starts and a good second place finish 2 back. And in that race probably is why he is the favorite in here. I will say this, he was a tiny bit worked up in the post parade. Francisco Arrieta took his feet out of the irons just to kind of get him to settle down a little bit in gear. And here's the race 2 back when, listen, give me a reason. I like that horse. I think it was 2 days ago, if I'm not mistaken, or last week, and the horse ran a really good second, but he was 42-1 on this day. And this is just a bad beat if you had this horse at 42-1. So horse is capable, comes in with a bullet drill too from Mr. Horton and Eddie Milligan, the son of Tapit. So I just don't know if you want to play that horse at 9-5. I'm in agreement with Paul. We think alike, Paul. Major Mac's got to go to the front end in here. If you look at this horse's races, you know, he got caught in the 10 and the 11 hole, kept getting caught in the outside slots. And then last time, he went to the front end on a little bit of a drop. Listen, they're making $100,000 for a horse they paid $95,000 for. It's not much of a drop when it comes to maidens welterweight. So the two should get to the front end here at 5-1, and you should have a nice little thrill. I think the 4 is the horse to beat, and now the money is going to the 4 in here, Stronzino, at 2-1. You know, to go from 6 furlongs to a mile 16th, hard to do enough. This horse really, I thought, ran a tremendous race from the outside slot in the 10 hole. Now second time going long. You get Christian Torres aboard. I think this horse has got a big shot. So I'll go with the 4 here over slightly over the 7. But I do think the 2 could take him for a Mary Chase for a little while, Acacia.
All right, Paulie, thank you. We'll see how it plays out. Major Mac, that speed is always dangerous, especially at this stage, Paul, when you have some horses who are maybe starting to rack up some of the defeats, though they still have some options to be good horses. You need to see them step forward and get the job done.
Yeah, and you want to see them actually finish off their races, where some of these guys in here, they just like to plot a little bit. And it's not like last time out, you know, this horse ran into a horse that was just, it's a horse that won the race. I mean, Nullify for Dwayne Lucas ran 87 and 86 buyers. So it's not like he was running against some has-beens, and he was well clear of the rest of that field as well in there. So it'll be interesting to see how fast this horse goes and how long he can take them.
Back over at Aqueduct in the 4th race, Lady Mia ending up in a stalking position today, able to slip up the inside and get the win as the favorite with Irad Ortiz.
I'll tell you one thing, though, about Lady Mia today. For as keen or as headstrong, if you will, or not wanting to be in the spot that she was in, she still kicked on when Irad showed her turf and the spot opened up for her. So another learning experience for a horse who's still putting it all together. And she looked good today and ran a fast time on a course that's playing very firm and kind to speed.
And there was that inquiry on the runner-up Solo Shot. No change to the order of finish. Stewart's taking a look at the start there, and it did appear Sammy Camacho Jr. was clear. 1-7-2-5 in the 4th at Aqueduct. Back over to Oaklawn, moving over towards the starting gate. 3-2 now on Will Take It. And Paul Adica brought up a good point, Paul, that sometimes you see horses running in graded stakes, and no matter what their form looks prior to that, they're just going to stick out and be kind of a, play me in this spot, I'm back against maidens.
Yeah, and, you know, a lot of times you do fall for that because, but this horse just, I mean, early on, he was a couple of lengths out of it, but it's not like he was close in the Arkansas Derby and then kind of backed out of there. Listen, he was 42-1 2 starts back, and certainly outran his odds.
Yep.
Now you're going to take him at 3-2 in a race.
He didn't run much in those 2 races prior.
Yeah, you know, in a race where the 2 still has some upside and is going to be forward, and a horse like the 4 Stronzino ran against a horse in Milton. Okay, failed last time out, but stretched out to a mile and a 16th for the first time. Give this horse another chance at a mile and a 16th and see how it goes.
Here's Matt Dinnerman with race 4.
Uneventful beginning. Major Mac on the lead with Riyadh Moon there together. Stronzino easing off that pair between horses. He's 3rd. Will Take It joins him into the clubhouse turn. Greer's Ferry, Elko County are next. Secret Saturday floated a little wide there. He's a joint 5th now with Greer's Ferry, and Tell Him I'm Coming to the back of the pack. 6 or 7 behind the front runner. Major Mac, who leads the way in the pink jacket by just a neck. Riyadh Moon is hounding him. A contentious pace, but not a fast one. They went the first quarter in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Major Mac up the backside, a half length in front of Riyadh Moon. Will Take It in the 3 path. He's 3rd. Stronzino in a pocket inside of him. A length and a half to Secret Saturday. He's 5th now with Greer's Ferry. Elko County on the inside, and Tell Him I'm Coming is making outside rally already, is trying to advance position. She's about 5 deep on the course here, and within 2.5 lengths of the lead as they're still tightly clumped up with a half mile to go. 49-2 for the half mile time. Major Mac in control, but Riyadh Moon's right there. Will take it 3 wide on the scene, a length off the top 2 as they go into the turn. Stroncino down on the rail. Tell him I'm coming. He's on the outside, sent along from that spot. Then Greer's Ferry between horses, pushed upon. Secret Saturday is dropped out of it. Elko County passes him, gets to the outside, but has a lot of work to do as they come to the top of the lane. Riyadh Moon, the gray, has a head lead now on Major Mac, who retreats. Will take it, ready to pounce from the outside, and these two square off. Stroncino right behind, furlong to go. Will take it, has got the jump on Stroncino, who gets up into second. Riyadh Moon beaten in third, 100 yards to go. Will take it, Francisco Arrieta to the line. Will take it, he's going to take it. Will take it, dropping out of the Arkansas Derby, wins it, and is a maiden no longer. Stroncino second, Photo for third, Elko County and Riyadh Moon.
Will take it with the win. You heard in the call. Last start was the Arkansas Derby, back amongst his friends today, and he gets the win.
Yeah, this was a little hungry group here, and it took this horse quite a while to want to go by and take the lead in here. Francisco Arrieta kind of earned his mountaineer in his feet, because I got to be honest with you, he started asking this horse a little bit outside the half mile to try and get up there and stay with the 2 leaders a little bit. In the end, it all worked out. I'm just not sure, as we both talked about, how good this field is going to be and how this race is going to turn out going forward. But he's a maiden no more.
A maiden no more, indeed. Yeah, he obviously has the pedigree to be a good one. Second dam, Take Charge Lady. You've got that big family in there, $700,000 a yearling. He broke his maiden. I wonder what the future holds for him moving forward against Tougher now.
I just want to see if he's going to end up in a stakes race off this race. Like, they're just going to be like, okay, we tried the Arkansas Derby off the maiden win. Now we're going to try a stakes race again because he broke his maiden. I'm sure non-winners of one would be a soft landing spot. But and I'm sure I think he should be a price there too, but that's just me speaking. But you're right. He does have the pedigree to go forward. And, I mean, listen, he got the job done today. And Stroncino didn't run that badly, just sat in the pocket most of the way and then ran up for second.
Will take it, and Francisco Arrieta, they took it in race number 4, getting the win, breaking his maiden at Oaklawn Park. Prices and more when we come back. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Fun weekend here in New York with plenty of stakes action and plenty of exciting weeks to come as well, Paul, as we really have a big couple of weeks. I know, of course, Derby and Oaks going to be a lot of the focus next week in Kentucky, but here in New York, there's plenty going on as well. May 3rd and 4th loaded with stakes action.
Yeah, looking forward to the Sheepshead Bay, looking forward to the Ruffians, always a great race. So is the Fort Marcy. Listen, anytime you can pack in stakes action, it's always a good day at the track.
Absolutely. The Woodhaven today and tomorrow for the fillies. The Memories of Silver, named in honor, Richie, of a Jimmy Toner trained horse, the Memories of Silver, and she was sensational on the racetrack.
No, she really was. Multiple Grade 1 winning mare by Silver Hawk. Earned over $1.4 million. Jimmy Toner, just such a tremendous horseman, did a great job with her. Robbie Davis actually won the first Grade 1 honor of her career in the Queen Elizabeth, and then Jerry Bailey wound up taking over later on. Used to ride her so incredibly well because Jerry would ride horses that were good and still take edges with them, save that ground, and she was fearless. She would come through the eye of a needle. Just a really tough top race mare who won 9 out of 19 lifetime starts.
As consistent as they come, that's a look at her win in the 1998 Diana. Was a grade 2 at that point, but of course we know the history and prestige of the Diana. And there are so many turf races here in New York named for Jimmy Toner trainees, which I always find fascinating.
I know. We always talk about that, too, just how great of a trainer he is and the great success he had. I saw her run once.
Oh, wow.
In 1997, June of 97. She won the Just a Game. She actually beat Dynasty that day. Dynasty tried to bottom the field out. It was Herb McCauley. Herb McCauley was on the horse.
Wow.
And Richie actually was in the race, too.
Pretty
for
cool.
John Kimmel. Yeah, he wrote Africa Song? I think it was Africa Song. But yeah, I got to see her once, and she was awesome to see in person. I was in high school then. I was young then.
That's fantastic. That's a great story. Getting a chance to see. Well, her namesake race tomorrow for the 3-year-old fillies, going a mile on the turf, is a fun one. Sweet Rebecca, an intriguing prospect. She was purchased privately by Resolute Racing after her maiden score, where she had trouble down at Gulfstream as well. Certainly a horse that you know can overcome adversity. Totally hip-checked at the start and still going on to win. Not an easy thing to do in the Gulfstream Park turf course.
No, especially giving up ground like that after the start. Had every reason
so
to pack
headstrong,
it in.
too.
Yeah, you know, and obviously her first time out as well. So, of course, there's going to be that newness and that rankness that goes along with it. But it was, you know, an impressive effort here. You could see kind of just weaving her way through, finding a spot and coming 4 wide and making that run late. So you would think now, moving into the Chad Brown barn and you know, having a little bit of time with the horse, that this horse will improve coming into this race. And if this horse does improve coming into this race, look out, because this horse could be a good one.
She showed a lot in that debut, winning impressively. Tyler Gaffleone was aboard that day, and he'll be in town in New York to ride her tomorrow as well. Of course, he'll be riding for Chad in the Derby as well with Sierra Leone. A couple of other contenders, though. Living Magic, an intriguing one, as she comes out of a try at Keeneland just recently, so 22 days ago in the Appalachian. But taking a look at the Chelsea Flower, which she won, so has experience over this turf course. She was 16-1 that day. I think it'll be a bit shorter this time around.
Yeah, especially considering if you look at her last 2 races, what happened. In 2 starts back, she got wired by Max's Superfly, and then Barbara Tina came here and had a little trouble in the Gazelle, but I mean, it still remains to be seen if she's like a dirt horse fully or not. And, you know, when you look at this horse, though, I mean, this horse does have enough tactical speed to put herself in the race here. And if you like her, she's not going to be one of the favorites in here, so you're going to get a decent enough price and get paid if she runs well.
Living Magic, Kendrick Carmouche going to be aboard, winner of the Chelsea Flower as a 2-year-old. Looking forward to that. Memories of Silver tomorrow on the card. Of course, the Woodhaven for the boys, the feature today at Aqueduct. Our Kentucky Derby chats continue, as we'll see trainer Phil D'Amato have his first Derby starter with Santa Anita Derby winner Stronghold. Antonio Fresu going to retain the mount as well. We'll talk a little bit about the journey from California to Kentucky for the Run to the Roses.
Introducing Gift Box, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare, Gift Box, only at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmar Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Stronghold has been a model of consistency for his entire career. Graduating from the maiden ranks in his second start, the son of Ghost Sapper capped off his juvenile season with a pair of runner-up performances in the Bob Hope and Los Alamitos Futurity. He started out 2024 with a trip to the desert to capture the Sunland Derby before scoring a Grade 1 in the Santa Anita Derby. Can trainer Phil D'Amato score a Derby win in his first ever start?
Stronghold will be a horse bringing many firsts into the Kentucky Derby. First Kentucky Derby starter for Phil D'Amato, first Kentucky Derby mount for Antonio Fresu, and coming off that win in the Santa Anita Derby, he has really kind of marched forward representing California into the Run for the Roses.
Yeah, and I mean, how can I not root for the jockey, fellow Italian paisan? Come on, I got to root for him. Antonio's got to get the job done for us, right? So I'm proud. But in regards to Stronghold, though, the one thing I will say about Stronghold that I like, and I say this a lot when it comes to prep races and watching these horses progress, I like the way that he's able to split horses, and I like the way that he's able to not be afraid to get dirty or to be able to get involved in a race or take a bump. And that's just important to me going forward from there. He's not the type of horse that's going to wow you with these crazy buyer figures and coming into races with 95s and 99s and all this stuff. But he's workmanlike, and he was able to take a couple of punches and a couple of bumps and split horses and get through there and go into holes. And I think that's important for a Kentucky Derby, especially when you charge into that first turn or heading around the far turn. So he's a little light on numbers, but he's got talent.
We'll have to face 19 other horses, so being able to overcome adversity, definitely a feather in his cap. Back to today at Aqueduct Race at 5. Coming up next, we'll meet the field, starting things off with one part of the entry, Got Thunder.
And that's the problem. You've got an entry here, and it's just you're kind of stuck with these horses, and he should have got the job done last time against this group, but it's David Jacobson, and you just never know.
The other one for the entry, there's 2 entries in here exactly. Here's Mr. Phil.
You know, blinkers go on. This is an interesting claim in Rise Up in Class because we haven't seen the good Mr. Phil in quite a long time.
Here's Print Track.
Well, Print Track for me, again, another part of an entry in here, and it's probably going to be raced aggressive and be on the front end. So, I mean, there's that.
With this entry, both for Rudy Rodriguez, they have the same running style, Chateau.
Yeah, what do you do here off the voided claim? Again, adds to the pace scenario in here where there's a lot of on paper.
Plenty of pace in this race. Here's Colonel Vargo, who's been consistent. More on him in a moment. There is the number 5, Ryan's Catnip claim.
So went out to the lead last time and got ran down by Tetsu, but seems to do his best running sometimes when he sits back. But we'll see.
Biggest price on the board, Honorary Degree.
Yeah, he's had a lot of problems lately keeping up late in races. He needs to turn it around quick.
And now in the Rob Atras barn, here's Mr. JT.
He's interesting, too. He's first off the claim for Rob, and I just wondered today if he needs to just settle and make one run, because he's had some trouble recently being wide or being bumped at the break.
That's the field for race number 5. 2 different sets of entries in here as well. Richie, from a rider's perspective, this race is a bit interesting. There's a lot of speed on paper.
There is a tremendous amount of speed on paper, and interestingly enough, you know, entries with speed, and usually you try to have horses with complementing styles, a closer with a speed horse, and that's not quite the case here. Obviously, both Rudy Rodriguez runners, Print Track and Chateau, possess a lot of speed. Thing is, Print Track can come from just off the pace. Chateau needs the lead. He only performs if he makes the lead. Are they going to be able to make the lead here? I mean, Colonel Vargo has speed, and they're, you know, John Toscano's put a 10-pound apprentice, Francisco Martinez, aboard. Usually that kind of signifies they're going to go one way. You know, your apprentices on speed horse is a good thing because they don't have to make a lot of decisions. And being a 10-pound apprentice means he has yet to win 5 races, so he just lacks experience. It's a way to incentivize owners and trainers, giving a young rider an opportunity against more experienced riders. So this horse gets in with 110 pounds and gets a break in the weight. So Colonel Vargo, especially from the inside with the 10-pound apprentice, you would expect to show speed. Mr. Phil, David Jacobson's other horse, has speed. Ryan's Cat. I'm just seeing one speed after another and trying to identify who would be most suited to come from off the pace. Mr. JT makes some sense on the outside. I landed on the one, Got Thunder, because I don't think he needs the lead, but I think he's fast enough where he won't get swept off his feet and be completely out the back. If this race plays the way it looks on paper, and sometimes it backfires, a lot of riders overthink it, and they come out of the gate looking at each other, and you don't get the fast pace you anticipate. But I think between the apprentice riders in here and a horse like Chateau, who needs the lead, I'd be shocked if we didn't see a very fast pace here.
Things could be quick on the front end. There is Got Thunder, part of one of the entries for David Jacobson. Just missed last time out, and as Richie mentioned, he's one of the lone horses with a closing kick in this race. And while he has not necessarily been the winningest type, nearly got the job done last time.
Yeah, nearly did against a group that he probably should have. The race we're looking at here, listen, he ran a good race there. I don't know. I just don't trust this horse at all today. And I know that the speed does set up for this horse with everything else that's going on today, but we've seen this before with David's horses. You know, we ship them to Penn, they come back, they don't run their best race coming back. Listen, he can get the job done in here. He's just tough to take in here as part of the entry.
7-2 right now. You like the one with the 10-pound apprentice, the number 4, Colonel Vargo. Give us the pitch.
So while I agree with Richie saying that the 10-pound bug is on, he's got an inside draw, he's probably going to have to go to the lead, he doesn't necessarily have to win from being on the lead. We've seen Colonel Vargo sit a length or 2 off the pace. Now listen, he's going to have to work a trip out from the inside from there, and maybe he gets put in a box, and maybe he just doesn't want to run from in there. So it's up to the apprentice to get him outside a little bit or find a spot for him. But on his best day, he can win. He's riding that win streak coming in here. He's perfect 6 for 6 at Aqueduct. He was claimed away from David Jacobson, so that's a question mark as well in here. But I just think that he is not going to need the lead. He can sit just off the pace, and I think he's a little more reliable than Got Thunder.
Was able to run down Print Track 2 starts back. That horse is also in here. We know that he has to go to the front. That is the speed that he has, and it's interesting that the 2-2B entry is favored right now because both of them are need the lead types.
And it'll be
they're fast.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see the chess matchup. We know Romero Mirage, he's going to go and be aggressive. Louis Rivera is on a horse that does need the lead and should go, and he wired the field last time with a horse, the same horse. I don't know. It's interesting to see horses like this run against each other and knock heads. You just wonder, you know, what is this the race that came up? Is this a race that they saw fit to do this with? Because you have the same running style. You're taking away your best ability to win.
6-5 right now. Rudy Rodriguez trains both. He's actually part owner of both as well, so thus the entry will be interesting to see if they both send, which they often do, and seems like they have one way of going, and we'll see if something else could set up for one of the potential closers in this spot. Very interesting as far as how the pace will play out in race number 5. Loading in live at Aqueduct, Chris Griffin has the call.
Here's Ryan's Cat moving forward. Honorary degree. Two out. Print track. Mr. JT is in. All set. And they're off. Good speed to the outside from Chateau, and Chateau right out to the front with Print Track. And Print Track is hard sent, wants to be on the early lead, and right there at the rail as well as Colonel Vargo. That's the top two now, and just off of them, that's going to be Chateau settling in third. In behind that comes to the outside, that's Mr. Phil, just past Got Thunder. Same can be said for Mr. JT, who now takes fifth. Second to last is Honorary Degree. The trailer, Ryan's Cat, 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. It's Print Track in front. Chateau is on cruise control, is now within 3/4 of a length. Here comes the run from Mr. Phil, 3 wide. Losing ground to the inside there was Colonel Vargo is back to fourth. Mr. JT starts to rally on, is within 3 of the lead. Ryan's Cat trying to follow that move as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. Print Track is still there. Chateau is ready to challenge, and Mr. Phil, Mr. JT on the grandstand side. It's Chateau to the inside. Print Track just keeps on going and battles on and is back in front. It's Print Track and Chateau trying to push on by Mr. JT, trying to time it perfectly. And here comes the run from Mr. JT. Print Track is almost there. Mr. JT is lending. Print Track gets the win. Print Track wins it. Then came Mr. JT, Mr. Phil. Chateau finished fourth in 1 minute 9 and 4. Romero Mirage with a riding double.
Second win today for Romero aboard Print Track, as it was actually the speed of the speed that got the job done here. Romero was aggressive and decisive, and it paid off, Paul.
Yeah, and actually race rode the 4 and put Colonel Vargo in a little bit of a pinch spot, which made Colonel Vargo take back, and that was the end of the Colonel's day. But in Romero's case, listen, kudos to Romero, and you pointed out a good point at the beginning of the race. You were like, this is the furthest back Chateau's ever been when he broke it. Chateau still ran a good race there, but got turned away in the end by his entry mate. And the 7, like we talked about, Mr. JT, came with a 1-run late close, so that was good to see.
And you're going to see Print Track drifting in the stretch. That is typical of him. He used to wear an extension blinker, used to have that right eye fully covered. He's a horse they've played around with the equipment throughout his career and trying to figure things out as far as what will help him to keep a straight course. So I think it was kind of lucky at this point that his stablemate was the closest, and Romero could see right here he's starting to get out, as he's often want to do, but nobody was catching him.
No, and he was clear at the time, so gave him a little tap with the right-handed crop, and he straightened himself out and ran through to the wire. So good effort here from Print Track.
Quite proud of himself coming back too. Look at those ears up.
I'd be happy too if I won.
The speed of the speed holding on here, 2-7, 1A, 2B in race number 5. Back over to Oaklawn. We have the 5th race coming up next. Sprinting on the main track for this one. Starter Allowance coming up. The favorite right now, even money on the number 4, the Ride of a Lifetime. No surprise, a horse that has been on a tear, looking for 5 in a row. Meeting the rest of the field, though, starting off with Secret Pocket.
I'll tell you, this horse comes out of a fast race, and the winner track mate got 100 buyer for Dwayne Lucas.
That was the first time with blinkers for this horse as well. Here's Smokin' Hot.
Claimed for 8. Why, thank you. No, sorry. Claimed for 8,000 and is now way up in class today. So this is a big step up.
Number 3, Bandera Azteca, non-starter last time out.
Yeah, tossed that out. But the races 2, 4, and 5 back put this horse in the mix.
Here's the Ride of a Lifetime, 5 in a row on the line.
Should be faster than these early on, so we'll see if it can make the top.
New Claim, here's Verb.
Yeah, another one rising pretty high in class here.
Trainer switch on the 6, Espionage.
Yeah, this is an interesting horse because, I mean, you look at some of the horses he's running against, like Jackson Traveler and Goodwood Peoples run some good buyers at times, so it might be a good price to play.
Below Torch is next, Gabriel Saez.
Yeah, late closer, hasn't really threatened in the last 2. We'll get some pace to run at in here.
Here's the 8, At a Party.
Being wider has kind of forced his hand, and now there's some other speed in here, too, for him to kind of press. I don't know.
Long shot, lightning struck. He will hope for that to happen for a win here.
I was just going to say that.
Couldn't help myself. Here's Palace Kitten, very popular at the claim box.
Yeah, keeps changing barns and, ran last time out and 1 for 8. But again, this is a substantial hike in class. And we're seeing a couple of horses in here being claimed for that 8 and 12 and going up to this higher level, trying to end the meet on a high note.
That's the field for the 5th 4 to 5 favorite on the Ride of a Lifetime. For more, let's check in with Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, this is a horse in here that is definitely the horse to beat in here. And State and Flurry is putting a stamp now on the owner's title. Steve Aston is going to have to go on a big run. He's already had 2 wins already on this stage. He's now made the gap between him and Steve Aston in the owner's title to about 5. And, when you look at the 4 in here, the Ride of a Lifetime, you just can't ignore 4 wins in a row, 2 for 2 here at Oaklawn Park. And like Paul said, should control the race from the outset. If you look at this horse, I will tell you this is one of the best gate horses I've ever seen. If you look at the last 10 races on the racing form, this horse is busted out of the gate like a quarter horse. 8 out of the 10 times, this horse is broken on top. So, I'm knocking on wood because I don't want it to be the announcer jinx, but this 4 is pretty fast. And when you look at some of the other horses in here, you have a lot of horses that have gate troubles in here. So he should control. Now, the other horse in here that I think can maybe hang with him and could beat him is the 3, Bandera Azteca. If you look back, he beat Bandera Azteca at 90 cents on the dollar. Now, last time out, he loaded in the 9-hole. And what ended up happening was there was a couple horses. That race was marred with just a couple bad actors at the gate. The 6 horse in that race dwelt at the start. The 9 got put in the gate and made a left-handed turn, and then the starter just held on him, and the horse just didn't move. Banderas Tech. Ricardo Santana didn't even encourage the horse. The horse just made a left-handed turn, and basically the starter still had basically the of hold of him. So you just take that race out, and the horse figures in here, I think at least. So I think the 3 and the 4 are the 2 horses in here. Now the 1 is getting played, and again, I just don't love horses that struggle from the gate and get the inside. They put blinkers on this horse last time out, and he broke last. I mean, I just don't understand it at 4 to 1. If I was looking for some long shots in here, I thought the 10 looked tremendous on the racetrack. And this is a horse that has changed barns, like Paul was saying, but a lot of second place finishes. And I also think the 7-2 Blowtorch horse on your screen right here. I mean, this horse has got some back numbers that are very good at Hawthorne. We've seen some of these Chicago horses come in here, run well. I mean, that race last time, it seems like that this gelding by not this time might be rounding back to form. So, Keisha, I was 4-3 in here. The 4 is going to be tough. I thought take a little bit of shot maybe with the 3. But I think the 7 and the 10 at 16 to 1 and 24 to 1 are better propositions than the 1 to hit the board.
All right, Paul, thank you, as we'll see what happens in this race coming up. Just a quick note, there was an objection back over at Aqueduct on the unofficial winner. Has just been announced from Chris Griffin that there's no change in the order of finish, but it seemed to take place on the horse that's listed as 4th because it was part of the entry in Colonel Vargo. Print track, yes, a little bit aggressive on the turn, Paul, but it seemed that it was just a little bit of race riding, and unfortunately, Colonel Vargo and apprentice Francisco Martinez not necessarily able to hold claim to that spot.
Yeah, I think it was just a bad spot that Francisco Martinez was in heading into that bend, into that turn, and I think he just had to decide whether he was going to keep going forward or take back off of Fintrack, and he just kind of, and he just stood in that spot. And I think it was more race riding than anything else in that spot. I don't think Romero did anything wrong there, and obviously the results stood.
So 2-7, 1A, 2B4. So no change in the order of finish after that objection that did take place there at Aqueduct. Print track, the winner of race 5. Back over to Oaklawn Park, the Ride of a Lifetime, looking for 5 in a row. He has that early speed, but as Paul mentioned, I mean, you start to look through some of the other contenders in here, and not necessarily a walkover in this spot.
No, I don't think so at all. The question you have to ask yourself is he going to be the fastest of the fast early on and break to the front and go to the lead? And he's been able to do that in his last 4 races in Control. Now, granted, I do believe in some ways this group is a little bit tougher than what he's been facing prior. But, I mean, from a speed standpoint, you kind of want to be up close, and he's going to be there. And, I mean, at 3 to 5, 4 to 5 now, we'll see if he can run the record 5-5 and be 3-3 here at Oaklawn.
Yeah, he's been fun to follow. I mean, has been traveling around as well. It's not just been at one track. His last win came at Will Rogers Downs. There was a bit of a layoff in there as well. He's held his form for quite some time. And as you heard from Paul LaDuca, State and Fleury taking the owner's title there at Oaklawn. We just saw a nice winner in his silks earlier on in the card as well. And we'll see if he can add to another one here with the ride of a lifetime. This horse did beat Bandera Azteca a couple races back. He'll rematch with that one, the 3 in this spot. Declared a non-starter last time, so he can be forgiving of that. Did have a pretty fast win 2 starts back.
Yeah, that race came up fast, and the horse ran well. And what I liked about this horse was early on, he was up with the pace. He backed off about a length or two. Then he went up to engage again, and then he just drew off. And that's quite a crowd.
I know. I was just going to say that for if there's some rain in the forecast, you gotta love the fans in Arkansas.
Yeah, they don't care. Like, it's a good time. Like, you got to go out there and party. Just have a blast.
I had so much fun at Oaklawn Park.
They're going to send you back, right? Now you got to go back if you had so much fun.
I know. I had a great time. I was there for the Rebel this year, which normally I don't get to travel, but it was a lot of fun and really wonderful, wonderful fans there. Paul LaDuca, by the way, he's a man of the people on that track. Just about in for race number 5. Let's go up to Matt Dinnerman.
Lightning Struck, second to last. Palace Kitten to the outside. We're ready to go. And Laroff, the ride of a lifetime, broke alertly and goes right to the lead with At a Party, who's sent hard to keep pace with him. The ride of a lifetime getting to the rail and has the lead from At a Party. Sent hard still to get after that front runner. Here comes Espionage between that pair to be fairly close. The ride of a lifetime with a neck lead on Espionage. At a Party eases off the pace. Bandera Azteca smoking hot. They're side by side. They're 3 ahead of another pair, Secret Pocket and Blowtorch. Verb has dropped back to the third last spot. Lightning Struck and Palace Kitten, those two well behind as they round the far turn. A decent tempo set by the ride of a lifetime. Espionage right there. At a Party making a move 3 wide once again to come and tackle those front runners around the turn. And the ride of a lifetime has lost the lead to Espionage between horses. The ride of a lifetime needs to find more. At a Party 3 deep in the swing for home. Bandera Azteca getting into it on the extreme outside. He's coming on. Espionage at 14-1 has run a massive race today. Bandera Azteca into second. At a Party third. The ride of a lifetime did not fire his best shot. Espionage, though, he did. And Espionage and Chelsea Bailey with a huge performance. Bandera Azteca second. Secret Pocket third, just got up over At a Party.
Espionage with a big effort to get the win here. You mentioned in the post-parade, Paul, that this horse was one that had some good figures out of town.
Yeah, and faced graded stakes winners along the way. Listen, Chelsea Bailey won this race when she got this horse out of the gate and went after the ride of a lifetime. Gave this horse no breaks whatsoever, and being aggressive paid off here. Good run from the 3 at the end, but listen, your winner 14-1. That was a nice price on a good horse.
Espionage with the win at Oaklawn Park. It's stakes time at Aqueduct. The Woodhaven coming up next, and there is Carson's Run. He's a Grade 1 winner, making his 2024 debut as a 3-year-old. More on him and the rest of the field after this. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. The Woodhaven coming up next at Aqueduct, going a mile on the inner turf, 9-5 right now on Carson's Run, who had a good year as a 2-year-old and will make his 3-year-old debut. Owned in part by West Point Thoroughbreds, a syndicate who's definitely ascended to competing at the highest level of our sport, and throughout the years has definitely made it the gold standard of racing partnerships.
They're coming down for the finish, and it will be Dripping Gold to win the opener on Whitney Day.
We came to Saratoga for the first time in our lives with our first West Point horse, Dripping Gold, and went on to win the race here at Saratoga, which is amazing. I think just being part of the West Point family, being a part of what they stand for, the integrity of the organization, the values, and that starts with Terry Finley and Deb and their children, and the whole team is like that. And they're like family, and we have gotten to know a lot of great partners, and they've become friends, and it's been incredible.
The gold standard in racing partnerships, we really do try to provide a lifestyle experience on several levels. And it's a sport that the whole family can enjoy. And there's not a lot of sports that people can get into it and bring their kids or their parents and their extended family and everybody have a good time. So it's really special.
I never thought that I would be playing at this level and owning some of the finest thoroughbreds anywhere in the world with West Point. And we've had an incredible journey. We've had horses run in Toronto, here at Saratoga, Belmont Park, etc., and it's been incredible.
You know, I don't know about some of the other outfits out there in the industry that do what we do, but I do know that there's nobody that spends more time with their clients, with their partners, educating them and helping them to understand and giving them a broader experience that is close to what insiders get in this game than us. Nobody does it nearly like we do it.
West Point buys horses at very different price points, so there's the ability for people to get in at various levels, and I think they should really get more information, pick up the phone, make a call. West Point, for example, makes the process very easy, and it's not hard for people to get into this game and really enjoy it, no matter how much they invest from the start.
The organic part of all of this is that over time, by being with us, by being partners with West Point, they start to really become horse people. They become not just horse players or animal lovers, sports lovers, they become horse people.
As much as West Point values our horses and what we're doing here at the track and on the farms every day, our heart and soul are obviously the partners, and that's what makes it so much fun for us, is getting to share with them and really give that family kind of vibes.
We feel like we're part of a family, which is really incredible. They're not a lot of investments where you feel like you're really part of a team and part of a family, so that's what makes West Point so special.
West Point Thoroughbreds already with the co-owners of a win on the card today, and they have Carson's Run coming up next in the Woodhaven, a horse that is very special as far as his namesake is concerned. Paul, named in honor of Carson Yost, the son of Wade Yost, a former classmate of West Point Thoroughbreds Terry Finley's at West Point, and Carson is a young adult who is the namesake for this horse, and he has Wolf-Hirschhorn syndrome, the same rare disease actually that we saw Cody Dorman suffering from. And want to say a big shout out as the Yost family is watching America's Day at the Races, I'm told, from their home in Washington State. So big shout out to Wade, Kim, and Carson, getting a chance to see Carson's namesake coming up here.
Yeah, it's always a cool thing, and sending much love and hello to the family watching, tuning in. Hope they think we're doing a great job on this. I mean, it means something, right? No, but that piece, when you talk about family and you talk about everybody coming together and you talk about getting everyone involved and making everybody feel like they're involved, it's something special, and it's something that this sport and this game has done for a long time, and quite frankly, sometimes needs more of.
Absolutely. It's a big part of it, the relationships that you make throughout the sport of horse racing. Special horse coming up, named for a special young man. The 10th running of the Woodhaven coming up next. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm. Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. With a catalog of top juveniles by the nation's top sires, this sale has consistently produced graded stakes winners from around the world and on all surfaces, including Kentucky Derby winner Mage, plus 2024 graded stakes winners Kinza, Linda's Gift, Mendelssohn Bay, and Olivia Darling. The Phasing-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 20th and 21st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The Woodhaven coming up next, and it is our America's Best Racing Race of the Week, taking a look at the field of 3-year-olds here. And it's interesting, Paul, because you have horses making their 3-year-old debuts. You have some horses trying the turf for the first time, or the first time in a long time.
Yeah, this board is, once you get past Carson's Run, you can make a case for quite a number of horses in here. And you said it's going to be a nice battle of horses that are coming back, horses trying the turf for the first time. And we've seen the way the turf course is played today, too. So it's going to be an interesting chess match, too, to see how long the speed's going to hold going a mile.
For more, let's head down and get a paddock report from Richie Migliori.
Yeah, nice looking group of 3-year-olds here in the Woodhaven. And we'll start with the 2 Carson's Run, who was just such a nice 2-year-old, already a grade 1 winner. He looks tremendous. I can't say enough good things about his overall general appearance. I love the fact that he's coming into this off of 6 consecutive 5-furlong workouts, 4 of them on the dirt at Payson, 1 on the grass at Payson Park, and then 1 slow 5-furlong work, on the training track at Belmont. But those 5-furlong workouts are so stamina building, and this is a horse that was so talented at 2 that you've got to think that he's even going to improve here as a 3-year-old. The 4-horse Good Lord Laurie, 1 for 1, but that was sprinting last year. Honestly, looking at him, you could see the hard spun influence, a little bit more of a shorter, stockier kind of individual. I'm going to take a wait-and-see approach about how far he really wants to go. Maybe he's more of a sprinter type horse that I think wants every bit of this 1-mile distance. And the turf is especially is the 5, the Big Torpedo. He ran well on debut, sprinting on the turf. Then he went to the dirt, and he started to really find himself. I thought his last race was a good effort. I like him getting back to the turf. Looking at him from a physical perspective, I think he was always turf meant. It was just that he was eligible for those stallion stakes, and you needed to take advantage of that with those big purses. But I think he's back to the surface he really wants, guys.
The Big Torpedo, son of Big Brown. Richie, thank you. He did debut on the turf and finished 2nd that day. That was sprinting, but has found his home going longer on the main track. Intriguing prospect at a nice price of 18-1.
Yeah, and in that first race, Beach Cruiser wired the field that day, too. So, still managed to close up a little bit into 2nd and really has run into some pretty good horses. If you look at this horse's resume on the dirt, that's money. Wired the field last time, 2 for 2 for Todd Pletcher. And then you got Pandagate and Doc Sullivan. I'm a fan of Doc Sullivan, so always going to mention that horse. But should be an interesting running of this race.
Let's meet the rest of the field, starting off with the 1 Ridgewood Runner, first time on the turf since September.
Yeah, last seen in the Bayshore, switches back to turf today. We'll see about the mile.
3-year-old debut for Carson's Run.
As Richie said, looks good in the paddock, looks good on track.
Here's the 3. It works for me. It did run a fast race sprinting on the turf.
The question is, can he stretch that speed to a mile, though, today?
stretching out for the first time in his career, as is this horse, Good Lord Lori.
Looked very professional in that debut. I mean, mowed down that field here. The mile again, the great equalizer here.
Big Torpedo back onto the turf, first time since his debut.
Should appreciate it and should have no problem with the mile distance.
Here is Wally World, comes out of a good race this year at Tampa.
Yeah, got some experience out of that race a little bit. And Chad Brown's dangerous with these kind of horses coming up from Tampa.
And first time on the turf for New York bred Elysian Meadows.
It's interesting when you look at the pedigree of this horse, too, because the dam has distance turf runners and stuff in that pedigree. I just wonder, though, where this horse is going to stack up from a tactical standpoint here. May have to come from too far behind.
There's a Warfront mare on the bottom side. She won on the grass, and City of Lights can certainly handle the turf. There is the favorite, though, Carson's Run. We'll take a look at him winning the Grade 1 Summer up at Woodbine. This was a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Went back and, as you mentioned, had an outside post in the Breeders' Cup. It does have this big closing kick to get the win this day up at Woodbine.
It's interesting how you mentioned, this horse has a big closing kick, which he does. I just feel today he's not going to be as far back as he was. I think he's got an inside post today, and I think he's only going to be a couple of lanes out of it instead of 5, 6, 7 lanes. We'll see how the pace plays out in here. I don't hold the Breeders' Cup turf against this horse at all. It was a wide, post position, never got the greatest position, was wide, then even wider. Prior to that, the buyer figures were going up. This horse was gaining momentum and just getting into himself. I think today is going to be a good starting point for this horse. I expect a big effort from this horse today.
The big question for him, too, is how the turf has been playing. Is he going to be up against it? Because it seems like there hasn't been much movement on the grass in the last couple of days. The horses that are in the first flight are usually the ones that are there 1, 2, 3 at the end as well.
Yeah, that's why I'm hoping from an inside post, Dylan keeps him down inside, tucked in inside, and maybe we'll see like a 4th race result. Sits a pocket and finds that seam and comes through late and wins.
The number 6, Wally World, intriguing horse as well. Finished second in his 3-year-old debut down at Tampa. That was behind Full Nelson, though, who would go on to win the Columbia Stakes in his subsequent start. He was in the middle of winning 4 in a row. So a horse that was really on a good run at that point. And I spoke to Manny Franco yesterday, and he said this horse just really took a step forward when they added the blinkers.
Yeah, it looks like it, too, even from a speed figure standpoint. It also looks like from a racing standpoint, too, that he just looked more focused and more in the game. These kind of horses, we've seen it before with Chad Brown, they kind of have these so 65, 70 races down at Tampa, and then they come up here and they explode. So we've seen this before. Full Nelson, as you said, won a bunch going in and kept that streak going there. Handled his maiden field pretty easily when he was here, running the mile in a 16th. So does have an outside post position and is tactical enough.
Was second in the Central Park as a 2-year-old. Again, second in that allowance down at Tampa as a prep for a race like this. There he is warming up under Manny Franco, who's been riding the turf so well here in New York, too. 6-1 right now on Wally World. We're going to take a quick pause to welcome in some more viewers. Stay with us. The Woodhaven coming up on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on SNY, we're glad to have you with us. Acacia Clement alongside Paul Verderosa, Richard Migliore here with us as well. And we have Paul LaDuca live at Oaklawn Park. And Paul, we have the Woodhaven coming up next here in New York for the 3-year-olds on the turf. A lot of eyes on Carson's Run, making his 3-year-old debut. There's also a lot of eyes on how the turf has been playing.
Yeah, it's one of those things where the turf has been playing towards speed and tilting towards inside runners as well. We see that a lot sometimes when the meet opens up, and especially if you've had good weather, which we've had, thank God. And we'll see from a racing standpoint how this goes, because you have horses in here that are stretching out and going to try the mile for the first time as well, and some horses that have had speed going a mile or a little bit longer as well. So it makes for an interesting chess match, and we'll see where everybody sorts out. And if the horse we're looking at, the 2, Carson's Run, can be a little bit more forward and just sit a nice trip.
For more on this field warming up, let's check in trackside with Richard Migliore.
Yeah, again, guys, just a real nice group of young horses. It's going to be interesting to see how some of these come back making their 3-year-old debut, including the 2 Carson's Run. I love what I'm seeing. I love his work pattern into this. He was such a good 2-year-old. You have to think that he's just going to improve as he turns to 3. He's still, he's sporting that Florida tan. I like to talk about horses coming out of Florida, just get really good coats on them. Dylan Davis, again, has been riding well. He's the only partner that Carson's Run's ever known. And I hate picking 6 to 5 shots, but I'm just going to boil it down to, if I was riding still, who would I want to ride? And that's not always a favorite. In this particular case, it would be number 2, Carson's Run. The 6, Wally World, was a little bit under the radar for me in the paddock, but I like what I'm seeing on the racetrack. Showed a little more speed than he normally does last time, and at least he has a little more recency. That was back in February, but he looks great. His coat's good. I liked him better on the racetrack, kind of really puffed up, got a bit more animated, more energy level. And the 7, Elysian Meadows, the mare was more of a turf mare. This horse tried the Sam Davis, tried the Wood Memorial. You get Javier Castellano here. Jose Lascano did suffer a mild concussion yesterday in an accident, but Elysian Woods make nice impression. I like what I'm seeing. Does have a work at Payson Park on the turf, and Bill Mott is very, very good at identifying what surfaces his horses will excel at. So I thought he was a bit interesting as well, but couldn't get past your favorite, guys.
Richie, just a follow-up question for you. When we've seen biases, which can sometimes happen, and who knows if it's an all-out bias, but have seen forwardly placed horses benefit on the turf. What do you do as a rider keeping that in mind in a race like this?
Well, I really don't think you can change a horse's style. You've got to, dance with the girl that brought you there, if you will. I just think that my philosophy on riding was always to try to get my position going forward somewhat. That doesn't mean sending horses, but allowing them to get into the race the right way. I just wouldn't take anything the way that comes easy. But again, you can't change a horse's style. If you've got a closer and you force them into the race early, it's just going to mitigate their late turn of foot. You just got to have confidence. Biggest thing, especially if your horse is running against the grain of a racetrack, save ground. So important in all racing, but particularly on the turf.
All right, Richie, thank you. Great insight as always. There is Carson's Run, your favorite, moving towards the starting gate. He's always very energetic pre-race. We'll see what he does, making his 3-year-old debut.
I just believe that he's going to be having a nice inside journey in here and maybe just a little bit closer than he has been. And also, I mean, I guess Mig hasn't been to a high school dance in recent years, or college dance, because, I mean, sometimes, listen, I'm not saying that there's...
Oh, no. Did you do some suspicious things?
Well, listen, I mean, there are stories.
Oh,
there are some stories.
no.
I don't think we have to... Maybe they're better for the night shows than the day shows, but I mean, listen, sometimes I'm just going to say some women are better dancers than others.
On that note, race 6, the Woodhaven, coming up next at Aqueduct. 3-year-old debut for Grade 1 winner Carson's Run. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
2 out. Wally World. Elysian Meadows, last to load. And in. All set for the Woodhaven. And they're off. The Big Torpedo has early speed. Ridgewood Runner is hard sent at the rail, wants to assume command, and there's Ridgewood Runner now in front by 3/4 of a length. Works For Me is going to stalk right here in second. Trying to tuck in there is Good Lord Lori. It's going to corner a touch wide here as they move towards that turn. Carson's Run is saving ground to the inside, is in 4th. In behind that comes the Big Torpedo, who broke with the leaders, but now is back to 5th as the front 2 hook up, and a pace duel now emerges on the front end as Works For Me and Ridgewood Runner. Neither wants to give up the lead, and they are now 5 lengths clear from Good Lord Lori, who's well settled into 3rd. Carson's Run is moving towards the outside here with the Big Torpedo. They're 4th and 5th. In behind that comes Wally World, and Elysian Meadows is the trailer. Works For Me has the lead. That posted opening quarter was 20-4. 46-1 for a half-mile time. They're going quickly, and here come the back markers. Good Lord Lori is in hand here, is at the rail, is to the inside of the Big Torpedo. The Big Torpedo is going to get the jump here on Good Lord Lori, is 3 wide and launching a rally, and here comes the Big Torpedo ready to launch. The Big Torpedo ranges up on the outside. Works For Me is still there as they reach the top of the lane. The Big Torpedo quartering very wide was Carson's Run, having all kinds of trouble, and that drifted out Elysian Meadows. A wild race here in the Woodhaven, and here comes the run from Good Lord Lori, who's now in the clear. It's the Big Torpedo just sticking his neck out, but Good Lord Lori is ranging up on the outside, trying to join them as Wally World. The Big Torpedo, here's Good Lord Lori to push on by. Good Lord Lori wins the Woodhaven. The Big Torpedo, their second. Then came Wally World in 1 minute 34 and 4 in the Woodhaven.
There was a lot going on in that Woodhaven, but the number 4, Good Lord Lori, able to run down the Big Torpedo down to the wire. But again, a lot happening as you see there. Carson's Run bolting on the turn and a crazy fast pace up front.
Yeah, they went at it fast and furious early on. And, I mean, all credit to Flavien Prat because he got a nice inside trip. And when the real running started, he just picked up the pieces and ran down a very game Big Torpedo who did exceptionally well getting back to turf today at a big price. And in Carson's Run's case, I mean, he got a little keen. He was in a good spot. And then all of a sudden, it was like Dylan had horses just wheeled to the outside, like they bolted to the outside.
It was very odd because Dylan Davis tipped out with the favorite and it looked like he was about to make a big run on the outside, but he just completely blew the turn going out into the number 7, Elysian Meadows. Well done by Javier Castellano to keep his horse in a straight course there when that's a pretty scary situation happening on the turn.
Yeah, especially as you're coming out of the turn, too, and you're still at that angle. You just don't know what's going to happen. So thankfully, everybody was okay there. I'd be interested to see or hear from Dylan what actually happened in that spot.
And by the way, great call by Richie. And the inquiry sign has been posted with the 2 Carson's Run. I'm sure it's on the turn there with what took place. But great call by Richie on the Big Torpedo, who he gave high marks to and finished second at 21-1.
Yeah, and actually got first run on those leaders who went out there. Louis Rivera just said, you know what, I'm taking no prisoners here. And Erod went after him with Works For Me and cleared him in that quick pace. I mean, they were flying out there. And the Big Torpedo got first run, just kind of like his first start on turf, and instead just got cut down by a horse in Good Lord Lori, who got a perfect trip and a great ride from Flavien Prat.
Flavien Prat in town today and picks up the victory with Good Lord Lori, a horse who had only ever sprinted and run once in his career. He was ready to roll off the layoff, and despite having a pedigree that says much more inclined to sprint, he was able to get the mile distance today.
I wonder if it was also a repercussion of just how fast they were going too. I mean, he looked professional and he closed into a pace as a sprinter. So
he had a hot pace
to close into today. So maybe it just worked out for him. We'll see going forward if they're going to keep him at a mile or stretch him even longer to give it a shot.
Again, inquiry sign posted given what happened on the turn with your favorite Carson's Run bolting at that point. But Good Lord Lori, he's 2 for 2 and now a stakes winner in his 3-year-old debut for George Weaver. Flavien Prat in the saddle. Bring you more on the Woodhaven in a moment. Back over to Oaklawn Park, race 6 coming up next. This one for non-winners of 2 in life. We're going a mile and looking at the field 2-1 on Business As Usual, a horse that's dropping off the claim.
Yeah, you know, finally is able to put it together last time out. Was claimed out of that $50,000 start. It's now in for 12-5 non-winners of 2. Usually you cut them in half. I don't know if this was the only race that might have been available, but regardless of that fact, does draw inside here, stretching back out to the mile distance today. Be interesting to see if this horse is a little bit more forward, having come from off the pace, making a quicker move last time out, going 6 furlongs.
2-1 right now on Business As Usual, who does stretch out in distance on top of that drop in class. The 3, Bump in the Night, is another one that's dropping in class, but this is a filly. She broke her maiden for 20,000, so this level just kind of makes sense.
Yeah, this should be back to the right spot for this horse. And listen, they gave this horse a shot last time. I mean, this horse was 69-1, so really wasn't even involved in the race. But if you go back 2 starts back, it wasn't a bad effort. Came from off the pace in there. it's mercy again of what speed is in here to try and work out a trip from this post position. 3-1 off that 10-1 morning line. Now, granted, the 4 came out in here, although I don't think the 4 was that much horse anyway for Steve Asmussen in here. I don't think it was one of his finest moments with this horse. But that horse may have taken some money just based on the connections alone. So things changed a little bit.
The number 10, Blue Ember, also taking some attention. Took a little time and had to go to the 20,000 to break her maiden, but she did so impressively in using speed to her advantage last time out.
100%. And, you know, in here, it's interesting to see, you know, the 11 came out in here. And, you know, it'll be interesting if she makes a clear, easy lead in here because of the 2 being down inside, going the mile for the first time. So you wonder if this long shot's going to have a little pace in there to keep her company. And Gigi's Map, the 7, also has some speed, and blinkers are going on the 8 in here, too. So she might not have such an easy time making the lead from the far outside post. But then again, 3 starts back, she really didn't need to make the lead to run a good effort.
About post time for Oaklawn Park. Just a reminder, in 4 minutes, America's Day at the Races will be moving over to the Fox Sports app. I believe you can still watch the YouTube live stream as well, and on SNY. So we're going to take a quick step away on Fox. We'll be moving to the Fox Sports app in 4 minutes. You can continue watching on SNY or on the NYRA YouTube channel or on NYRA Bets as well. Moving towards the starting gate for race number 6 at Oaklawn Park. The number 8 Byzantine, by the way, well sat Rafael Bejarano, doing a little rocking horse impression there going towards the starting gate.
Not always what you want to see sometimes, but, you know, blinkers going on this horse in here. The last 2 starts have been a little bit rough. Horse is 1 for 13. We'll see what kind of trip or if there's a little bit more speed that comes out of this horse today.
Loading in for the 6th at Oaklawn Park, 3-2 now on business as usual in that drop in class and stretching back out in distance. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call. Race 6 live at Oaklawn.
Here's Blue Ember, post 10, the gray. Legally Lucky coming up to pose position number 5. 2 back, Be My Huckleberry, and Miracle Shoes. Waiting for Be My Huckleberry. And to the outside, Miracle Shoes. This race starts and ends right here at the 16th pole. We're ready to go. And they're off. Uneventful beginning. Be My Huckleberry shaken up for speed. Oh my God, shown rain to get out there. She's got the lead now. Be My Huckleberry takes back to 2nd, and Gigi's Map is 3rd going into the turn. There's the favorite, Business as Usual, perched in the 4th position with Fashion Idol going into the turn. Then Blue Ember, Legally Lucky, shuffled back to race alongside Byzantine. They're 5 better than Bump in the Night, and Miracle Shoes has been outrun in the early part, but is a fast pace to chase. Oh my God, and Walter de la Cruz, oh my God's taken a hold of the bit, and she's opened up 5 lengths, swinging up the backstretch. Gigi's Map and Be My Huckleberry side by side in 2nd. A space of 4 or 5 to Business as Usual. Byzantine, while being encouraged, joins that rival. Another 3 back to Legally Lucky with Bump in the Night, who attempts to get closer. Fashion Idol's 3 wide, and Blue Ember, that quartet pretty much together. Miracle Shoes still trails. Oh my God, with a half mile to go, is in charge by 5. Let's see how fast she can keep going and for how long. Oh my God, into the turn. Now it's 4 lengths the lead. Now it's 3, about to be 2. And oh my God's about to be swallowed up here. Byzantine in the 2nd position. And 3rd is Gigi's Map. Business as Usual. Axel Concepcion all over her to get going. She's lost the 4th spot to Blue Ember. And the others are well out of it as they come to the top of the lane. Oh my God has called it a day. And Byzantine picks up the running on the lead. Turns for home in front. This race went at the 16th pole. Byzantine 2 lengths ahead. In 2nd, Gigi's Map grinding away. Blue Ember on the inside. Fashion Idol tries to come on the scene on the rail, then Legally Lucky. Byzantine desperate for the line. She's in front on the inside. Fashion Idol outside. Legally Lucky photo finish. Legally Lucky in the photo with Fashion Idol. It got tight between those 2. Byzantine didn't get it between them, was 3rd, and then a photo for 4th. Bump in the Night at Gigi's Map.
Legally Lucky coming down to the wire, gets up just in time. First off the claim for John Horan.
Yeah, poor Byzantine was like walking to the wire, like when's the 16th pole coming up? But this was a good race for Legally Lucky, who last time out had some hard luck being 5 wide around the track both turns.
Fox will be leaving us. We're moving to the Fox Sports app, SNY, and NYRA YouTube channel. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the races over in New York at Aqueduct. We did see the number 4, Good Lord Lori, take the Woodhaven. However, Paul, there was a lot going on in this race. There was a disqualification of the 4th place finisher, Carson's Run, who bolted on the far turn, impeding the number 7, Elysian Meadows, who had finished 5th. New order of finish, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2. So Carson's Run disqualified from 4th to 5th. Flavian Pratt, the winning rider, though, on Good Lord Lori. Flavian is standing by with Richie.
Here with Flavian Pratt, another terrific ride on the turf on Good Lord Lori. Worked out a really good trip. This horse was very game.
Yeah, he worked out well. We got into a good position going into the first turn and relaxed well on the backside and show a good turn of foot. I spoke with George Weaver this morning. He was very high on his horse, and I'm just thankful to be on him today.
Yeah, Flavian, this is the first time you rode this horse. How do you prepare to ride a horse that you've never ridden before, even besides talking to the trainer?
I like watching replays and just watching replays and see how they react. Obviously, there was not much to watch with him. He had only one start, but I like to do that.
Now, I know you'll be heading back to Kentucky. When can we expect to see you back in New York full time?
I'll be back Sunday after the Kentucky Derby. Very excited. Hopefully we can have some winners.
Okay, well, best of luck in Kentucky. And guys, did get a chance to speak to Dylan Davis, who rode your favorite Carson's Run, who had been suffering through a pretty tough trip down the backstretch into the far turn, got shuffled back. But Dylan said when he asked him to start to run, he started to accelerate, and he just bolted. He said he ducked out very sharply. He lost control of him for about 40 yards there. So something that he said the horse did and took him by surprise as well.
All right, Richie, thank you. Great update there. Disqualified from 4th to 5th for impeding the number 7, Elysian Meadows. But as far as your winner, Good Lord Lori does go. $7 winner. As Paul, great to see Flavian Pratt here. Love what he said. He'll be back Sunday after the Derby. Riding he has a date on Saturday with Catching Freedom.
Yeah, it's exciting to see Flavian be here, and it's exciting to know that he's going to be part of the Colony, one of the best riders that's out there in the country right now. And he made a difference today, giving the winner a great perfect trip.
Nice win in the Woodhaven. Plenty more to come, though, including stakes action over at Oaklawn Park. Paul and I are saying goodbye. Lots of fun as always.
Always.
Greg Wolf and Andy Serling coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way as Valentine Candy will look for his 4th stakes win this meet at Oaklawn Park. More on The Bachelor and the rest of the upcoming stakes action after this.
Trainer Bill Mott has won nearly every big race in the sport, but the Kentucky Oaks is one of the few that's missing on his resume. He brings in Just FYI this year, who had a perfect juvenile campaign with Grade 1 wins in the Frizette and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, earning champion 2-year-old filly honors along the way. After scratching from the Devona Dale in February, the daughter of Justify made her long-awaited return in the Ashland to Keeneland, finishing second behind Leslie's Rose. Could Just FYI become the first champion since Silver Bullet Day to capture the Kentucky Oaks? Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with you. So you take a look at the bio there for Just FYI, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner for Bill Mott, and the champion 2-year-old filly who had to have that 3-year-old debut a little bit later than they wanted with a little bit of an issue. Runner-up finish in the Ashland, and will now go to the Kentucky Oaks, making just the second start of her 3-year-old campaign. Greg Wolf, as I said, Andy Serling, good to be with you as we tackle the latter half of these cards here at Aqueduct and Oaklawn. A couple of stakes races to come out in Hot Springs, and we have the 7th next here in New York.
Yeah, and talking about Just FYI, she did the important thing you need to see from a good horse, or any horse. She improved significantly from 2 to 3. Now, she was a deserving champion last year, but she wasn't exactly running the kind of speed figures that make people's eyes go wide. But she took a big step forward from 2 to 3 and probably didn't have quite as good a trip as the winner, Leslie's Rose, who had a little bit of recency. Just FYI, has to be considered one of the horses to beat in the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, shaping up to be a very intriguing race. No standouts at all in that group. Let's get into the 7th coming up next here at Aqueduct on this Saturday card. Final 2 days of this meet before we kick off Belmont at the Big A. And this race, $10,000 claiming 6.5 furlong sprint. Fast going if you're just checking in here on our Saturday coverage. Current favorite as we look at the odds for the first time here, the 7. First Deputy, Rudy Rodriguez, second off the claim.
And we did just have our first race where the favorite didn't win, the second choice winning race number 6. This is an extremely contentious pace. You have to think you're going to see some speed in here, right? You have to feel like between Tommy Gunn and Poppy's Pride, they should be moving a bit forward. And will that really set the pace up for First Deputy? The problem with First Deputy, if you like him, and he makes a lot of sense, is Irad Ortiz is riding him. And while Irad is a tremendous rider, they're already massively overbetting his horses. And geez, 2 to 1 doesn't seem like a particularly special price in this horse. And Greg, I don't think you're getting any higher. You might get lower.
Yeah, likely not. Yeah, all the big names back in town for this weekend. It's good to see them back. Cross Country Pick 5 begins with this race coming up here at Aqueduct. Includes races 8 and 9 at Aqueduct, and then races 8 and 9 at Oaklawn as well. We have race 8 on there twice. Race 8 and 9 at Oaklawn. Part of that Cross Country Pick 5. Back at Oaklawn. Winner's Circle. Back in race number 6. And Legally Lucky with the win. John Horan, first off the claim win. 5-year-old mare by Looking at Lucky, $25.40 on the track that's labeled good right now.
Yeah, well, it seemed like not a horse that I would have liked, actually, in here coming off the claim from John Horan, but we've heard Paul Duca say more than once that he's been doing well with priced horses.
Late Pick 5 out in Hot Springs begins in this race coming up. Mile and a 16th. Starter optional claiming race. And I thought a really wide open race to start off the Pick 5.
Yeah, I think that's something we can say about a lot of races at Oaklawn Park, but I agree. We start with a Minnesota bred down the inside. It feels like contender. I narrowed it down to 1, 3, 5, and 8. How am I doing? We'll find out. You like 4 other horses?
I'd want to include a few more, probably to feel safe.
I don't have a strong opinion.
That man right there closing in on the all-time single-season record at Oaklawn. He's also trying to become the first ever trainer to win a stakes race at Oaklawn 8 times. That would be the Bachelor. Coming up, he'll have 2 chances next.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for
racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 11th with a 12:50 first post. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Win Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our nationwide coverage. Thanks for being with us. We're getting set for the 7th coming up at Aqueduct, part of the cross-country Pick 5 that includes Oaklawn, and you can play through Naira Bets. Get signed up started. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus, Derby 25. Punch that code in at sign-up. You get a $25 free play for a week away from the Run for the Roses. As we dig in here to the 7th here in New York, this is the horse we showed you before we went to break, who still is your current favorite, First Deputy. Rat Ortiz Jr., never going to help your price, but you like to have him aboard.
Well, he is a pretty good rider, as evidenced by his 437 straight Eclipse Awards for leading rider. But, I mean, this is a horse that's pace-dependent. When he got that pace-dependent 3-back, he was able to get it done. But to be fair, he has not run particularly well in recent starts. Now, he was compromised by a major speed track last time out, so we'll give him a bit of an excuse. And he did run against a better horse 2-back in Colonel Vargo. But he didn't run that well that day. And, I mean, he's supposed to get some pace in here, and he makes a lot of sense. But does he really look like a 2-to-1 shot to you in a very big competitive field? I think there are some horses getting lost here. I don't. Prince James won last time because he found a field that he couldn't lose to. I think that even Mount Travers at almost 20-to-1 is kind of crazy. Clem Labine dropping the bottom, the outside the 10 horse at a big price. And what's wrong with Striking Speed, the 11? I think he makes a lot of sense as well. To me, there's some horses that don't really have significantly worse chance of winning that are just better prices.
But this rider, because he's that good, keeps winning Eclipse Awards and just won the Keeneland meet as well, the first of his career. That was surprising.
Yeah, well, I wonder how many Keeneland meets he rode, you know, the entire time there. The fall, he's usually here, and probably a lot of springs he was here as well. Listen, he's a fabulous rider, but as a horse player, you have to look to take advantage of situations where the horses he's riding are being overbet a lot because he's riding them. And listen, some of them are going to win, but you don't need to bet horses that should pay $8 that pay $5 because of the rider.
He is going to be far back early, it would seem, in this race, but there is plenty of speed, as you talked about in this group. A horse who's more of a tactical runner, Striking Speed, there's the 11, and he has a couple of figures back in March, January of this year. He can repeat those. He's going to be tough to beat.
I think he makes a lot of sense in here, cutting back from a mile. Made a bit of a wide middle move in there that might have been a little bit ill-advised. I thought he actually ran fairly well. He's got races that can do it. Rob Atras has been having a sensational year. I mean, he's winning at a 33% clip. I think he's supposed to be close to favorite with the 7-horse here. And I know people feel the 5, who's taking money at 7-2, has a lot of speed, but he's supposed to have to deal with Tommy Gunn, to say the least here. And I don't think that the 11's going to be that far behind. And even the 9 has some speed, right?
Yeah, definitely ribbons and medals. I don't know if that horse can be evolved late, but
could be
certainly
forward.
early.
Yeah. I mean, and all those things say with a lot of pace that it certainly makes things better for First Deputy. I don't think either one of us would tell you the First Deputy is not a major player here and maybe should be favored. It just feels like you're not going to get better than 2-to-1. You might get lower because of the presence of Irad, and he's going to really help a horse like that much.
What about Prince James here from the inside?
and getting back to one of the better figures of his career. Was it the wet track? Was it something else?
I think it was circumstance. This was a very weak, scratch-laden field that he faced, as evidenced by his 9-to-5 odds. He was able to get a perfect trip, sort of sitting off of overmatched speed types. You want to look at anything passable. I believe his longest shot on the board, who finished second, to get the kind of feel for what kind of race it was. They're both $10,000 claiming races. This $10,000 claiming race he's in is significantly better than the one he was in this day.
Yeah, as evidenced by his price. As you mentioned, he was a short price favorite that day. Today, he is 9-2. He's actually 6-1 on the morning line. So Dylan Davis will be back aboard. He was on board for that win. And there is the man who keeps racking up so many Eclipse Awards. He's running out of room where to put him, probably. Irad Ortiz Jr. back in town for the afternoon.
Yeah, I think he'll be here this weekend maybe before he goes to Kentucky. A lot of them didn't want to ride. There's a night card at Churchill Downs tonight to start their meet, and so they came here. So nice to see him. Flavien Prat, as we saw in the stake race as well, and it feels like we're getting closer and closer, the nicer weather, and all the top riders coming back as well.
Some star power here, on this Saturday afternoon here in South Ozone Park, and that's the one Irad, again, will ride. First Deputy, who is an 8-time winner, 7-year-old, and that price now getting to the borderline ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, 8-5 is absurd. Once again, you're taking so much the worst of it. He is, in a lot of ways, the horse to beat in here, but he's nowhere near an 8-5 shot in this race. He's not 40% to win the race. It's sort of preposterous. You're talking about bottom-level claimers as well. Do you really feel as though these horses, one of the reasons they're at this level is they're not very reliable?
So 8-5 favoritism. The one Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. We're going to kick things off with Prince James. Dylan Davis trying to go back-to-back on this horse.
Yeah, I feel like he's dressed up by a win against weaker here. Obviously, there's bettors that disagree.
Joker Boy got a decent thoroughgraph figure in that race last start.
Yeah, and he was in a race. Well, the Colonel Varga won. Overall, though, he's just too slow in his general form.
Mount Travers, 8-year-old, he only missed by a half length last start.
I know it was a Forest field last time. He too can pace, fair pace. He's a dramatic overlay at 20-1.
Easier field, Poppy's Pride, than he's probably faced in a little while.
I agree. No question about it. We'll see how much pressure Tommy Gunn puts on him early. He's dangerous.
Yeah, he is quick early, too. Matty Over going to have this horse forward, 15-1.
Feels like his form's questionable.
8-5. With the presence of Irad Ortiz Jr. back on First Deputy.
He has drifted back to a slightly more palatable 2-1. He's a logical closer in a race filled with speed. I still don't know that he's supposed to be this short.
Brazilianaire. He was no match for First Deputy last start.
He has 2 open-toe bar shoes on. If you know exactly what that means, you know more than I do.
Ribbons and medals, part of the speed scenario.
Right. I agree with what you said, Greg. I don't know if he's good enough to win this race, but I think he could have an effect on the way the race is run.
Clem Labine, blinkers on, Isaac Castillo.
I know he has trouble getting out of the gate. He has never run this cheaply, and if the pace gets hot, he could be running at the end at a big price.
And striking speed, player from the outside, Rob Atras.
I picked him on top. I think he should get a fair trip. He's not compromised if they're not going too fast up front, and he doesn't need to be forward right on the lead to win the race. I think he makes a lot of sense.
Luckily, we do have a man on the show who is smarter than us to explain what you were just talking about. We'll get to Mig coming up in just a moment. First, we have a new audience joining us here, 5 minutes to post. Here are the 7th from Aqueduct. Welcome to those just joining us on Valley Sports SoCal, San Diego. Those already with us from wherever you may be. Live action from Aqueduct Saturday card. We're 4 minutes away from the 7th. It kicks off a cross-country pick 5 that includes Aqueduct and racing from Oaklawn. Track good at Oaklawn. We're fast and firm here in New York and just 4 minutes away from the 7th race. 6.5 furlong sprint, $10,000 claiming race. Let's head downstairs to Richard Migliori for more on this shoe change we were talking about, Mig.
Yeah, number 8, Brazilian Air. Now it's labeled a open-toe bar shoe. And in essence, the best way to describe it, even though it's not exactly it, think about a shoe on backwards, where there's no shoe on the front of the horse's foot, the toe of the horse's hoof, but the back part of it has the straight bar across. And in essence, what it does is takes pressure off of a horse's heel. So if you get a horse that tends to run down or bruise their heels, it's going to give them a little lift where they're not going to kind of get the same kind of concussion. It's unusual. Haven't seen it in years. You would see it years ago. It's a real old school horseman thing. I asked Eddie Barker about it, and he said, yeah, the horses had some foot issues, but this has really helped the horse, and he says he's trained much, much better with this open-toed bar shoe, or if you will, a shoe on backwards almost. You used to see that in those old Westerns when they'd rob the stagecoach, and then the horses would have their shoes on backwards. No one would know which direction they went. Anyway, that's the description of the 8 shoeing issue with Brazilian Air. The 7, First Deputy, your favorite, looks terrific. There's no knocks on him whatsoever. Rudy Rodriguez does great work. His horses look good. The barn is hot right now, looking for their 3rd win today. Horse I would be remiss not to mention, just because he's a big price. I'm not picking the horse, but could not look any better physically is the 9, Ribbons and Medals, and this is a horse that certainly adds speed to the affair. And then the outside horse, 11, Striking Speed. Like you, Andy, I think this horse makes a lot of sense on paper, and like all of Rob Atris's horses, extremely well turned out. He will be my top selection as he's come down. When I first started really honing in on him, he was 6-1. He's now down to 7-2, guys.
All right, Mig, thank you. Yeah. A lot of money outside for Striking Speed. Continues to take support. And as you mentioned, Rob Atris, I mean, that's from 73 starters, that has that win percentage of 33% at. That is a strong start.
Yeah, no, his horses have been running extremely well. And no big surprise to see this horse dropping down to a more reasonable 3-1 and a more reasonable 5-2 on the number 7 First Deputy. I mean, there's only the extra attention that horses take with Irad Ortiz. It's hard for him as well. It makes him look bad on occasion. Irad, you were 6-5. The horse didn't win. Well, when you're riding 3-1 shots and they end up 6-5, you're going to lose a lot more often than you win relative to the odds. 5-2 is not a terrible price on this horse. I don't have a real problem with it. I had a bigger problem. 8-5 seemed a little bit ridiculous. What about the 5? What do we think the chances are that Poppy's Pride, who is dropping significantly, is able to control this race? Because don't you think with Tommy Gun at the very least in here, there has to be an honest pace?
Yeah, I think it's trouble for him. I mean, that was fast fractions that last race he's coming out of. But I think he's going to have company.
Yeah, I think he really needs to control. Now, you are talking about a horse that was recently competitive in a $25,000 claiming race, but then you ask yourself, well, why is Mike Maselli dropping this horse? And 2 subpar races since being claimed, is it reasonable to ask if his form has fallen apart a bit? Obviously, tougher competition, easier here. But if the pace pressure develops the way, at least on paper, it appears that it should, he could be in trouble in here. Obviously, that would help the 7, as now the 11 and 7 are both the same price at 5-2.
What about Clem Labine? This horse is
I think he's
taking
dangerous.
just precipitous drops down the class ladder. Is he finally going to find the right level today?
David Jacobson, as I've mentioned 8,000 times, is a very tough guy for me to read. And a lot of times his horses seem to just fall apart. It doesn't matter, and the drop downs aren't great. But there is such a big difference between a $16,000 claiming race and a $10,000 claiming race. Because a $10,000 claiming is a bottom level. The horse is going to be worth 0 to 10,000, whereas 16, it's like the 3rd lowest level. It's a much, much tougher group. Horses like Capone, Dots Dollar, Hatch even are better horses, and he's supposed to get some pace to run into. One thing that's a worry with Clem Labine is he has trouble getting out of the gate. I mean, if he breaks well in here, that's going to bode well for his chances.
And Paul LaDuca correcting us. Thank you, Paulie. Clem Labine. Former Brooklyn Dodger pitcher.
Teammate of Paulie's when Paulie played for the Brooklyn Dodgers?
Paulie doesn't go quite that far back, I don't think. But he does go that far back with his history.
How about the 11's favored now? So the money on the 7 is dissipated.
What was his price just a few minutes ago?
6.
Big shift.
Big shift. Maybe a realistic shift, but a big shift nonetheless.
Yeah. So Striking Speed, Getter Carmouche, Rob Atris Barn off, 2nd off the claim. Your favorite from that outside post And all of a sudden, 3-1, looking a lot more interesting on the 7 First Deputy.
I agree. He's a very palatable price. I would have no argument with him at this price.
Start of the cross country, pick 5. Final chances to get down in that sequence. Let's go upstairs.
Everybody upstairs is excited about it too.
Yeah. Chris Griffin, the call.
Mount Travers and ribbons and medals. Clem Labine. Now Mount Travers. Poppy's Pride, striking speed to the outside.
Tommy Gunn. Tommy Gunn. And here's striking speed. And in. All set.
So we're going to have a delay here. You see the 6 and I believe an issue with the 8 as well. That is Tommy Gunn, Matty Olver. Horse luckily did not get too far away. And there's Brazilian Air.
Don't really know what was going on there. Certainly seemed to be in the gate for a while, so there must have been something going on.
All right, so we will have obviously these two are going to get looked at and make sure everything's okay before they will load those horses back up and see what happens in the meantime. Good news is they did not get too far away. Welcome to those who are back with us from audiences across the country. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling getting set for the start of this cross-country pick 5 here. Begins with the 7th at Aqueduct. Races 7, 8, and 9 here. Races 8 and 9 from Oaklawn as well. Track started the day muddy out in Hot Springs, been upgraded to good as we move along. And we're going to see a couple of stakes still to come, including for Valentine Candy in that Bachelor Stakes, trying to become the first horse in 33 years to win 4 stakes races at a single meet at Oaklawn.
Wow. I didn't even realize that. And he obviously had a failed attempt to go to Turfway Park last time out. His horses, there's a little, we're a little later with our races aside from the nonsense that's going on now, but also we've had multiple inquiries today as well that have delayed our races. So that's why our post times are much later, and I think they're going to get this Oaklawn race ahead of us.
Now, the 7th here at Oaklawn, it starts their late pick 5. Starter optional claiming, mile and a 16th race. And let's check in with Paula Duca as they load up. Paulie, very wide open race to kick off the sequence of the pick 5.
It really is, Greg. And yeah, we've had some inquiries here too, so it's been a little bit of chaos, a little bit everywhere. So the horses are rushing to the gate. I'm just going to give you one horse. I like the 5 in here, Galib's Ranger for Scott Becker. I thought this race was completely wide open. I think you got to get to the Cox and obviously Valentine Candy in the next race. This starts off your pick 5, Greg. Let's go back to you. I know these races are running on top of each other, but we're trying to get you all the action we can at America's Day at the Races.
So one left to load on the outside as we're still in reset mode back here at Aqueduct.
The 9, it looks like ribbons and medals, a long shot, was scratched, I believe, at Aqueduct.
Okay, we'll get to that race in a moment. Start off this late pick 5 at Oaklawn. Matt Dinnerman, the call.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Just like magic, gets the first call. Indy again hustled along, has a share of the lead here with Fearless Christie, a lineup here. Simona's Choice in the group, starts singing down on the inside, going into the turn. She's quickest by about a head. Fearless Christie on the outside, matching her, and those two hook up. Simona's Choice right off of them, running in third, just like magic. In the 4th spot with Delphia. Big Bad Diva settling in midfield today as they're strung out. Then the gray Honey Run, Indy again, they're pretty much together. Gottlieb's Ranger is second to last.
and Penn Street is the back of the pack as they swing up the backstretch. Start singing Francisco Arrieta, carving out the fractions in the first leg of the late pick 5, a neck in front. Fearless Christie hounding from the outside. They've opened up 2. Simona's Choice runs in 3rd, a similar margin back to Delphia, racing a clear 4th, sent along a little bit now with a half mile to go. Big Bad Diva in the meantime, she's 5th and patiently ridden to this point. Honey Run, and just like magic, side by side going into the turn, a gap of 4 to Galib's Ranger has passed the weakening Indy again, and Penn Street is out of last place, rides the rail as they round the 4th turn, as at least a dozen lengths to make up. Rounding the turn, approaching the 5/16 pole. The top 2 are going at it now. On the outside, Fearless Christie in the white blinkers sticks ahead lead on Start Singing. Big Bad Diva's creeping in ominously. If she's good enough, she's got a perfect shot to run down these early leaders. Top of the lane, Fearless Christie off the turn has the lead. Now Big Bad Diva is asked to accelerate and is fully extended with a furlong to go, and she passes Fearless Christie and takes the lead. Fearless Christie second. Penn Street is coming on down the outside from well out of it, but she's too far behind to catch. Big Bad Diva first off the claim for Matt Williams, will score at 9-2. Penn Street second, Fearless Christie third up the rail, just like magic got 4th.
Big Bad Diva meet leading rider Christian Torres adds another one. First off the claim for trainer Matt Williams, as you heard, 9-2 to start that late pick 5.
Yeah, was able to take advantage of a pretty quick pace, which really hurt the number 3. Went extremely well in that race to finish 3rd, Fearless Christie. They were moving up front, and she took advantage of it. The 2 picked up the final pieces.
Back to New York, we got 2 late scratches here, the 8, the 9, Brazilian Air and Ribbons and Medals. And Ribbons and Medals, part of that pace, both late scratches.
Yes, late scratches can potentially alter the manner in which the race would be run, and in this case, it's possible it did.
So with part of the speed coming out.
Well, I don't think the 9 was necessarily, the problem is it was a potential 3rd speed, so it does potentially might help the 5 a little bit. It definitely doesn't help the 7. They were both long shots, not horses likely to be there at the finish, but they might add something to say about the way the race was run, and if you like them, you want to see your long shot get a chance to run.
Favorite, still the one taking all that late money. This horse stepping into our screen under Kendrick Carmouche. Striking Speed. Rob Atras Barnes second off the claim. We're set for the cross country pick 5. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Now goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Mount Travers right out towards the front, but there's Tommy Gunn, and Tommy Gunn is now a neck in front as Prince James is about to join this leader. They're very tightly bunched. Here comes Poppy's Pride to join them. 4 across the racetrack, is also in that early mix as Joker Boy, but now Poppy's Pride will shake loose. It's Poppy's Pride who's up top, is up by a length and a half. Prince James is right in behind this leader, also moving forward. Here comes Clem Labine right there with Striking Speed. They make it 4 across the racetrack, is now backing out of that mix. That's going to be Joker Boy back to 5th with less than 4 furlongs to go. Tommy Gunn has lost ground. Mount Travers is trying to run on from the back with First Deputy, 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Poppy's Pride has got the lead. Here comes Clem Labine in the 2 path, is ready to engage this leader. Striking Speed is just off of Clem Labine as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. Prince James is trying to get out of touch, is in 4th. Mount Travers with a ground-saving trip, and First Deputy from the back still 5 off the lead. Clem Labine is drifting out, but Clem Labine's got the lead. It's Clem Labine who's trying to kick away and is doing just that. Back there is Poppy's Pride to the inside. Prince James, First Deputy's putting together the rally. A host of pursuers in behind, but inside the final 16th, it's all Clem Labine. Clem Labine will win off easily. Clem Labine wins it. Mount Travers for second. Prince James and First Deputy in 1 minute 16.39 seconds.
Clem Labine continuing to drop down the class ladder, finding the right spot. Isaac Castillo, David Jacobson.
And the break was so interesting here. Remember how I said this horse always gets left. He broke on top today. The 11 got left in here. Striking Speed's chances were all lost when that happened. And he was able to stalk what was a quick pace. And keep in mind, while the 5 horse made the lead in this race, Poppy's Pride, he too got left. So he had to rush up. And it really was another one of those cases where the start sort of told you what was going to happen at the end, right? When he broke so sharply, you knew he was going to be a factor. A very good ride by Boca Chica. The kid has just started riding here. He keeps riding like this, he'll be able to be successful. He gave the horse a great ride to get second at 19-1. Clem Labine, 10-4 against the money.
7-1 over 19-1 over 4-1. So 10-4, 1-7, and a good start. If you had this one in this cross-country pick 5, an upset here. Clem Labine dropping down to the lowest level he had run at in 50 career starts. Hits the board for the first time this year in his 4th career start, getting the win as well. At a price with Isaac Castillo, owned and trained by David Jacobson. Prices from this when we come back. We'll set up the 8th for you as well. And still ahead from the Derby Trail to the Bachelor. And likely the one to beat. We'll have more on back-to-back stakes races coming up from Hot Springs when we return. Back with you on America's Day at the Races. On Saturday action from Aqueduct and Oaklawn Park. Our program brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. Underway. And our cross-country Pick 5, and it began with this race and this winner, Clem Labine, 7-1 to kick things off. Blinkers going on, winning for David Jacobson with Isaac Castillo aboard.
20 to 30 years ago, when our bottom claiming races were $14,000, we had a saying, first time 14. Anytime a horse was making his first start at the bottom level, we just bet them, and we got some great prices. And it's because those races are usually, can be significantly inferior even to the class 1 or 2 above them. And obviously Clem Labine hadn't run this well in those other races, but the class relief, and he tipped his hand. I even said to you, Greg, when he broke like that, he's going to win. Because when they break like that, they're usually going to show up. The opposite today.
Hindsight, but a little surprising to get 7-1 just for the fact of who he was facing.
We did talk about it before the race.
Yeah, we did.
It's not like we totally red-boarding it.
10-4, 1-7 here. Clem Labine with the win. Shout out Brooklyn Dodgers. And we're going to be back on the turf coming up in the next race.
Did Paulie bet him? Did Paulie bet this horse out of loyalty to his Dodgers?
I would hope so. We'll have to ask him. We'll check in with him in a moment. Big Bad Diva kicks off the late pick 5. in Hot Springs, Christian Torres, who was the runaway winner of this meet for the jockey title, on board for Matt Williams here.
And I would imagine he's going to move his tack to Churchill Downs, I would guess.
I would think so.
He'll be in Kentucky. This kid can ride. I mean, he's been, riding for 4 or 5 years now full time, and I think it's really impressive to see how far he's come along, and feels like he could really have a future in the game. And I understand it's going to be tougher. You know, circuits are tougher riders, tough to get the kind of horses, but it's not as though he came to Oaklawn, and there's some pretty good riders there. And he really started emerging last year, and this year he made a mockery of the title.
He really did. I mean, it was over more than halfway into the meet.
Oh, months ago it was over. I agree. And Keith Asmussen has had a terrific meet, and he's really stepped up his game, and he's not even close to Torres. He's getting some pretty good mounts.
Take a look at the cross-country pick 5 follow along. So those two kick things off, and 2 decent upsets to begin it, still with a long way to go.
Yes, a long way to go, but a pretty good start if you're alive. The Bachelor.
Up next, stakes action.
Is this going to be like a theme of stake races named after reality shows?
Could be. I know, every time we say the name of this, I keep thinking we're going to see.
Yeah. It's a natural
who's
sponsor.
Going to get that rose?
It's a natural sponsor, so I think it's a good idea.
So Steve Asmussen, obviously with a horse who loves it at Oaklawn, and Valentine Candy, 3 straight stakes wins at the meet, trying to become the first horse, as I mentioned, in over 30 years to win 4 stakes at a meet. And Steve would be the first trainer ever in the history of Oaklawn to win a 9th stakes race, or win a stakes race 9 times, I should say.
Well, I mean, some of it is because it's kind of like those records. You know, you talk about the records, Angel Cordero to Jerry Bailey and John Velasquez at Saratoga. We used to run 24 days. We now run 40, more opportunity. Oaklawn used to run a meet that went from early in January until early in April, so there are more opportunities, but that's not to say Steve hasn't done a great job, and this is sort of a remarkable achievement. And Valentine's Candy is kind of an interesting horse that we talked about quite a bit in Saratoga when he broke his maiden. It looked like a loaded field first time. The race came back slow. Therefore, the speed figures came in low. Horses started coming back from the race one after the other and improving dramatically. And subsequently, the figure was bumped up quite a bit. And in fact, the horse that finished second, the Champagne, finished 4th in that maiden race behind him, General Partner, hoping to see him back at Churchill Downs next weekend, making history.
All the hype, you know, in this race, Valentine Candy, and then facing that Brad Cox runner Bergen on the rail. But Steve Asmussen has another horse in here too, Cat Spy 5, who's a huge price right now. He's 23-1.
He's no bum.
He has a legitimate shot in here, I thought.
And he has a good running style, too, if the pace gets a little bit hot, because you do have Frost Free, who's capable of running a huge race, and he cuts back in distance. He ran a big figure 2 back. Time for Truth is very interesting. The 4 cutting back in distance. And Bergen, he gets a little needed class relief and a fast track as well, or a faster track, not a sealed track like last time. This is an excellent race.
It is a good one coming up. $200,000 purse, 3-year-olds sprinting 6 furlongs. Valentine Candy trying to make a little history and win a 4th straight stakes race at the meet. Coming up, post time, 26 minutes away from the Bachelors. We continue along in this cross-country pick 5 next.
Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt, 1 by 2 lengths.
Tremendous amount of talent with his win in the Vanderbilt, as well as a couple of his wins at Churchill Downs. Ran unbelievably fast. Very special family to me.
Perfect sire for 2-year-old sales. Just a gorgeous horse and throwing very athletic horses that I think will run.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes roots of his sire, a multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Mitole has the lead. 10 badges between horses. Mr. Jägermeister running a big race, and he comes to challenge Mitole, but now Mitole rebreaks and he's 2 in front. Mr. Jägermeister is second, Supreme Aura third, and Mitole is now running away and he's 5 in front. Mitole, Mr. Jägermeister, Supreme Aura, Mitole to win.
This was the beginning of a lot better things to come for Mitole. What a standout star this was. He'd gone to win the Med Mile. He'd gone to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint. You felt, and I know you liked the horse who won Horse of the Year that year, this horse had a big case for it.
I think he did. He had an unbelievable year. And, you say with a sprinter as though there's something wrong with that. I think it's one of the reasons the sprints divisions aren't as tough as they could be. People avoid those races. He, of course, won the Met Mile. And I agree with you. He ran against one of the better Met Mile fields that we've had in years as far as, beating horses like McKinsey. Thunder Snow was in that race, showing he could get the mile. William the Forgo, his only loss, he was on a dead rail in the Vanderbilt. Otherwise, this is a horse, he was brilliant as a 3-year-old. Unfortunately, something went wrong. And I'm a huge Mitole fan. I could go on and on. He's just my kind of horse. He was a really, really good, tough horse.
So you saw all those wins in this race for Steve Asmussen, trying to win this for a 9th time. No trainer has won a stakes race at Oaklawn 9 times. One other trainer has won a stakes race 8 times.
You know what's amazing about that? Leave that up for a second. His first win is in '96. Then he doesn't win it again for 12 years.
Well, he didn't run it.
Oh, well, that would be a good reason for it, so thank you for that. But even after 2008, then, he still doesn't win it for another 8 runnings or 7 runnings. And then he starts putting it together. So he's won this race 6 times in the last 9 runnings. That's remarkable.
Pretty incredible. The other trainer with 8 wins in a stakes race, I was getting to Bob Baffert, the Rebel. Old news.
Yeah.
Valentine
How many
Candy.
times you won that, Rebel? 8?
Yeah.
At least one was a split, though, so it doesn't count.
This horse, 3 straight stakes wins at Oaklawn, trying to make it 4. No horse has done that in a single meet in over 30 years in Hot Springs.
He's a very, very nice horse, and he's shown that he can handle a wet track. Obviously, he's good on dry tracks. He also doesn't need the lead, which sort of helps him. He can be forward if need be. He drew very well in here. He's good, but this is a very tough field. I mean, this has got to be one of the tougher fields he's faced. Now, in fairness, he beat Time for Truth, but that was also Time for Truth's second career start and a muddy seal track, and he was gauged in a quick pace. I think Time for Truth is going to benefit from running those longer races and cutting back.
Could be, but yeah, this does seem like his toughest test yet coming up. But here's what he's done at the meet. The Ozark, or the Advent, I should say, start with that. The Renaissance and then the Ozark last time out. He is undefeated in these stakes races here, and as you've said, faced a muddy seal track, fast track. He went 5.5 furlongs, 6 furlongs. Nothing's phased him.
And he's not the only one in this race that could show up there, but you have to think that Steve is thinking about the Woody Stevens, a Grade 1, now being run on Belmont Stakes Day in Saratoga. And you got to think we'll see him there. All things go well. Broke his maiden at Saratoga in a fast race. So, you have to start thinking about these horses at some point. I know the Derby is first and foremost in all of our minds right now, but we're a week away from the Derby, which means we're 6 weeks away from Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. And with all of those big races and stake races, these good horses are all pointing towards races there.
Pretty big week of racing, but certainly that undercard on Belmont Stakes Day, there are some big ones that maybe a horse like a Valentine Candy is going to be thinking about.
Yeah, and I was taking a look at the stakes at Churchill next weekend. A lot of those horses we'll see in Saratoga, and Kevin Kirstein tweeted out all the, if you're interested to follow him from Churchill Downs, tweet out all the fields for the stakes at Churchill. Yeah. And you look at them and you see these are horses we're going to see. throughout the summer, but particularly on Belmont Stakes weekend, and it's a great time of the year.
Really is. A lot to get excited about. We're going to take a timeout. We have the Bachelor coming up. Tough test for Valentine Candy. We'll see if he can keep that stakes winning streak alive in Hot Springs. Meanwhile, back in New York, we're back on the turf. Mile and a 16th in this New York bred entry-level allowance and overacting, getting set for her 4-year-old debut for trainer Chad Brown. She's the 9-5 favorite when we come back. Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Be part of history. First ever third and final leg of the Triple Crown Belmont Stakes that will be held at historic Saratoga. If you can't be there, don't worry. We got you covered. You'll see live coverage on Fox Saturday, June 8th. Of course, we're a week away from the first leg of the Triple Crown. Could we have a Triple Crown on the line, Andy, when we get to the Belmont?
Well, all it takes is one horse to win one race, right? We need a Kentucky Derby winner to win the Preakness. I always say that at NYRA, we root for one horse every year, the Derby winner to win the Preakness, to have a big day. Listen, it's going to be a great weekend and a great day regardless of that. But obviously, there's always an extra level of excitement when a Triple Crown potential exists.
Back here in New York, this 8th race, again, mile and a 16th over the outer turf, and that horse, the one we saw going to break. Chad Brown, 4-year-old filly, returning for this 2024 debut, and this was back the last time that we saw her. Second runner-up finish, beat as a 4-5 favorite.
Yeah, but to be fair, I think this horse has made it very clear that she is her best on the lead. And I read Raider here, and it turned out to be a mistake. He's allowed to make them. Even the very best of them do it. Manny Franco understands that. And with his post position and the makeup of the field, you're going to have to think Manny is going to send. And even when this horse seemingly ran off in her debut, she ran her best race in the front end. But to be fair, Ragna was impressive in her breaking her maiden first time out. The 11 getting in from out of town is dangerous. And even Stella Mars going to Mike Maker can't be ignored.
Yeah, Ragna, who you mentioned, took a lot of money, too. First time out for the James Bond barn. More on that one in a moment. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, and we'll start off with the one overacting. she looks terrific. You know, well, one thing we're looking at when we're looking at horses from a physical perspective is, you know, horses coming off layoffs especially, you know, how fit do they look? It seems like just a non-factor with the Chad Brown runners. They just always look fit, always look prepared. And I agree. I think last time, you know, she probably wants to just be a bit more free running. With that inside post two, you got to take advantage of inside position. She's, you know, post two in this field. She should, you know, be able to get the position she wants because she has a lot of natural speed. Looks tremendous. I really can't fault her from a physical perspective. The 6 being Betty, I thought looked a bit interesting. You get Irad Ortiz winds up here. Jose Lascano, again, did suffer a slight concussion yesterday. We look forward to seeing Jose back. Hope he's okay. Another one coming off of a layoff. Not a very big filly, but I really was taken with how she looks, and she gets Lasix for the first time. The 8, Roanya for the Jimmy Bond Barn. Another one coming off of a layoff. Looks very fit. Really comes in lean, sleek. Looks like she's ready to run. And then your the horse that everybody has to beat on the outside, the 11, first time in forever. This is a New York bred that has never run against New York breds, and to put that in the proper context, you know, there's roughly 20,000 foals a year born in North America, registered thoroughbreds, and there's about 1,000 of those that are New York bred. So it shrinks the gene pool considerably, what she has to run against, and she's run extremely well in open company at Santa Anita. She's going to be a handful to beat here. She's got to overcome her draw, though. Post 11, very difficult posts. And we got Dave Duggan deputizing here for her conditioner, Leonard Powell. But she looks fantastic. She's definitely sporting her California tan.
3-1 on this New York bred, facing New York bred company for the first time, coming in from the West Coast in a pretty good pilot on board today. Let's go back to Santa Anita with this also eligible who draws in.
Yeah, and this is 2 races back. Listen, I have no argument. I agree with everything Richie said. I don't like the post for this horse, but this horse clearly has decent form, running against open company in California, and has run races that make her competitive. She gets a terrific rider in Flavien Prat in the outside, who will at least probably give you your best chance in the outside post, and I will not argue at all with the horse that I picked third. I think the 1, 8, 9, and 11, all of these horses can win this race. The 9 is the one that's a preposterous overlay right now, switching to Mike Maker, Stella Mars the first time. This horse should not be 10-1 in here, and certainly shouldn't be almost twice the price of Being Betty, who I don't know if she wants to go this far and would have to improve, and she probably will from 2 to 3, but this is a tough spot for her to be taking that much money. Not that she's impossible.
And you look at this field, you have obviously one of the premier riders who's going to ride this filly here in the game right now. In a couple of scratches, it's effectively post 9. She has tactical speed.
Post 8, post 10. One of the scratches was the 1A and also eligible.
Sorry, yeah.
You think he can get the position outside?
Are you that worried about being in that post with that rider with this horse?
That worried? Well, one of his chief competition draws the 2 post. So that horse has a significant edge because without a lot of effort, that horse gets good position, assuming she breaks. Whereas the 11, well, Accelerino's inside of her. She's a sprinter stretching out, so she's not one that you figure is going to be taken back. And Romero Mirage is a bit aggressive with his horses, so she could go a little bit. Being Betty could be a little bit forward. So I don't think she's going to have that an easy a time getting over. Now, Flavien Prat's as good as anybody, so maybe he does get good position, but I still think she's at a disadvantage to the horse that she has to beat, being the 1. Having said that, she can absolutely win this race.
Call to post. We hear in the background. There's Roanya, who just went through the screen for the Bond Barn, making start number 2. Often impressive win, first time out back in November. Here's overacting, so gets post 2 in the 4-year-old return.
It's simple for Manny Franco. Go to the front. If she's good enough, she'll win. If he's in front and she loses, it's not his fault.
Mazzaria getting on turf for the first time.
Yeah, it's a first fall for Madame, who did win the turf, but with a 69 buyer.
Artemis Girl won her debut, actually, last year at Aqueduct on the turf.
At a huge, huge price, and she didn't run that badly in her next start in the Teppan.
Here's the 5, Mim, 59-1.
Yeah, she probably doesn't want to go this far, and it's not clear she wants to go even that short on the turf.
Being Betty, she broke her maiden. She went to the Teppan as well. She was 5th.
I'm a fan of this horse. I think she's okay. She might be better going a little shorter, though, but she does have the chance to improve. It's not impossible.
took a while. What do you think of that maiden win from Succulent last night?
Well, my friend Steve Christa is a part owner of her, so I'm always rooting for her. She's a horse that needs a race to fall apart to win, and I don't see how she can do that with the horse outside of her in the race who's just better.
Here's the Bond runner, Roanya, who won the debut impressively.
She's the one that's getting a little lost of the 3 top logical contenders at 7-2. She was extremely impressive in her debut.
Mike Maker barn taking over Stella Mars.
I don't understand how a horse for a lower percentage barn that was running races fast enough to win this race consistently on the turf is going off at this kind of price. She's an overlay.
There's Accelerina, Romero Mirage, 54-1.
That would blow things up.
And there he is, Flavian Pratt, one of the best in the business on First Time in Forever. Also eligible, draws in.
First time against New York Breds. Took them long enough to realize they probably should be running the New York Breds all along, though they've done okay with her. And keep in mind, tomorrow is the last day of the Aqueduct meet as we go to Belmont at the Big A. So every pick 5 and pick 6 tomorrow is a mandatory payout. So if for some reason, though it's not likely, we should have a carryover, it'll have to be payout tomorrow.
Mandatory payout days are
a
lot of fun. We'll
so if the
happens.
10 wins, that could really...
we are going to have one, I would think. So 5-2, second choice on the horse on your screen right now. It's the 1, Overacting. Chad Brown, Manny Franco, Klarovich, post 2, Overacting. Who is your favorite? Let's go back to Roanya for the James Bond barn. And word was out. Went off as the favorite, part of an entry first time out.
Well, unfortunately for those that liked her, and that includes a good friend of mine, they were betting the other half of the entry. She's the one that ran 3rd here at a big price in the turf sprint for Kevin Bond, actually. I guess she had been working well at Saratoga, but like so many horses, she'd been reined off the turf in prior races because it was certainly the summer of being reined off of the turf. They got her on at the end of the year, and she wasn't going to have a chance to run again last year, and they said that they wouldn't see her again until this spring. I know that she's facing better today. The second horse was the first time in the turf for Christophe Clement. We know Velouse ran 3rd. She's more of a sprinter type.
Won 3 times since, but all on dirt.
Yeah, but this horse was good. This horse, you know, was that one of those eye test horses? How does this horse stack up on thoroughgraphs?
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
But look, it's one start, but
she can improve.
Exactly.
No, she could be pretty good. This is not an easy non-winners of 1. There's some horses in here with the 1 and 8 and potentially with the 11 as well, and even the number 9. And the 6 isn't a bad horse either. This is a pretty tough running.
We will get back to it. Just 2 minutes to post here in this 8th from Aqueduct. Back to the Bachelor. Stakes action. 6 furlong sprint. 3-year-olds running for $200,000 in Valentine Candy as we expected. The 6-5 favorite. Trying to keep that dirt stakes winning streak alive. We start with Bergen. Brad Cox, winner of the Jimmy Winkfield.
He just couldn't handle the mile in the sealed track last time out. Handled it well 2 back and is a major player here.
Frost Free. We were just talking off air. We find very interesting.
Yeah, Greg has convinced me to bet a few bucks on Frost Free. Look at the sprint 2 back and the kind of speed that he showed and the blinkers on. They're going to come out firing. Now, whether or not he's good enough, I think it's going to make it tough on any horse that tries to run with him early.
He's already the quickest horse, and they add blinkers to him.
Yeah.
Market Street. Next door, Keith Asmussen riding for D. Wayne Lucas.
No, I don't know where he got that race from last time, but that actually gives him a chance here. The rest of his races give him no chance. Who is he?
2-time winner for the coach. Here's Time for Truth, who looked like he had a big career ahead of him off a big debut for Ron Moquette.
And I still think he could be okay. I worry, though, is the other speed, cutting back from those route races against a speed like Frost Freed might dull him a little.
Here's the other Steve Asmussen, Cats by 5.
It's a horse, a very big price for a horse that's run well enough to get a piece here.
Valentine Candy, here he is, trying to win a 4th stake at the meet.
And his best races make him the horse to beat. I don't know that he's supposed to be 6-5 here, though.
And Drew Mania on the outside. Ramsey Zimmerman at 28-1.
A credible horse who has a 3rd at Oaklawn, just not fast enough on numbers.
Approaching the 5-minute mark to post for The Bachelor. We'll return before the gates open. We return to New York in the meantime.
I've never watched a reality TV show, ever.
Feather in your cap.
I've watched a lot of stupid things, so I'm not exactly immune.
Overacting, still the 8-5 favorite here in this 8th. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, 2 horses I'm going to talk about, and then the 9, Stellar Mars. just looks great, dappled out, great coat on her. Needs to work out a trip also, but definitely a horse that Andy's talked about it a lot. Way too big a price at 11-1. I want to pick in the 11. Honestly, it kind of goes against a lot of things I believe about turf racing. I hate outside posts. It's not a very long run to the first turn going a mile. But in Flavien Prat, I trust. I just think that he'll try to find that break in between flights and be forward. The other thing that worries me a little is 127 pounds. That's a lot of weight, but I just couldn't get past how good her races were at Santa Anita, and I do think she will be forward. I just hope she doesn't get caught too wide into that first turn, guys.
Yeah, well, all eyes will be on Flavien Prat in here. I mean, if anyone can handle it, he knows what to do in here, and she does have at least some tactical speed to try and get over. I would just say she's faster than some others.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to be surprised when he gets a tuck. I'm never surprised when Flavien gives as good a ride as possible, and I'm not going to be surprised if she wins this race. At similar prices, I'd rather bet the 1, and frankly, I'd rather bet the 8 at 3-1 than her at 2-1. I want to see her bring that form here. I know they're New York breds. The California turf form doesn't necessarily hold up as strongly in the East Coast. Their dirt horses are often the good ones, too fast for us.
Would you say, though, overacting? Getting a bit overbet at 3-2?
Probably. These connections just take way too much money, particularly Chad Brown. Manny's supposed to go to the front. If she breaks and she's able to control the front, I think she's going to be tough to beat. But this is not an easy race.
Meanwhile, there is Flavien Prat on the also eligible first time in forever. Can he tuck in and save some ground early? Chris Griffin, the call.
Overacting flashes early speed. There's Mim in between horses at the rail. Mysaria wants to be in the early mix, and now Mysaria will put a nose in front. Right to her outside, here comes Mim, is ready to challenge. The front two start to skip away. They're now 3 lengths in front of Overacting, who's towards the inside here with Stella Mars. They're going to be 3rd and 4th. Being Betty is in between horses, is now in the 5th position out wider. That's Accelerina, 3 wide in that 2nd grouping. That 3rd grouping there, as now Artemis Girl is dropped back, is back to the 7th position. Towards the outside of that rival comes Roanya, right there as well as first time in forever. And the trailer, Succulent, can see them all. They're chasing Mim now, and Mim is a lone leader, and Mim is just striding away. Mim is now 6 lengths in front at 96-1. Mysaria was content to just let that leader press on, 23.32 and about a 6-length cushion, but Mysaria is getting closer now. Stella Mars is right there, is in the 3rd spot. A very tight hold here on Overacting. Manny Franco is down to the inside, is in that shared 4th position as Accelerina starts to move forward. Nowhere to go right now is Artemis Girl. Being Betty is in between horses, trying to run on from the back, first time in forever. Also, there is Roanya making up ground second to last. And the trailer, Succulent, 47 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Mim is still there. It's Mim with a 3-length cushion. Mim reaches the top of the lane. Can the 96-1 shot pull it off? Here comes a big run down the center of the course from Overacting, and going right with this leader is going to be first time in forever. Overacting is now ready to pounce, and Overacting is taking the lead. First time in forever is ready to challenge to the outside. They approach the final 16th. Overacting, first time in forever. Overacting, first time in forever. Overacting will win it. Overacting wins it over first time in forever. Roanya, Stella Mars, and Mim in 1 minute 41 and 4.
Overacting, successful 4-year-old debut for the favorite. And for first time in forever, just was never able to get in and save any ground.
Well, I think what we talked about before the race sort of came out to play, right? When you consider the difference in post positions. Now, first of all, Manny got the 1 to relax, and he got her to finish. And that's a credit to Manny, as well as the training of the Chad Brown barn. Because it's a horse who did not seem to want to rate in her prior races, and he did that effectively. But because she drew that rail, right, she just falls into the trip. Whereas the 11, we talked about it early watching the race. Flavien did the best he could. He just never got that tuck. And so, I mean, unfortunately, we can't still use Trackist to look at ground loss, but I can guarantee you the 11 covered a lot more ground than the 1 did.
No question.
And while she was drawing off at the end, imagine if you reversed the trips between the two. It's hard to say that the 11 wasn't going to win this race, but Overacting was able to get the right trip in here, and she was able to rate.
Back to Hot Springs. Bachelor coming up at Valentine Candy, trying to make it 4 straight stakes wins here at the meet. 7-5 favorite, but facing what seems like his toughest test yet. See if Paula Duca agrees with that.
Yeah, I'm with you, Greg. I agree with you 100%. And I think the other part of this levels the playing field. I just think that the 6 Valentine Candy might be better over a sloppy racetrack. Now, we were informed that it was going to come down again at around 2:30 to 3 o'clock, and the rain has just been all around us, but it has not landed on the racetrack. And right now it's still good, but we've had some fastest times now, and I would think it's going towards the fastest area. So if you look at that aspect, the 4 Time for Truth ran a great number first time out. Now, Valentine Candy obviously has already beaten Time for Truth, but maybe Time for Truth with the last 2 races was not embarrassed in the Arkansas Derby. Now, we've seen a horse come back from the Arkansas Derby in a way weaker spot, obviously a maiden spot, did win. But can the 4 rate? Because when you look at this race, the 2 in here, Frost Free, putting the blinkers on, is very, very fast. This horse has gone sub 22 with the blinkers 2 back, and I would think would try to get to the front end. The 6 Valentine Candy can lay off. Now the 1 in here is the interesting horse, right? Bergen here for Brad Cox, and in the Jimmy Winkfield, this horse just absolutely just went 4 wide off the layoff, and this was his 3-year-old debut. Now in the Gotham, he was wide most of the way. He did get bet that day at 4-1. He's got some good races to go to as a 2-year-old that would probably win this race. He does draw the rail. He was impressive on this day on January 27th, and he got a tremendous number. It was on a sloppy racetrack, and I thought he'd be a handful in here, but if it was a sloppy racetrack, so would Valentine Candy. I think it actually levels out the playing field that were a little bit drier, but I do think the 1 might be the real deal here. I'll go with the 1 here, Greg, to beat Valentine Candy. I just think Valentine Candy, going to Turfway, then back here, I'll take my shot with the 1.
Yeah, obviously, look, Connections got tempted by that big purse going on a surface they weren't sure about with Valentine Candy. Tried something different, didn't work out. And we'll see if that disrupts things, getting back to his preferred surface.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. They went to try to get the money there, and she's not a synthetic horse, or he's not. It could be okay. I keep going back to the horse that you and I were talking about in this race, the number 2. Obviously, this is not an easy field, but Frost Freeze, that mile race wasn't even that bad. This is a horse that wants to go shorter. With a clean break, I think Frost Free has a very good chance to upset this field at 7-1.
His dirt figure 2 back was thoroughgraph-wise as quick as anything Valentine Candy's done.
Yeah, no, I think this horse is very, very dangerous in here.
Valentine Candy, though, the 6, trying to make it 4 straight stakes wins here at the meet. See if he can do it. And the Bachelor coming up. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Ready to go in the Bachelor. And they're off in the Bachelor Stakes. Frost Free broke sharply today, is sent for speed. Valentine Candy takes the 2nd position with Cats by 5, and Time for Truth, who takes back to 4th with Drew Mania. Bergen down on the inside, 2nd to last, and Market Street is at the back of the pack. Frost Free up top by 2. Valentine Candy concedes the lead. We'll try to run him down later. Time for Truth finds room on the rail. He slips inside of Valentine Candy to be a joint 2nd. Another length and a half to Drew Mania. Cats by 5. The 2 long shots. Bergen, 2nd to last, shown more rain to get going on the rail. Market Street outside of him as they round the far turn. Frost Free still in front, went fast, 21-3 for the first quarter mile. Approaches the top of the lane, a length in front. Valentine Candy 2nd, getting closer. Time for Truth under pressure, 3rd on the rail. Then Cats by 5, top of the lane. Frost Free down the lane as a 2-length cushion as he opens up. Valentine Candy has the ears pinned back, though. He's trying to run him down. Frost Free with the lead. Valentine Candy making a race of it. And here he comes, the son of Justify. Valentine Candy, Frost Free back at 2nd. Valentine Candy, 9 career Bachelor wins for Steve Asmussen. And it goes to Valentine Candy, a 4-time stakes winner at the meet. Frost Free, valiant in defeat, but 2nd. And then Cats by 5.
Valentine Candy, 4 stakes wins in a row at the meet, runs down the speed. And Steve Asmussen, first trainer in the history of the meet to win a stakes race 9 times.
He was just too good. I mean, he had a great idea with the 2, Greg. He really ran terrific in there and really sort of too well to lose, but he lost to the better horse, as it turned out. I mean, and a very good job. I think that Ricardo Santana understood, and probably Steve too, that maybe the 2 was the horse he had to beat, because the way they were as aggressive as they were at the start, they kind of realized we're not going to win this race, if we let the 2 get too much of an advantage. And this is a nice race by Valentine's Candy. This was a very, very strong field overall, and he got it done. Now, obviously, the competition will get steeper as things go on, but that doesn't mean this horse can't be a bit of a player going forward, and we know he's won at Saratoga in the past, for whatever that's worth, usually less than people think it is.
We talked about, too, the big long shot for this barn.
The 5.
That's by 5, and he gets a piece of it, gets 3rd here. So Steve Asmussen runs 1st and 3rd, including the win.
Well, Time for Truth, clearly not the same, stretching out, but the massive disappointment was Bergen. I mean, he looked so good when he won our Winkfield early and really looked like a horse to go on with it. He was struggling in the back of the pack and made no impact whatsoever. And I know the race didn't really come apart, but he didn't run a step.
5 for 8 now on dirt, if you take out that synthetic race for Valentine Candy, and 4 stakes wins in a row now in Hot Springs. He loves it at Oaklawn.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry soil room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Grand Central, busy place. It's going to be even busier in Louisville in a few days. Play all the action with Naira Bets, including the Derby. Get signed up in time and get a free Derby play. Derby 25, that promo code to use to get signed up and started. You're watching America's Day at the Races Saturday coverage from Aqueduct and Oaklawn. And we'll get to the 9th in New York momentarily. It was overacting in the 8th. Familiar silks we see that get their picture taken a lot. Chad Brown, Clarvich Stables, and Manny Franco.
Yeah, and an excellent ride by Manny and a very good job. I think that the training team for Chad Brown deserves a lot of credit. Getting a horse that maybe wasn't so comfortable rating to be able to rate successfully. She got a great trip. I'm not going to deny it. And if you reverse the trips between her and the 11 would have won. But Manny was in that position, and you knew going in she had the benefit of breaking inside. You see those silks. They'll be well represented on Derby weekend with 2 in the Kentucky Oaks, including Ways and Means and Domestic Product in the Kentucky Derby, which will be drawn in around 2 hours.
And that 97-1 shot just missing 4th, who set the pace early in here, trying the turf for the first time.
Crushed that super for 727 for a dime.
Pretty logical, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I didn't have it. I'm joking, but.
Back to the Bachelor, Valentine Candy. This is a very talented sprinter. Ricardo Santana Jr., he was on board that win in the Ozark. Back aboard today for Steve Asmussen. He has now won 5 of 9 starts overall. He's 4 for 4 at Oaklawn.
Yeah, this was a very, very good effort getting it done with this horse and running down a very fast sprinter in Frost Free, who looked really like he might get the job done, especially when they straightened for home, right? Frost Free looked like he put a little distance in him, but I don't think Frost Free stopped. I just think Valentine Candy was relentless and was able to just wear him down. He was the best horse, not by a huge amount, but by enough.
So $4.80 for the win. He does it again. This has been pretty incredible. Again, first horse in 33 years to win 4 stakes wins at the meets. Valentine Candy.
That's cool. Listen, it's not an easy thing to do, and he did it. He's run 5 races starting back in December 8th, so he's done it in about a 5-month period with 1 race at Turfway. One thing about Steve Asmussen, he doesn't skip a lot of races. If they're ready, they go in the dance.
Indeed, and he is now just probably very good chance by the end of next weekend he's going to set that record for most wins in a meet. When Cole Norman did it, it was a much shorter meet. Still, it's just a matter of not if, but when. Steve Asmussen breaks that record.
Does it really matter anymore? He owns every training record. At this point, it must get kind of boring for him.
I think he's still pretty competitive, and I think he enjoys.
I'm pretty confident he's very competitive.
We got a maiden special coming up next, and then we have stakes action again. Fillies and mares dig a diamond, and look who's back. Hoosier Filly going to stretch out.
That picture's been doctored a little.
Going to take blinkers off for the 4-time winner. Is closing in on $800,000 in earnings. We'll have her stakes race still to come. This is in our immediate future. Monmouth Park Racing coming to America's Day at the Races May 11th. You'll see live coverage on Fox.
Looking forward to that. We're going to make a trip down there. I know we got other team members down there, but I haven't been there since I was there with you in 2015.
It was that long ago?
It's the last time. We did a couple shows for Docs, 14 and 15. It was so long ago. Rajiv Mirage won in 2014 with Main Sequence in his first start in the United States. Eventual turf champion. Horse so good, he won the Breeders' Cup Turf with Rajiv.
I had to take, I remember that show, to race to the airport as soon as we got off the air.
Really?
To catch a flight to work the next morning. Somehow made it. It was a stressful day. but beautiful up there.
Monmouth's a great track.
Jersey Shore.
Yeah, I love Monmouth's a great track. I look forward to getting back there.
9th at Aqueduct. We're approaching the 9-minute mark to post here. Mile on the inner turf. New York Breds, maiden special weight, the 11 right now, is the favorite at 2-1 on the board. That's an also eligible that gets in. Courtly Banker gets on turf for the first time. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, really interesting group here, guys. And as we know, turf racing is all about trips. The 2-horse Barron's Bounce gets a great draw down on the inside, homebred for Barry Schwartz's Stonewall Farm. And at first blush, you wouldn't go with a lot of turf pedigrees, jumping off the page at you. But the Grand Dam alternate was a multiple graded stakes winner on turf. And looking at this horse from a physical perspective, he's got that wider, flatter foot that and the slacker passings that Maggie often refers to. And I like what I'm seeing from Barron Bounce. He is making a really nice impression here in the paddock. He picks up Irad Ortiz here as Jose Lezcano is off his mounts after that incident yesterday. The 4, Better Lucky Than Good. This is a horse that, to me, really kind of filled in now as a 4-year-old. I like what I'm seeing from him. Real solid-looking individual. And I wonder if he might not be better for a start, but he really does make a nice physical impression here in the paddock. Horse that I'm not, going particularly like as far as winning, but I just thought it was worth mentioning. The 9, Dylan, we know that all thoroughbreds share a birthday, January 1st. It, in actuality, is number 9, Dylan's birthday today. This was the actual day he was born. I know Andy's going to love that fact. And then the 11, Courtly Banker, out of Courtly Lark, and I'm sure Andy won some races on Courtly Lark in Gallop Racer. Just looks terrific, really sporting that Florida tan that I like to talk about, horses coming from the Southland. But a very difficult post, and we saw how that post can hurt you in the last race with the fillies shipping in from California. I'm really impressed with the 1, though, Barron Bounce. He's got my eye, guys.
Yeah, it's the 2, Barron's Bounce. And Irad Ortiz Jr. will be on there, who does get that inside post. So Irad will be filling in there for the injured Jose Lezcano. We wish him a speedy recovery.
We do. Hope he's back soon. Look forward to him coming back soon. Talking about the 11, Richie mentioned joking about the dam. Some people who played Gallop Racer will remember Courtly Lark. I never bought that horse, Richie. He was a speed horse, and I was very bad riding speed horses in that race. It is a pedigree that says the horse should on the turf, but doesn't suggest you'd move up. I'm a little bit dubious of that figure the horse earned at 5 furlongs on synthetic. It's a tough spot for him. He will be 3rd choice by post time, though. The 4 is going to be an overwhelming favorite in here. And isn't the 4's biggest knock, Better Lucky Than Good, that he has no speed? That's my one concern.
Yeah, that's a huge concern. We'll see what Dylan Davis can do for Christophe Clement. There's Better Lucky Than Good. But, yeah, certainly this horse is going to be very, very far back early.
Yeah, that's what worries me a little about him, not his talent. I think he's good. I think he makes sense. And then there's obviously, there's not a lot to say. I thought he got a good trip last time out. He hasn't been out in 5 months, but he just seems like a logical horse. Got the IRED money. The 6 Koru will probably be 2nd choice by post time. I think you can look at him in a couple of ways. Thought he got a very good ride last time at Tampa. And I think he's sitting, is that him 3rd? He's the 3 horse. He's 5th right now, and the rider's going to stay. Boy, I don't think are we looking at this right? Yeah. Oh, this is yes. I'm sorry. Watch where the rider cuts the corner and he saves all that ground.
Blue
and
cap,
comes through.
yeah.
Never really able to get out in the clear, but did save a lot of ground. It was a decent enough start, and it fits well here. It's a New York bred, and keep in mind the winner was a Chad Brown horse that was much more heavily bet. To get it done, the one they expected to run better, and probably a race that'll suit him well here. I think both the Chad Browns are dangerous in here. I actually picked Sakashaka. There must be some reason they bet Sakashaka first time out. He didn't show it in the racetrack, to say the least, but his pedigree suggests he should handle the turf, if not move up on it.
Yeah, the dam of Sakashaka produced a other than turf sprint winner, who got a 91 buyer at Saratoga, was graded, stakes placed on the dirt, and then produced Varda, who was a grade 1 winner of the Starlet, obviously on dirt. Here's Irad Ortiz Jr. on Barron's Bounce, first on the turf.
Yeah, I understand what Richie's saying. The 2nd dam was a very good turf horse. Flatters winning the turf, they're going to beat me. Great sire, but not a good turf sire.
Turf debut for Road Soda, start number 2.
There's just no turf pedigree to speak of on this guy.
Blinkers, Lasix, trying turf, a lot of changes. Better lucky than good, Christophe Clement.
The concern with this horse is not his talent. The concern is his running style. He has no speed. Will that compromise him?
Scherzando will be Trevor McCarthy.
He's one of those talented maidens that hangs in the wire all the time, and he is better going shorter.
151,000 earned. He's still a maiden 6-year-old.
Yep.
Here's Koru, Chad Brown.
Owned by my friend Steve Bick and his friends. As we talked about with Koru, just a logical horse facing York Breds for the first time.
Rabaja gets Kendrick Carmouche.
Not impossible. Might have needed the first start. Didn't have the best of trips that day.
For the Bond Barn, here's Sweet Tone.
This horse would have to improve immeasurably off the one turf race.
Yeah, it did not show a lot on the grass. Was 66-1 that day. Dylan, it's his birthday.
Yes. I like that fact. Did you have a cupcake for him? Peppermint with a candle? It's not fast enough.
Here is the 10, Saka Shaka.
Maybe they bet him for no reason, but I'm going to give him one more chance at a much better price.
And the also eligible that gets in, is this the horse that's going to be in front?
If he runs like his dam did as a Gallop racer horse, he'll be in front. You'd have to think that, I think Javi's riding, right, will look to get him out and get him in position. He could be in front here. And that could hurt the 10, because the 10 could also be the speed in here, depending on what happens to the 11.
Well, let's look at that synthetic debut for Courtly Banker. Was just off 21-3, 44-1 fraction sprinting, so that makes you think this horse is going to be forward.
Yeah, now obviously that synthetic was quick that day and the horse ran well. I think the concern is whether or not this horse will be effective going this long and also on the turf. Now, as we said, there's enough pedigree to handle it, but I think watching this race, I think it's fair to guess, is this horse really going to finish at a mile? But there are things to like. I just, and the price is going up, so you'll get better. You get 72 or more. The 4 is now a substantial favorite. No
yeah, 8-5 now, and better lucky than good for the 4-year-old debut coming up. Let's go back down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, listen, I like Barron's Bounce in the paddock, and I like him on the racetrack too. I think he's going to run well. I was going back and forth between him and the 6 Koru, who really won me over in the warm-up. And Koru a moment ago was 6-1, now taking money down to 4-1. So I am going to pick the 6 Koru. Really won me over. And the fact that this horse ran so well in open company, people should not dismiss those turf races from Tampa. They're usually pretty good races, and you get a lot of high-profile trainers that are stabled at Payson and Palm Beach Downs, Palm Meadows, that ship to Tampa to get horses a race in them or break their maiden on the turf there. It is a terrific turf course at Tampa Bay. So the 6 Koru is my top selection, but I do still like Barron's Bounce, vacillating back and forth between the two of them. And guys, the 9, Dylan, it's his birthday, not a cupcake. Come on, a little imagination. It's a horse. Carrot cake.
Well, it could be a carrot cupcake.
I've never seen a carrot cupcake.
I mean, there's got to be one somewhere. Richie, go out and find one for this guy for his birthday.
That'd be something. Get your picture taken on your birthday at a price. 9-5, better lucky than good. Seems to be pace compromised. Was a beaten favorite last time out, but has certainly shown talent on a couple of tries on the grass so far.
Yeah. I don't really have a lot to add. I don't really think there's a lot going on in this race that isn't sort of logical, right? I mean, I guess you're sort of wondering if the set 11 can get more. The 4 is like the horse you feel like is he's the best horse of what we've seen, right, in the turf. The concern being that his lack of speed could become problematic, whether I read Ortiz is riding him or not.
I would say, I don't know, I would say Koru's not that far off.
No, and he's close. And the thing about Koru is he does have a little more speed, though. He's not exactly fast himself.
Should there be this kind of disparity between the 4 and the 6, though?
No, I think it's IRAD money. Don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, IRAD's not. Oh, IRAD's not riding.
No, he's
on
IRAD's on the 2.
I apologize. Right, that's why the 2's taking a little money. No, I agree with you. I don't think there should be. I'm not exactly sure why this horse. I'm wondering, the figs you look at, the photographs, similar, or the 4 is much better?
To be honest, I don't remember, to be honest with you. But open company at Tampa and the ride he had and it was beat by a stablemate. I just would think, and maybe it will even out a little more, but right now it's not. It's more disparity.
Well, I mean, this horse is a substantial, but the double $7 and change versus $10 and change. I am a little surprised, especially with the Chad Brown factor, right? I know it's Manny. Yeah. Are people looking and saying that Irad was named on Clement and not on the 6? Well, he rides Manny a lot, so I don't know why that should matter.
And it's just his second start.
Yeah, no, I agree. This is a little surprising. That big a difference. The 11. Keep in mind when you see the morning lines in this race. When a horse like the 11, same as the last race, gets in, it makes it very hard to do a morning line because you can't make the 11, you're going to have that percentage that's too high, so it kind of screws up all the odds in the race. Yeah, there's some things going on. I mean, I guess the 4 and 6 are the known form in this race of the best two, right? They're the ones you feel like. Now, can the 11 improve on turf? Can the 11 handle the distance? All questions we don't know about. If, in fact, distance isn't a problem and turf isn't a problem, the 11 might be better than both the 4 and 6. The 10 is a complete wild card here, but it's 6-1. You're going in the Chad Brown factor. The 2 does have that pedigree in the second dam side for turf, but Flatter is a very, very mediocre at best turf sire. Terrific sire, but not a good turf sire. And I guess that horse is a bit of the unknown, Rabaja, right? Just one turf start, didn't run well, but was a bit wide after breaking slowly, and is a half to Roagna, who we saw run a good third in today's
And so it was, so impressive first time out. Kendrick Carmouche doing his part to help the starting gate crew.
No, not a half, a full. A half, not a full.
25-1. Second time out on Rabaja for the Bond Barn, the 7. So 8-5 on Better Lucky Than Good. It's going to try and make a late run here and get up in time in the 4-year-old debut coming up. The second time Chad Brown starter, Koru, faced Open Company at Tampa. A healthy 4-1. And then the other Chad Brown runner, turf debut coming up. There's the 6, the first of those Chad Brown runners, the 10, Saka Shaka. Getting on turf for the first time. Nightcap, New York coming up. Chris Griffin, the call.
To the outside. Courtly Banker is in. All set. And they're off. Very awkward start there for Rabaya is going to be the early trailer. Scherzando's got early speed, and from the outside, here comes Saka Shaka, and also right there is going to be Courtly Banker, and they're going to cross over from those 2 outside stalls. They'll get over to the rail. It's going to be Courtly Banker and Saka Shaka, 1-2 into that first turn. Just off of them, Scherzando, cornering wide there was. Saka Shaka is now out to the 2 path. Dylan is 3 wide in that second grouping. In between horses, there comes Koru, is now in the 5th spot. Better Lucky Than Good is tightly at the rail there, is in the 6th position. Then Sweet Tone out in the center of the course. Barons bounces to the inside of that. Rival second to last is Rabaya and the trailer, Road Soda. They're chasing Courtly Banker, who's got the lead. Courtly Banker went 23 and 3 for that opening quarter mile. Saka Shaka is more well settled now in second. Scherzando's at the rail in third. Also progressing, there comes Dylan, is to the outside of Koru. That one is in 5th. In behind them is going to be Better Lucky Than Good. Better Lucky Than Good starts to make a move here as they work into the far turn. 48.44 for the half-mile time, and the leader starts to get away. It's Courtly Banker in front. Scherzando with that ground-saving journey is now tipped out to the 2 path, is ready to chase this leader. Also right there is Saka Shaka. Better Lucky Than Good is trying to pick it up, is down towards the inside, and here comes the run from Koru down the grandstand side. It's still Courtly Banker who's still there. Courtly Banker's holding him off. Better Lucky Than Good is now diving down towards the inside, and here comes Better Lucky Than Good after Courtly Banker, who's still a nose in front. Koru is lifting late as well. Better Lucky Than Good at the rail. Better Lucky Than Good. Koru, Better Lucky Than Good wins the finale. Koru their second, Courtly Banker, and Scherzando in 1 minute 36.48 seconds.
Well named. Better Lucky Than Good here to get that maiden win in the 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, no question about it. The ride, not luck on Dylan Davis's part. Maybe a little bit of luck for the connections, but Dylan's a terrific rider. Just staying on the inside and coming through there and saving that ground. And, I can't really blame Manny on Koru because it felt like the 10 was sort of coming back. But then, Scherzando came off the rail and the 10 went 3 wide. So Koru gets strung 4 wide there, and it sort of muted his rally while Dylan just came up the fence and got it done. And the 11 ran well. He just couldn't get the distance.
4, 6, 11, 5, 8-5 favorite with that great trip. Able to get that win as we go back to Oaklawn. And a standout favorite coming up in this maiden special weight 6 furlong sprint for 3-year-old fillies. Norm Cassie, She Called the 9. Odds on off a big debut where she just missed. We start with the 1, Smarty Be Good, first-time starter.
Yeah, first-time starter. Not a lot of pedigree to go on in this one.
She's not a joke. 0 for 7 to this point.
Okay, keep saying it.
Hit the board 3 of 7 starts, but jumping up in class. Andrea Diane, first-time starter.
Yeah, one of the foals was okay on the turf, so maybe a little more turfy.
Steve Asmussen with a gun runner debuting. Gun troll.
Yeah, there's a foal that ran well on the turf, but third foal, the other one that ran on the dirt, did not run very well, but is a gun runner.
Big issues out of the gate. First 2 starts for Queen's Legacy.
That would be correct.
Rain broke, lost the rider last time out.
That's bad, right?
It is, and it wasn't too good first time either.
You need
California
both,
roll 21-1.
Well, we'll see if this horse can improve in the first start. Didn't do a lot of running.
Blinkers on and Lasix for Miss Maximus.
Gets a switch from Brad Cox to Norm Cassie. This horse a New York bred. Bring him here, Norm.
Stablemate 2. This one, the 3-5 favorite. Now She Called.
Well, lost to Lady Moscato. Was an experienced Wayne Lucas horse with good 2-year-old form that came back to win her next start. This one deservedly is 3-5.
Yeah, 19-1 Vino Veritas, Ron Moquette Barn, Vino Rosso filly.
Did break slowly. Had a very good trip after that, but that was a much weaker maiden claiming race.
Confident move, though, stepping up in class. And then the 11, Mo For Us, Steve Asmussen, second-timer.
Yeah, I mean, there was some trouble for this horse, a bit blind switched, and was absolutely best. Did hang down the stretch, but was best in that race. But it was a Louisiana-bred, state-bred race, just an inferior race. In the context of the race, the horse was best, but not good enough to beat the 9.
Slow figure, too, even though it took a lot of money in that race as the favorite. 4-5 favorite. It is Norm Cassie, She Called. Let's go to Paula Duca with more, including Paulie, a gun runner for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, it is true. And I think she's the main danger to the 9. I think Andy hit the nail right on the head. Lady Moscato was an experienced horse, and Lucas's horses have been running well. So, the Norm Cassie run here, She Called. I thought she ran dynamite first time out. She just got beat on the square. Now, do you want to take her at 3-5? I think the other horse in here is the 5. I mean, by gun runner here that is coming in here with decent works. Your worry with the 5 is with this kind of pedigree at 300,000. And it's no pun intended, because a lot of horses do get broken for or start at Louisiana Downs for Steve Aspen. Then they brought this horse over to Sam Houston. Then they brought this horse over to Oaklawn. So was he one of those horses like, oh, he's too good for here, let's go to Sam Houston. Okay, wait, he's training really well here, let's go to Oaklawn. So he's been to 3 different racetracks, and right now he is 9-2. I thought it was those 2, and I'm going to tell you a horse that I do like in here, and it is the 6. Now, you see the running line in there. Obviously, Rain broke, lost jock. This horse literally was rolling down the backside on the inside, and Rafael Bejarano, the rein broke and the horse bolted towards the outside, and Bejarano basically had to bail while this horse was making a backstretch move. It says 5/9. This horse was actually moving up the rail, and I remember after the race, Tommy Van Berg was going absolutely nuts, going, I just bought a new rein. That is a new rein that broke. He was very upset. And I think that's why the 6 is getting played here under that 20-1 morning line. I don't know if she can hang with the 9 or the 5, but I'm telling you right now, she was running a little bit last time, and I wouldn't be surprised if she comes running today at 15-1.
Interesting. So, yeah, a lot of issues, not just with the equipment, but out of the gate in general for Queen's Legacy. First 2 trips, but all the money and the one to beat, She Called. Coming up, we're going to be moving to the Fox Sports app at the top of the hour. Also saying goodbye to SNY as well. Villanova UConn softball is going to be starting on FS2, but then hopefully in the not-too-distant future. You'll be back with us very shortly. Right now, this 9th from Oaklawn, the 9, She Called, second time out for Norm Cassie. Big favorite. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
2 back, Vino Veritas, as they have loaded Queen's Legacy. Vino Veritas goes in, and the last one, Mo For Us. We're ready to go. And we're off. Andrea Diane was off a little bit sluggishly. Queen's Legacy slow into stride as well. She called up close, is going to take back. Smarty Be Good, she's not a joke. Those two side by side down the back stretch. And a 3-deep Miss Maximus is there joining the fun on the front end. She called right off of them in the 4th position. 4 wide, a contentious scrabble on the lead here. Down on the inside, Gun Twirl runs in 5th in a pocket. Mo for Us right behind her between horses now as they bunch up into the forward turn. A gap of 3 to Andrea Diane. California Roll side by side. Vino Veritas is second to last, and Queen's Legacy is the back of the pack as they round the forward turn. Smarty Be Good, she's not a joke, are losing the lead here to Miss Maximus, who's 3 deep on the scene, pokes a nose in front. She's not a joke, tries to re-rally on the inside, sticking to her. Then comes She Called in the 3rd spot, coming off the turn. Mo for Us right behind them, searching for racing room. She Called with a big burst to the lead, and she explodes away from the competition. Mo for Us ducking to the inside, trying to get up into 2nd. She Called, 16th to go, a 4-length lead. And 2nd, Mo for Us, trying hard. The Louisiana bred has run well, but She Called is too good. The daughter of Audible wins it stylishly. Mo for Us was 2nd, Vino Veritas 3rd, Andrea Diane 4th across the line.
Three to 5 favorite does not disappoint, and Ricardo Santana Jr. just seemed like he was ultra confident on her throughout.
Yeah, and for good reason. Yes, it was a 4-wide trip. Yeah, the pace was pretty contested here, but when you're riding the best horse, it helps. Nice performance by the 11 and a good ride, getting a ground-saving trip. Keith Asmussen continues to ride well, but the heavy favorite does not disappoint.
For those still with us, we're doing a lot of moving around this afternoon. Thanks for doing your due diligence. And we got more action still to come. Not nightcap in New York. It goes to the horse that we were concerned about the pace, but with a very good trip, things work out for better lucky than good.
Yep. Gets it done here with a very, very good trip and a very, very good ride by Dylan Davis. Just stayed inside and good things happened. A little unlucky for Manny Franco. I think if Manny thought you were going to get fanned out like that, he probably would have waited a little bit longer and he might have won the race. But kind of hard once Scherzando sort of got out there like that. And Scherzando, you got to give him credit. He doesn't want to go this far. He's obviously not a winner. He's had plenty of chance to win hanging. But Scherzando finished 4th. He always shows up and runs well, which is why he's made now over $150,000 without winning a race.
Pretty nice maiden to have.
Yeah. My buddy Steve Bick, his DT stable.
4, 6, 11, 5, pick 6. We will not have a mandatory or carryover into a mandatory payout. We will have a mandatory payout.
We will have a mandatory payout, regardless of that.
Pick 5 over $700. Cross country pick 5, $687 and 2/4 payout.
So what do we got there? About 100, 240, 600, 1,500 and a quarter. About 1,600 was the parlay. So it's about 450 cents. So you got almost 70% over.
Well done. If you put that combo together. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. That man right there, he's got a Kentucky Derby. Came a long time after the fact. He'd love to get one right when the horse catches the wire, and maybe Catching Freedom can be that horse for him. Louisiana Derby winner. One of his contenders a week from today. We'll have a preview.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 6th through 9th. Admission is just $10 on Thursday as well as on Sunday for this historic event. Visit belmontstakes.com/tickets today.
Catching Freedom made a splash on the Derby Trail when ringing in 2024 with a strong victory in the Smarty Jones on New Year's Day. Trainer Brad Cox brought him back to his winter base at Fairgrounds to train him up to the Risen Star, where he ran a respectable third behind Sierra Leone and set up well for a late closing victory in the Louisiana Derby. Can Catching Freedom become the first Louisiana Derby winner since Grindstone to take home the Run for the Roses?
We're all getting Derby fever as we get set a week away and Catching Freedom. His connection's certainly got to feel it now. Big performance in that Louisiana Derby with Flavien Prat aboard, 97 Beyer speed figure.
And listen, he hasn't run quite as well as Sierra Leone, who a lot of people love in this Kentucky Derby. I'm not one of them, though I think he can win. But he's run very, very well in his races, and you think this pace is going to be quick? He's a horse that comes running. I feel like Honor Marie might be better value, the horse that finished behind him in the Louisiana Derby. But then again, a lot of people like Honor Marie as well. I don't think he's going to be that big a price either. So we'll see. He's definitely a contender, and hard not to root for the Connections, who were so much fun with Angel of Empire last year.
And, you know, when he met Sierra Leone, it was a wet track, and it seems like he did, at least figure-wise, he did take a move forward next time out, and he did it at 1 mile and 3/16.
No, he ran very respectably behind him. So, you know, and these trips can come into play. So I don't love Catching Freedom, but I'm not going to argue with somebody that thinks he has a big chance in here, because he does have a big chance.
Brad Cox, Albaugh family stable. And Catching Freedom. Louisiana Derby winner, Smarty Jones winner, won his debut, and he won his debut, by the way, where they're going to run that Roses race.
You know when that really matters, if you have a win over the track? When a horse with a win over the track wins the Derby. That's what really matters.
It really does.
It doesn't matter for the horses that have a win over the track that don't win.
Well, doesn't hurt to have won over the track where they're going to compete the race. Pratt in the Derby did get that win via DQ for Bill Mott with Country House in that maximum security race where he got DQ'd. We have had some major drama in this race, haven't we, the last few years?
We have a lot of drama. Let's hope for a drama-less Derby.
Take a look at the top 20 on this leaderboard for the Kentucky Derby, presented by Spendthrift Sierra Leone. Atop that list in terms of points, your favorite, no question, is going to be Fierceness. And if he shows up with his A race, it seems like everyone else is going to be running for second in here. But do you believe he's going to have company up front?
Yeah, I think the problems with Fierceness are twofold, and I agree with you. Fierceness is the best, most talented horse. From what we've seen in his good races, he's better than these horses. I don't think there's any argument with that. But there's two problems. One is he's a horse that a couple times had a little adversity coming out of the gate, not even a lot, and he's throwing the towel. So that's one problem, and it's the Derby, and people know that, and there could be a little bumping early in this race. The other one is I think his pace has the potential to be hot. And we've seen some very, very, very good horses lose the Kentucky Derby because they were too close to a fast pace.
Meanwhile, another horse that's danced a lot of dances for legendary D. Wayne Lucas. That is Just Steel. Let's learn more about him now.
First is Just Steel. Just Steel under the wire to win it by 2.5.
He is really a gorgeous horse. He's from top to bottom, whether he is good enough to be in the Derby or any Derby, it doesn't matter. If you look at him, you're going to love him.
What I like about this colt is he's a massive horse. He's growing into himself. He's still a bit of a kid. He's definitely a contender. He's definitely got the ability to do it. He looks a lot like Justify. I mean, he certainly hadn't won 6 races in a row.
Jess Steele storms to the front. Jess Steele and Ramon Vasquez have 3/16 to go. Here comes Mystic Dan right up the rail, though, with a rail skimming ride.
He needs to move forward, and I expect him to.
If we can be in the top 3 in each of these 3 races, he's still going to be a great contender for the Derby.
Jess Steele going to be deep at the top of the lane. He's 5 wide off the turn. And Timberlake and Christian Torres win the Rebel by 2.
Did you see what happened? No. They were 6 wide, and they kicked him in the ass, pitch it out. Those horses can't overcome that. Now he's 7th, 8th, 9th. He's trying to make it up on the turn. Stay on the 11 hole. We just got to draw a line through and go right back at him.
And we're off in the Arkansas Derby. It's Muth, Jess Steele running huge in 2nd, Timberlake 3rd, and it's Muth coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
Just Steele for the coach. He won a 6.5 furlong sprint towards the end of his 2-year-old campaign, but D. Wayne says he has gotten so much bigger, taller, and heavier. Sprinting is not what he wants to do. The farther he goes, he feels the better he's going to be.
No, the way he's running, I'm going to have to admit that Wayne's probably right. He knows his horses, but he's also determined. And this guy so far is putting up with a very heavy workload. He's a cool horse. I don't think he's good enough to win this Derby, but I'm not going to be shocked when he gets a piece of the Derby. He's a very cool horse that's a hard trier.
Now, he wound up 32-1. Keith Asmussen aboard, 2nd to Muth in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. Muth, of course, can't play. We will see. And Justify, out of, bottom side pedigree, I'm not as familiar with, but D. Wayne Lucas believes the farther the better, and he feels like a lot of horses in this race don't have the pedigree to get a mile and a quarter.
Wayne is very good, though, at convincing himself that these horses want to run these Derby races. But listen, he came back. He's one of 2 horses that went from the Southwest to the Rebel just 3 weeks apart because they had to delay the Southwest because of weather. So you can forgive his Southwest. And the fact that he came back in the Arkansas Derby with such a good effort suggests that you can put that one away, that he may be coming back too quick, maybe the wet track. This is a good horse, it wasn't a wet track, actually, the Rebel, excuse me. This is a good horse. I think he's an overachiever. I think he'll run well, but I'm not sure that well is going to be better than 4th.
Well, the man will be aboard. He made history with this trainer, getting his first ever graded stakes win in a Kentucky Oaks prep on Lemon Muffin. He's going to team up with him again on Just Steele and get his first ever Kentucky Derby mount. You're not supposed to get your first Kentucky Derby mount this early into your career.
Yeah, that's probably these days especially. But Wayne is funny about riders. He doesn't feel an allegiance to them. He's replaced jockeys after they've won big races. And I think, in fairness to him, jockeys will go to a better mount if they get an opportunity. So why is it the trainer should be tied to him? And I think that's sort of Wayne's logic, and I think it's very sound logic. So Wayne has confidence in him. Who might argue with him? He's usually picked some pretty good jockeys over the years.
And a young man who's come along very quickly and seems a lot more mature than his years.
And to be fair with Keith, listen, I'm sure that there are going to be nerves going into it. He's not riding a heavy favorite. He's riding a horse at a big price. So there's not as much pressure, and it's easy for me to say I'm not riding him. But at least he's not. If he runs 7th or 8th, it's not like they're going to blame Keith Asmussen for this. So I think that takes a little bit of the pressure off.
Well, his sire did some good things on the racetrack. Won this race, of course. Won a Triple Crown, and his progeny. We're going to see just a touch, Just Steele compete in the Derby, and just FYI in the Oaks.
I'm noticing a trend. Names.
Gives you a lot of options, doesn't it?
A lot of J's there, yeah. He's been a remarkable sire. I mean, he is really, you look about him and Gunrunner and Good Magic, the effect they've had in their short time so far at stud.
Well, there used to be a time when you say, 3 starts going into the Derby? Good luck. Not anymore. This horse has been very good, too. He won his debut sprinting. Stretch him out. You're in 2nd to Deterministic in the Gotham, and then the Bluegrass 2nd to Sierra Leone.
I think he's a terrific horse, and I'm not so sure that when all is said and done, he won't turn out to be one of the very best horses in this race. And listen, if I didn't go by this theory, I'd have made a lot more money liking the 2 Phils last year with Mage winning, because I do think he ran the best race in the Florida Derby. But I still believe that when you rush from a maiden win to stretch out to a stake race, and then you stretch out more another stake race, that's likely to catch up with you in the Derby. And for the most part, it has. And I feel as though he's one of these horses that's always one race ahead. He's a great trainer in Brad Cox. I don't think Brad would be afraid to tell the owners, we don't want to run here. He needs a little bit more seasoning. The problem with him is not just that, but he's a forward horse in a race where I believe the pace is going to be at least honest, if not fast. I don't like how the race sets up for him. I don't like him making his fourth start in the Derby. I like him a lot as a racehorse. I just don't like him in this year's Kentucky Derby.
Down the line, so later in the year,
Yeah.
maybe, dare I say, Saratoga, Travers, maybe a contender?
Well, I think if they ran him the Peter Pan, he might be the horse to beat in the Belmont Stakes.
Okay.
But it's not my horse. And I can understand why they're running in the Derby. It's not one that I want to bet on.
A lot of talent, and another one giving Brad Cox just more depth in this year's Kentucky Derby. So it's going to be fun week away. We got more coming up from Oaklawn. We have another stakes race on the way. 9th, She Called, Norm Cassie. No doubt about this one. Odds on 3-5 winner.
You and I both picked this horse. I think Paulie liked him too. Right on top. Was best. Wide the whole way. You see the sort of 11. Actually, that was the first time for Asmussen, I think, trying to get room. Well, that was actually the 11, excuse me. And those Hellenbruck silks on the inside. But this horse did, wide trip right on top of the pace. Ran the best race. Best on paper, best there. And Matt, it's Vino Veritas.
Audible filly. Second time out, dominant. And good to see Norm Cassie had a rough start to the meet, really picked things up.
Yeah, I know. Listen, there's something called the reversion to the mean. Well, Norm was off to a slow start, but he seems to be on relative fire lately.
Another stakes race coming up next. Dig a Diamond, $200,000 purse, 2-turn mile. Look who's back. Hoosier Filly for our friend Tom Amos. Going to stretch back out for start number 2 of her 4-year-old season, and the blinkers come off.
We are rooting for Tom. I do think on her best race, she may be the horse to beat it here. But I'm going to nominate Hoosier Filly as one of the most overbet horses on the racetrack over the last year plus. She has got a reputation that she's just never lived up to. And my concern with her, and I'm rooting for Tom, I want her to do well, is that her very best races come when she's able to control. And I think there's an awful lot of speed. I don't see how she can be in front in this race.
Pretty effective early on in her career, sitting off.
She was, but they were slow races.
Yeah.
Listen, she's a good horse. I just think because Tom was so high on her, she's been a disappointment. That doesn't mean she's not a good horse. I want to see her. I feel like last year, the best races she ran, I should say, are in the front end.
Okay.
I don't know. Listen, I'm rooting for her, and I hope she can win. I think she can win. But this is not an easy race. It's a competitive race.
Yeah, it is. Good one coming up. We'll get to it when we come back from a timeout. Man who's going to be competing in this race as well, and one of the main contenders. That guy right there, Manny Escobar, he's going to ride for Cipriano Contreras. Blue Light Special of the outside post of the Dig a Diamond. We'll learn more about his story when we come back on America's Day at the Races. Back with you on America's Day at the Races. I was trying to figure out why it was such a huge crowd. I mean, it's a weekend. It's always a big crowd in Hot Springs. But, I mean, it was packed today. I thought, was it Hoosier Philly running for Tom Amoss?
I thought it was just Paulie.
That was Fan Appreciation Day. Free hot dogs, free popcorn, free parking, and, of course, a couple of good stakes races to throw in the mix as well.
How many hot dogs did Paulie have?
I'm going to say over-under. I'm going to set at 7.5.
Really? Wow.
He can put them away. Wow. We got the Dig a Diamond coming up next. We're going to see Hoosier Philly in that race. We're going to see the man we're going to tell you about right now on the outside on a major contender riding for his uncle. Jockey Manny Escobar announced his presence in the States almost immediately after winning his first race back in 2013. Later that year, he'd become the first rider apprentice in over 70 years to win a riding title at Arlington. Now that he's settled into Oaklawn Park, he's getting plenty of help looking out for him, including his uncle, who's proud of the rider, but even more proud of the man that he's become. Emmanuel Esquivel grew up in Mexico before moving to Chicago at the age of 8. He was fortunate to be surrounded by a large family involved in horse racing.
I got a lot of family. I got family all over the place. Funny, I went to walk around with my agent, and everyone we went through, I had a family member working there, you know. And he was just laughing, making fun of me that I know more family members than actually trainers there, you know.
That includes Uncle Cipriano Contreras, who trains horses at Oaklawn. The two of them have been winning races together at Hot Springs for the past decade.
Having him on my horses, sure, yeah, makes me happy. And my kids are growing, and he's here. He's like my son. And, having my own kid on my horses, yeah, that makes me happy.
And the reins get shaken at her now. She responds, opens up 2.5.
I like his riding style. He makes the lead sometimes, and when he makes the lead, he's got a horse. He always saves a horse for the end.
With about 100 yards to go now, the leader is still oh my good to win it.
He's been my mentor, from the start. He's always been there for me. He taught me how to, gallop, walk horses, and everything.
And now entering the winner's circle, number 7, oh my good. Trained by Cipriano Contreras. Your winning jockey is Manny Esquivel.
Esquivel continues to focus on becoming a better jockey through hard work and a little help from his family, which now includes his wife and 3 children.
I've been really fortunate, to have a good wife help me, and I've been all over the place, and it's hard for her and the kids.
He's not cocky. A lot of people like that about him. He's a good family man, I'm very proud of him.
War Campaign has to finish. Speed by is second best. And War Campaign ships into Arkansas and wins the Tinsel Stakes under Manny Esquivel.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Before this, I did this for me. I wanted to be a jockey, but now this is how I support my family, So I try my best to work every day, try to get a new barns, try to ride a good race. It's not easy. You can try, you ride 10 races, you're gonna mess up some of them, It's always try to ride at least a smart race, and hopefully pick up more business.
Manny Esquivel, he's made a big impact at the meet. That is the filly he'll be riding, making a nice appearance here. Blue Light Special has won 5 of her last 6 starts.
And I know you're a fan of hers. I don't love her posts, but the fact that she can stalk makes her dangerous in this race. She's got to work out a trip from that outside post, however. It does feel like they're going to be moving a bit in this race early, doesn't it?
It does. And, Manny Esquivel, just to wrap up on him, 43 wins coming into today, over $3.5 million in earnings at this meet alone. He's been great.
No, Manny's a terrific rider, and we've seen him in New York. We've seen him a lot in the area in different places. He's ridden a lot of racetracks, and he's a very solid rider.
We got the Dig a Diamond coming up next. Hoosier Philly, the favorite right now at 2-1, making an equipment change, stretching back out. Can she get back into the winner's circle for that man right there in the blue jacket? Tom Amoss. We'll hear from him hopefully when we come back. The Dig a Diamond coming up on our Fox Sports coverage right after this.
Mid-Atlantic-made 2-year-olds in training. With a catalog of top juveniles by the nation's top sires, this sale has consistently produced graded stakes winners from around the world and on all surfaces, including Kentucky Derby winner Mage, plus 2024 graded stakes winners Kinza, Linda's Gift, Mendelssohn Bay, and Olivia Darling. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic-made 2-year-olds in training sale, May 20th and 21st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
My favorite race is the 2019 Kentucky Oaks with my horse, Serengeti Empress, crossing the finish line first and everything that she brought to us with that win. I don't know what it's like to actually be an athlete in a major event, but I think that walkover is about as close a feeling as you can get to it because you just feel electric inside.
They're off in the Kentucky Oaks.
I really wasn't watching her out of the gate because a horse had stumbled and lost its rider. And I immediately turned to that horse to make sure she was okay. And then I turned my attention back to Serengeti Empress, who was making the lead going to the first turn and saving ground from the 13 hole. That was the plan. So everything to this point is going great. My wife had turned to me and said, 46 and change, that is too quick for a half mile. And I turned and I said, not for my horse, it's not. Turning for home, I thought she cut the corner great. She's going to take a challenge right here. And I'm like, uh-oh. But when Serengeti sees this filly out of the corner of her eye, she re-brakes, takes off, and it's right about here where I realize I'm going to win the Kentucky Oaks.
As they come down to the line, Serengeti Empress has taken the Kentucky Oaks.
I remember raising my hands like this, and then one of my friends patted me on the back, and I lost my balance. And I fell into my daughter, and I fell into my wife, and we hit the floor. And everybody piled on like it was like we just won the World Series. I must have thought about a million things at the same time, but the most overwhelming thought in my head was my parents. And I always hoped I could do something in their lifetime that would make them proud, a signature race, and this was it for me. I mean, how do you describe something that just makes everything in the world seem great? I don't know what's in the future for Tom Amis Racing Stable, what big races might be out there, but for me, this will be the one, and she'll be the one. I'll never, ever forget her.
Welcome to those back with us. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Good to have you back on Fox Sports 2. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with you. And we have the Dig a Diamond coming up next. Most notably in this race, we're going to see Hoosier Filly back for trainer Tom Amis, our colleague. Looked like she was going to be a superstar. You know, he was so high on her. He thought she might even be better than his Kentucky Oaks winner, Serengeti Empress. Has not panned out that way, but she still is pretty good. Can she get back in the winner's circle today?
We'll see. I mean, this is not an easy spot, but it's competitive. There aren't any horses in there that tower over the field that, you know, you have to worry about beating, but there's a lot of horses in there that can run well.
Here's our post-break. We start with Long Shot Wildwood Bye for Scott Becker.
I don't think that she's one of them. Well, she will get pace to run at. She's just never run fast enough.
This one is going to be forward. I'm the boss of me.
I agree. She could be the speed of the speed because of the post, and she is talented, but is she really quite good enough?
Hoosier filly. So an equipment change for Tom Amoss in her second start back of her 4-year-old season.
Well, I think Tom realizes if he's going to be able to compete at a higher level, she's going to have to learn to rate successfully. As Greg pointed out correctly, she is a 2-year-old, but she's better on the front end.
Beau Draw, Gabriel Saez rides, big price.
Yeah, I just don't know where her races are that are competitive.
Absinthe, Steve Asmussen with his son Keith aboard.
She showed a little promise last summer. She's got to improve a lot off her return race.
Olivia Twist, she was such a talented sprinter early on in her career. Might be a little long for her.
I think she's a little interesting, though. Stretching out in the dirt off a win. Trainer has very good numbers. I thought she had a shot here.
Stellar Lily, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Ron Moquette.
She's 5-2, Olivia Twist. That's an underlay. Stellar Lily's going to have to find her best race to win here.
Brad Coxbarn with Crypto Mo.
The problem with her is her best races were at Prairie Meadows. Her one race at Oaklawn wasn't that good. Can she bring good form to Oaklawn?
And the rider we had just talked about in that feature, Manny Esquivel, riding for his uncle Cipriano Contreras, Blue Light Special.
You know, I start looking at, if you go off like the 6 horse being 5-2 here, this horse is an overlay at 4-1. I know she has an outside post, but gee, she looks to me like a sort of more likely winner than Olivia Twist. I'm very surprised by the odds. I mean, even the 2 who's good enough to win, she just has to survive the pace as a sprinter stretching out. But the 2 and 9, are they possibly kind of the interesting horses at price?
5 wins in her last 6 starts. She's 4-1 right now. Let's go back to Hoosier Philly, still your favorite right now, and this is the Monomoy Girl, a victory for her at Ellis last summer.
Right, but this was a race that she basically was facing an overmatched field. She beat Wet Paint, to be fair.
But
she
it was
also
a track that was playing...
Big bias.
Yeah.
Big inside track. Now, Wet Paint was on the rail as well. This was sort of her best effort under kind of ideal conditions. Now, to be fair, I thought her race in the Cotillion, where she finished 4th, probably the best race she ran all year. That was a very, very strong field. Pretty mischievous. The Champ was in there. Ceiling Cruiser, a good California horse, the speed. So she can run. I just think 8-5 is an underlay.
We'll see. I know Tom Amoss was not happy about that Matron comeback. We're going to hear from him now and see if we can get better. Let's go to Paula Duca.
Yeah, I'm with friend, colleague, and trainer here, Mr. Tom Amoss, who's got Hoosier Philly. By the way, I am good luck already. You won the second race at Churchill Downs, and we were watching it. Barnaby got home for you, by the way.
Yeah, he did. Ran a nice race from off the pace at Churchill. Like to make it 2 in a row right here.
It was my route, wasn't it?
Oh, it was you, Paul. You've been the man for me all along. That's just the way it is.
Okay, let's get to Hoosier Philly. Obviously, we know her past a little bit. She was very dynamic as a 2-year-old. You know, you brought her here back to sprint, but she's working well in the morning. But there's a turf work. Explain that turf work.
Well, that was her last work. It was on the grass about a week out from this race. Churchill was experimenting with their grass course, wanted some horses on it to work. They gave us an opportunity. This is a filly that's going to end up on the grass one day, and I wanted a chance to do that. I don't know when I'll get another chance to put her on there. So she was going to work that day, dirt or grass, and she worked very well. So, you know, hopefully she runs well today, but we'll see her on the grass one day too.
So, you know, I had blinkers on the last couple of times. Blinkers go off. Rafael Bejarano, obviously, with Edgar Morales, we wish him to get speedy recovery. What'd you tell Rafael, basically?
I told him to stay with the pony to warm up because she's tough. You know, the blinkers, look, I say it all the time. If a trainer's moving equipment around, he's looking for an answer. We're looking for an answer here. I mean, Hoosier Philly is not the same Philly she was. And I think it's all about confidence. I mean, her works in the morning are great. So this is a good group to go against. There's a lot of speed in here. I mean, dynamic speed. There may be 6 horses in this 9-horse field that can only win on the front end. So I think it's going to be rapid up front. I'd like to see her sitting right off of those kinds of horses, and hopefully she can make a big swoop and move.
And there you hear from Tom Amoss. Already got a W at Churchill. He's going to try to get Hoosier Philly home here in the Dig a Diamond. $200,000 on the line.
A filly that Tom Amoss thought was going to do some very special things on the racetrack. She's done some very good things. She's already won over $730,000 in her career. As you mentioned, some big moments in races she didn't win, like the Cotillion. The Black-Eyed Susan, she was a runner-up to Taxed, who is hoping to be one of the major players in the Distaff division this year.
She's running back in the La Troyenne, I believe, after a disappointing effort just a couple weeks ago in the Apple Blossom. Good luck to her. We've got Idiomatic, the champ, coming back in that race. Zagera's in there, and there's a third very good horse in there. Oh, I'm forgetting off the top of my head. But, Hoosier Philly's been a disappointment. But as you say, she's also won almost $750,000. She hasn't been as good as they had hoped, but she's still a pretty good horse. I still think 8-5 is an underlay on a horse that you're going to have to be confident that she can rate and get it done. And the other thing is, she's not exactly the most consistent horse, to say the least. It's not like she's running consistently fast figures. The good Hoosier Philly's a major player. 8-5, too low for me.
She's faced a lot better company for the most part than what she's facing in here, though, too.
Oh, yeah, no question about it. No question about it.
Blue Light Special. This is one Manny Esquivel will ride for his uncle. And back-to-back wins, 5 wins the last 6 starts. This was the most recent. This was the 4-year-old comeback race.
I think she's the overlay in this race as far as the major contenders. I think the 2 is dangerous as the speed on the Boss of Me. But I think logically, Blue Light Special is currently like 4-1. Feels to me to be a bit of an overlay. I think she's a much more likely winner than a horse like Crypto Mo inside of her. And if Manny can find a way to work out a trip from the outside post and get himself some good position, not easy going a mile at Churchill around 2 turns, Churchill at Oaklawn, that's a concern. But I know you like her, and I can't argue with you, Greg. I think she's pretty good.
She's one of the lead. She can be tactical as well, so does not have to have the front end, as she's proved on several occasions. Let's go to Paul for more.
Well, this could be a jinx because this is a triple threat. I like the 9 as well. She's a tall drink of water, too. And I think getting the outside post won't hinder her at all. And I think she's got enough pace to stay up close in this race as we saw in the last race. And I think it was more impressive than anything. She won off a giant layoff last time out. And that's kind of been really tough to do here at Oaklawn. You kind of need some races. It seems like it's been tough to win off layoffs, especially against decent fields. And, in that race that she won, she was 2.5-1 that night. Frosty O'Toole was favored, and she's won 7 out of 15 races. So you're getting value at 4-1. I don't care whatever you're reading at all. When you get to the 3 Hoosier Philly, we already talked about her, and maybe she's a horse you want to bet against, but it seems like the Fincher horses have been running. We've seen another Fincher horse earlier that got transferred into another barn, Larry Fincher, that came in one earlier in the card that came in from Sunland. This horse here comes in from Sunland, Olivia Twist. We've seen her before here, though. She's run some good races in the fantasy, and she's getting bet here at 5-2. And it seemed like she's kind of the steam horse, and the 3 is kind of the numbers horse. And I'm just going to land on the 9 as the visual horse, just because Cipriano Contreras is just the trainer that I get it. This Indiana bred's won a lot of races at short prices, but at the end of the day, she seems like she's getting better and better, and I think she has a tactical advantage. I'm rooting, obviously, for our colleague in Hoosier Philly that she gets back on track, but I have a feeling the 6 is very alive in here, but I'm going to stick with the 9 in here. Blue Light Special. I used to get my clothes at Kmart for a Blue Light Special. Wolfie.
Hunch play, Paulie. We'd never know. Sharp dressed. Look, he brought up she's an Indiana bred. She's beat open company on a couple of occasions, and some pretty good company as well, including last time out.
Yeah, I don't. That stuff. That doesn't mean. I'm not saying it does. It doesn't matter at this point. She's run the races that she's run, so yeah, that doesn't bother me at all. And she's really improved. I think she's very dangerous. 7-2, a fair price.
But Hoosier Philly remains the 8-5 favorites. The respect for Tom Amoss in Hot Springs.
No. There's no respect for him in New York. I guess he's got to go to Arkansas to get respect. Turf. He's talking turf.
Yeah. So the most recent work, and that was a little interesting to see that. Last time out working in the morning was on the grass. Sounds like an opportunity, a rare opportunity to get a turf work. And if she's going to wind up there one day, I guess see what you got.
We'll see. I mean, I want to say Tom won the. Did he win? He won the Diana.
He did.
Heritage of Gold.
81, maybe.
Yeah. He was there. Was that the trip when he was a kid when he went there and he heard Tom Durkin calling? I think he was experimenting with illegal substances back then. One of my favorite moments in Tom Amoss history. You remember that, right?
No.
When Tom talked about going to the track as a kid. I wish he's listening. And how exciting it was to hear Durkin call. And I'm waiting on the other set, waiting, and finally comes to me. I go, that's a great story, Tom. That was 10 years before Tom Durkin was calling in Saratoga. Famous moments, and Tom, we've joked about it quite a bit. But, yeah, I think Heritage of Gold, very good horse. Tom, he just doesn't. He's had some success recently on the turf with 2-year-olds in Saratoga, I believe. I remember he had a maiden win on
99,
traps.
we're told, Heritage Gold.
81's a little early. He's not that old.
I know, I was way off there. He's not. We'll see. So maybe eventually, we'll see what she does here. I mean, the races she's run, I think he still has faith in her. That if she can run a big race here, maybe potentially she gets herself back in the conversation of the distaff division. I don't know. She'd have to run huge here, obviously, to warrant that kind of try.
You don't win as many races as Tom's won and win at the high percentage he's won. Because I know when he had 3,000 wins, there was a period, and it may still be the case, where he had the highest win percentage of any trainer with over 3,000 wins. And it's not by accident. It's by running your horses where they can win. And I kid Tom a lot, but Tom's
the Breeders' Cup distaff 2 starts ago.
That was a crazy spot. She didn't run. How did she run? Tom doesn't win these races by running his horses where they can't win. So I think Tom is going to be realistic with her. And you know, while he'd love to be in those big races, I think that he's going to look for spots where he feels like she can win. And there's a lot of good pots for a horse of her caliber. This may be one of them.
3-2 favorite here. Yeah, the pot here, $200,000 for Hoosier Philly. Rafael Bejarano hopping aboard for the first time. We'll see if she can deliver Tom a victory and get her first win since that Monomoy girl we showed you last summer at Ellis Park. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Crypto-Mo. Blue Light Special. We're ready to go in the Dig a Diamond Stakes. And they're off. I'm the boss of me. Leapt in the air at the start, was off slowly. Stellar Lily on the lead with Absinthe. Olivia Twist off of them in third. Blue Light Special moving up to claim that third spot. Olivia Twist back in fourth going into the clubhouse turn. Hoosier Philly is next, along with Bow Draw and a 3-deep Crypto-Mo, usually towards the front of the field. Today she's in midfield 4 deep, and she's running 4 lengths off the pace. Another length to I'm the Boss of Me, and Wildwood Buys at the back of the pack, racing alone as they approach the backstretch run. Stellar Lily in a good gallop, leads by a length. Blue Light Special on her tail in the second spot. Absinthe has been taken back to third. Crypto-Mo joins her. Olivia Twist between horses now in the 5th position, and Hoosier Philly is relaxed down on the rail to Gray. She's running 4 lengths off the lead, and the rail's opened up for her to advance position. Hoosier Philly going well and is about to claim third with a half mile to go. We come back in the field here to Bow Draw, who's lost position with I'm the Boss of Me. Wildwood Buy is yet to pass a runner as they go into the far turn. Blue Light Special turning up the pressure on Stellar Lily, who leads by a nose. Blue Light Special is right there. Hoosier Philly right behind the leaders in a pocket as they round the turn. She's got some horse if she can find a way out of traffic. Absinthe is pinning her in, and then comes Crypto-Mo dropping back while under pressure. Olivia Twist is 5 lengths behind under a ride. Blue Light Special passing Stellar Lily, and the race is on now. Blue Light Special off the turn leaves the rail open for Hoosier Philly, who darts forward under Rafael Bejarano, and Hoosier Philly soaring to the front. Hoosier Philly, much the best in the Dig a Diamond Stakes. Absinthe was second, third home. Blue Light Special and Wildwood Buy from the back of the pack ran on for fourth.
Hoosier Philly, dominant win in the Dig a Diamond. First time back in the winner's circle since last summer.
Okay, now after this race, Tom can start dreaming and take a shot. Winning a grade 1 would make her worth a lot of money. She got a great ride and a great trip, but she galloped. This is a good effort. Good for Tom.
Very big performance for Hoosier Philly. 5th win of her career and the 2nd start of her 4-year-old campaign. Let's go back to Paul.
I'm with the ownership group of Hoosier Philly here. Let's get their names.
Bill Stone.
Clint McKinley.
Well, we know you, Tom.
Ron Kozeski.
Okay, well, what's going on? Well, you guys are all the best dressed by the far. You knew this horse was going to run today?
Well, we plan on being in the winner's circle.
Is this exactly how you planned it, Tommy? You said right before the race, let's relax. What a ride Rafael put on.
He put a great ride on her because there was nowhere to go. She showed a lot of class and talent to be as patient as she was back there and still come through on the end. Went through a small gap on the rail. It was really a pretty race, Paul.
Tommy, listen, we go back a long ways. You texted me right after this horse debuted, and you said, I got something special. How gratifying is this to get this horse back to where she might be?
That's a good question for both Bill and myself.
Well, she's obviously got a lot of talent, and now she's physically a lot stronger than she was, and I think this is the beginning of a great 4-year-old season.
And it doesn't hurt. You got a nice little turf work in there, too. We got a lot of options here with this horse.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Well, you know what? go get your picture taken with all your nice suits.
We appreciate it.
Hoosier Philly gets it done, and couldn't be happier for one of my best friends in the world.
Good dress group right there, and they had to feel like thought they were going to get their picture taken. This was a big performance from this filly.
No, I really think it's a great sign for her. She got a great trip and everything, but she buried this field. I mean, it wasn't even close. And, I mean, these aren't grade 1 horses, but they're not bad horses, and she just embarrassed them. Obviously, the going gets tougher, but I think an effort like this, a couple of things. It says to Tom that she can rate behind horses comfortably and produce that run at the end, and it gives him hope that she can get back and maybe move forward in that division. Love to see it. Hey, listen, this time last year, nobody was talking about Idiomatic.
That's a good point. We're going to see on the Derby undercard.
Yes, pretty mischievous last year's 3-year-old champ was the horse I couldn't remember running in there as well. But listen, I would love to see her progress and be able to run in the biggest races. Nothing would make us happier. We love
pretty good stepping stone to get back into races like that with this performance in the Dig a Diamond from Hoosier Philly. Former graded stakes winner adds another stake to the resume with this impressive win. We'll be back with more right after this. Back on America's Day at the races, and that's a sharp-dressed man right there, Tom Amos in the blue suit. Picture time. Our Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds and training sale after the Preakness on May 20th and 21st in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be? Hoosier Philly takes the Dig a Diamond and does so very impressively.
Absolutely. You could not have asked for a better effort. She was able to comfortably rate behind horses and produce the kick you want to see from her. Perfect trip or not, she ran the way you needed her to run in this race. And it's early in the year, and maybe she's a horse that continues to move forward. She certainly has a right to do that. She's going to have to get better to run against the best horses, but it's not so much better that it's an impossibility. We'd love to see it happen.
And there had to be early on some anxious moments for Tom in this race with her.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, you know, there's always anxious moments. I don't care who you're riding, especially when you have the favorite, right? There's a lot of pressure when you have the favorite, and also because Tom has such high expectations and so high hopes for this horse. You want to see them run well. You want to see them live up to what you've hoped for them, and she really ran very well. This is a great start for her. Obviously needed the sprint race off the layoff, and she's not a sprinter. She's a router.
$4.40 for the win. 5th win of her career, 12 career starts, and moves over $800,000 in earnings. Not bad.
Close to 850, right? Closing in. She'll be at $1 million. She'll get there. She's a nice horse. And we're going to see Tom in Saratoga, correct?
Yes, we
letting
will.
him come?
Hopefully we see her there too.
I hope we see Colleen, his wife. She's really classy.
She'll be there. $12,000 maiden claiming sprint to close things out.
Sticking around for this
wide open. That just may, if we can get some extra coverage.
Okay, you'll get in the train yourself.
Preacher's Kid, Christian Torres, Greg Compton, 2-1. Should anyone be 2-1 in this race?
You know, Greg, I'm going to defer to you. If you say no, then I say no. I might not have looked at this race.
I thought it was wide open. Who could tell? Chrome Candy
Maybe
looks like a major player in that race, by the way. There was stakes action earlier on in the card that we brought to you. In the Bachelor, this big showdown did not materialize between Bergen and Valentine Candy. Bergen did not really show up. Valentine Candy ran huge.
Right, as good as the winner was, Valentine Candy was as bad as Bergen was. He never got out of whatever year he was in. A Valentine Candy, a very, very nice effort for him. And they were right. They knew the horse they had to beat in here. And the horse they had to beat was Frost Free, who was 7-1. And Ricardo Santana was not letting that one get away from. And he rode Valentine Candy to be close enough. And Valentine Candy delivered, and it was a stubborn foe he got by. It's a very nice effort for a very nice sprinting 3-year-old colt. Broke his maiden at Saratoga, and I think we're going to good chance that we'll see him on Belmont Stakes weekend, and hopefully after that as well.
4 stakes wins and 4 in a row at this meet, and we've said it a lot on the program, but the first horse to do that in Oaklawn in 33 years does not happen a lot. You would have thought maybe Whitmore. No.
It's also, to be fair, I mean, the meet has been lengthened quite a bit, so a little, hard thing to do. But back in the day, of course, the horses ran more frequently. But one thing about Steve Asmussen, his horses do not spend a lot of time lollygagging around the barn. He runs them.
Huge effort there after that synthetic experiment. Did not work out. This horse has been, he's been unbeatable, obviously, on dirt in these stakes races at Oaklawn. And we'll see if he can continue to progress. Obviously, the stable has a pretty good one who's the leader of that division right now.
Oh, you mean Skelly? Oh, yeah. Older horse.
Yeah.
But this one, a 3-year-old, no, Skelly. But listen, this is the kind of horse that he continues to improve, could get to the place where he could run against the better horses, at least as a 4-year-old. And I think if they're not going to give him a little bit of a break, I have to think they're looking at the Woody Stevens, a grade 1 at Saratoga, and I hope we see him there.
Meanwhile, we had a stake earlier on before you and I came on the turf, and the return of Carson's Run in the Woodhaven. Not to be for him. It was Good Lord Laurie. George Weaver had only one start, a sprint win Saratoga last summer under his belt. What a comeback.
Yeah, obviously something went wrong with Carson's Run. Bolting the turn, he was disqualified from 4th, but this was a they knew. This horse was favored in pick 3s and pick 4s, second choice in doubles, bombed in exactas, got an absolute dream trip, perfect ride from Flavien Prat, beat the second place finisher, ran way too well the New York bred to lose this race. A really good effort by him. But boy, they knew. Broke his maiden this past summer at Saratoga at 5.5 furlongs. Coming back, he must have been working extremely well to have taken the kind of money that he did.
George Weaver, Harold Ventures, Flavien Prat in town, gets the money in the Woodhaven.
In case people forgot how good Flavien Prat was, watch this race.
So Good Lord Laurie, undefeated now, 5.5 furlong turf sprint winner in the debut, and then returns for the 3-year-old debut to win at a mile and a stake in the Woodhaven. Bright future ahead for this horse.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, I think Wally World's got to sort of get his act together. He was lugging in the stretch, not getting it together. The Big Torpedo, the New York bred, this was his second time in the turf, his first time since his debut. Yeah. That was an excellent effort by him. And, with the Big Torpedo, obviously these good 3-year-old races, and you want to see where he belongs, and the competition's going to get much steeper. But it also opens the possibility as we progress, and he gets to be a 4-year-old. New York bred stakes on the turf. That was a very good effort by the Big Torpedo. It was. Second. He's a nice horse for Tom Worley.
We got stakes action coming up for you tomorrow. We hope to see you tomorrow. Coverage begins 1 Eastern on Fox Sports 2. We're on 1 to 6 FS2. Memories of Silver, the 6th race on the card, Mile Inner Turf. And a look at the group that is going to line up. Sweet Rebecca 9-5 morning line favorite for Chad Brown, who won first time out with a different barn, was with Brendan Walsh at Gulfstream.
Yes, she was purchased for a great deal of money out of this win. She broke a little slow, and then the 6 horse drifted out and interfered with her, and she's ranking here. She's wide on both turns. She's not going to be 9-5, I don't think. This is the kind of horse the public is not going to be able to resist. This was a tremendous performance, compelling John Stewart, a relatively new owner in the game who's making a big splash. And if he wants a horse, he said, I don't bid, I buy. Well, he stepped in to buy this filly, and she could be very good. And there she is angling out to the far outside here, come running down the speed, who was 9-5. She ran extremely well here. The competition's going to get steeper, though. She's got some real competition in here. Living Magic's a horse that's very interesting as well, but she's going to get, all the eyes are really going to be on her. And she might be a very good one. But Living Magic, who won our Chelsea Flower last year, watch her race at Keeneland last time. She had absolutely no chance. She was completely and totally shut off and actually did a lot of running at the end.
We're going to look at her now, but from the Chelsea Flower, it was a win on the turf Belmont at Aqueduct to end her 2-year-old campaign.
It's a very good effort by her.
16-1.
Very, very good effort by her. And listen, her trainer, Phil Schoenthal, I was emailing with him the other day, and he said, listen, I thought about running her in the Edgewood, which is going to be a very tough race on Kentucky Derby weekend on Friday. And she wouldn't have been impossible in there. This is a softer spot. How much softer it is really depends on what we see from Sweet Rebecca. But she ran extremely well to win here. Not a perfect trip. Horse that stretched out effectively, and she was blocked for life at Keeneland.
Kenner Carmouche will be aboard. That's on our Sunday coverage. Memories of Silver. That's race 6, 4:04 Eastern time. Again, our coverage tomorrow. You going to be with me?
No, I'm on early.
Oh.
Sorry.
1 Eastern start time. You'll see this guy. I'll be on late, but 1 to 6 on Fox Sports 2. You'll have that race. I asked you this question before the race. You thought it seemed maybe a little far-fetched, but maybe seeing this performance now from Hoosier Philly, not that far off the best in the Distaff division?
Well, we'll see what the figure comes back. I mean, I always want to look at speed figures and see how they are because she's going to have to face tougher horses, but there's no reason that Tom can't keep thinking about getting into better races, and that's the ultimate goal, firstly for their value especially.
Fun Saturday afternoon. I hope you enjoyed it, and we hope to see you tomorrow. Again, 1 Eastern start time on Fox Sports 2. Good Lord Lori. 3-year-old debut after just 1 start and a turf sprint win. Comes back stretching out for the victory in the Woodhaven. Valentine's Candy. What a performance. 4 straight graded stakes wins on dirt at the meet at Oaklawn. That's incredible. And then Dig a Diamond, she's back. Hoosier Philly for Tom Amos in the Dig a Diamond. We'll see you tomorrow.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by not